wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. We wanna get it crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, crunk in the club, with a get it crunk with a couple hundred thugs. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round, everybody round here. Know we getting hype. Get money.
Let's get the
Get money.
let's get the
Get money. Get money.
get the drop. Let's get the drop.
Get money. Get money.
Let's get the
Get money. money in the bank. Hit you with the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
He's going to go for the ace. Demon Stick super low HP. There you go. Scream.
That's 4 mixed well. He dashes mechanically, but it's still... Wow! What? JD's down.
This crossfire could be deadly.
It's filthy. It's absolute. Oh my god, and so is his aim.
Well, that's just pre-nated you. Whoa, what is that? Shot after shot connect. This guy's a beast.
So we'll give them sight at least. Now,
See it going. Another one of these little hop-ups.
Ryan wants to come through that smoke, and he's gonna straight go for it, dropping down on their heads. It's like watching Mario upgraded for the third as well, tearing them to shreds.
Still watching for the lineup. Oh, this is huge work from Heretics. Maybe this is enough. It is. Look at their problems. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Logan. This one out with his pick towards low, on towards the side. They see it, but see that. That's one. That's two. The third falls into play. And the man, Zenith, refusing to relent again and again.
Zenith with the 8.
Welcome everyone to the 2021 Valorant Champions Tour. Stage 2 of Challengers Europe is well underway, and we have the last 2 matches from the quarterfinals coming up today. I am your host Yinsu, and I'm beyond excited to introduce to you guys your casters for today. First up, we have finally got him on the analyst desk. It is Tom. Welcome back, Tom. How you doing?
I'm very excited to be here. I do have to say I'm hoping that they agreed with my contract about putting me with someone who doesn't have massive amounts of hair, because I really don't want that contrast. So we'll see who I'm working with. Obviously, I don't know just yet, but we'll see.
Well, I'm sorry to say that we couldn't honor that part of your contract, because we have brought back the man, the Mitch, the legend, and the guy with a very perfectly healthy amount of head hair. It is MitchMan, of course. Welcome back, Mitch.
Yeah, maybe too much. You know what, Tom? I'm actually gonna get a haircut soon. I can have it like fashioned into some sort of a wig and sent to you. We can match up that way. I think that's a pretty good idea. But it's a pleasure to be back on VCT, ready to get some good games going.
Yes, it is great to have both of you back. But of course, today, guys, is actually the 1-year anniversary of Valorant, you know, since when the beta went live here in Europe back in April 2020. Tom, look how far we have come. I mean, you still don't have any hair, but we have come a long, long way.
Yeah, at least my hairline didn't go back any further, because there's nothing left to really lose. But I think the thing that sort of excites me is that how far we've come. Like, we've gone from teams like the Party Parrots or the Fish 1-2-3s into having like big organizations, maybe not necessarily qualifying, but at least some of them are doing quite well, and the rise and fall of some massive teams. It has been a long road, and I'm looking forward to the next year of it.
Well, boys, we are here for one thing and one thing only, which is to find those 2 teams that will be representing us at Iceland on the international stage. The route to Masters 2 is a little bit different in comparison to what we had at Challengers 1. So here is a quick explainer to get you guys at home all up to speed.
Every team has this one goal: to join the best teams in the world at the Masters 2. The first big LAN event of the VCT in Reykjavik, Iceland. But how do you get a slot? We'll start with the qualifiers in Week 1, and Week 2, the top 2 from each event directly book their ticket for the EMEA Challengers Playoffs. Here, they will face the top 3 teams from TR and the number 1 from CIS. These 8 squads will be fighting in the group stage, where the best 2 teams of each group will make it to the semi-finals. While the 2 grand finalists can already celebrate. Both will be granted the golden tickets to the next stage, VCT Masters Reykjavik. At Masters 2, the top 2 EMEA teams will fight against the other 8 teams from North America, Korea, Brazil, Latin America, Japan, and Southeast Asia for the glory and the title of the first cross-regional VCT competition. This is your time to shine. Are you ready to enter the next stage? Who will be the next VCT superstar?
We do have another qualifier coming up, of course, after this main event. But Mitch, of course, making it to the Challengers Finals is a big deal. But then our teams will have to face the best of the best from Turkey and CIS as well. And that is not going to be easy.
Yeah, we finally get to preview the region that is EMEA, the Europe, CIS, and Turkey all together joined in one. And I really think that tournament alone is going to be the highest and most competitive tournament that we have seen on an international level in the past year of Valorant. Like, so far we've had individual regions, but we've never seen them join together in quite the same fashion, especially considering the skill level of Turkey, of CIS, of EU. It's fantastic. And one other thing, just looking at this, I want to say 7 out of 8 teams here have currently got an organization. Reflecting on the last year, that is massive to see such big organizations, such big investment into Valorant. I'm thinking back to the original days where we used to have G2. That's it. I'm finished. That's the list.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fantastic as well. And of course, Opportunists, I don't think they're going to stay orgless for long, at least. But, looking at those set of games as well, Guild are the ones that kind of made it through to this stage, semifinals after yesterday. And Tom, I don't think that many people kind of expected them to make it through so quickly and so far.
I think the manner in which Guild managed to win their game is something that surprised us. Like, I don't think that we can really sit here and say that we're surprised by Guild getting through anymore. Like, they're a team that managed to finish top 4 in literally the last event. It's more just the fact that they've sort of stuck to their old style. They haven't got, like, overly aggressive in their changes. We're not seeing them, like, pull in Astra. I think they've got a Phoenix on 1 or 2 maps coming in maybe sometime soon. But other than that, it's sort of been that almost like stick to their guns and just came out firing, and it didn't look like Alliance could really handle it.
Yeah, they were very, very impressive yesterday. But of course, Masters champions Ascend were also knocked out. They won't be going through this week. Mitch, do you feel like that was a big upset? Or is this something that NIP had in them all along?
Looking at that game, there were a lot of opportunities for NIP to even close out in a more one-sided manner. But the maps came close every single time. And I think that the more surprising thing, for me, NIP winning was what I would have expected. But for it to be so close, it's really good to see Ascend be able to deliver that kind of performance, because okay, they haven't come in, they're gonna have to go back through the open qualifier again. However, the fact is that there are some good signs there for the future, considering they were able to take a team that I think most of us would agree are in the top 3 of Europe right now and take them to such a close game and almost take them out of the tournament.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with you there. Well, NIP and Guild have already made it through to the next stage, but we have 4 more teams coming up today that will be fighting for that spot in the semi-finals. Here is the schedule for you guys, so you know exactly what is coming up today. The programming, of course. Team Heretics will be taking on Opportunists. Some of you might know them as Defuse. Of course, they were Opportunists before they joined Defuse, and they have reverted back to their original branding for this tournament. And after that, FPX will be taking on Team Vitality. And of course, Vitality are one of the teams that didn't make it to Masters, but they have made it through this stage of challenges this time around. And their team and their coach, even, Fragan, spoke about their new roster with me earlier. I'm now joined by Team Vitality's coach, Fragan. Hi, Fragan. Welcome to the show. Right off the bat, I just quickly wanted to ask you about your new roster, because you guys made a couple of moves between the last competition and this one. So what was the reasoning behind this?
First of all, it was just a natural process of the team. As most of the teams had time to build themselves across the months and do these kind of changes, but still, we are a new team. People maybe don't know it, but we are only playing 2 months together. So it's just natural changes the team needs at the start. And as long as we go, we also understand what kind of parts we need in the team. And we were looking for 2 experienced guys that also can help with our communication. This was our main goal in the change.
Yeah, well, of course, you guys brought in Jesmond and Loki in the end. I've sort of been seeing, keeping up with their stats and your guys' games in the qualifier, and it felt like they're both sort of on this maybe more flexible role at the moment. Would you be able to clarify what roles these 2 players will be doing, especially in this tournament?
So they're gonna do pretty much the same roles for this tournament for now. The same roles that the previous guys did in the team. We didn't have enough time to actually try anything new, to be honest. We barely had we overall practiced 5 days together. So the first thing we kind of played, we just saw it's working. We just kept doing this. But definitely in the future, we will do like more experiments and see all the stuff that we can try.
How does that impact the rest of the team as well? Are they all largely sticking to what they've been doing as well, or have you shaken things up with the other 3 players?
Yeah, so we always wanted to try something else, going previous VCT, but again, we didn't have enough time. And we also already started, we probably saw it all in VLR, but we already trying Brahms playing on Jet more times.
Yeah.
And that's something we wanted to try for so long, but we didn't have the opportunity. So now going into this off season, we started trying it, and it's doing well. And that's something we want to keep trying for the recent time.
Well, that's definitely great to hear that it's going well. I just also wanted to ask you about your expectations, because I'm sure you're aware in an org like Team Vitality with such a big name, fans obviously had their own expectations coming into the last tournament. How are you guys managing your expectations, and what would you like to achieve from this tournament?
First of all, we want to beat as any team we can, but you also have to be realistic that the process takes time, and especially if you do 2 changes within the team. And having only 3 days of practice going into VCT is you can't expect too much. But I think it's not changes our mentality. Like, we're going all in every match, and we want to beat everyone. It doesn't matter if it's G2 or FPX. We just want to give the best match that we can, so we can, first of all, can be proud of ourselves that we gave everything in the game, and make our fans happier. And obviously, over time, we get closer to this trophy.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for joining me. I'm very much looking forward to Brahms on that Jet, and best of luck with your game later.
Thank you for having me again.
Well, Tom, they're not really experimenting too much here, but it's good to see Brahms back on that Jet again.
Well, yeah, I don't want to sort of argue with the point, but I feel like I agree with the case that their new players are not really changing any of their roles, but the players that they had before, I guess not from the qualifier, but from what we've seen, are actually changing quite drastically. We now have Brahms moving away from being the controller to actually being like basically his Jet one trick of before, like being very aggressive and taking battles, something that we have almost come to know Vac for since the very beginning. On Nolpenki, he was a Jet player, and he's now moved into like a Phoenix Reyna entry fragger role. So I think they've made some pretty drastic changes, and then also adding in an Astra instead of a Breach. It seems like they've actually changed an awful lot, Sue.
Well, I mean, that is one of the challenges we also had concerns for, right? In the beginning of them picking up so many kind of competent Jet players. But I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how they're going to execute that with Brahms back on it, because Vitality will be back in action a little bit later. But before that, Heretics will be taking on Opportunists. Let's just talk about Heretics, Tom, because, you know, they're the first strike champions. They're the runner-ups and masters. But for the first time since this roster has formed, we're not going to be seeing Niso at all in this tournament.
Yeah, and for certain maps, that's going to be a pretty big change. So we sort of talked about Rubino previously being dropped out of that split map, and it was one where it just didn't really seem to suit him. He's now actually started picking up a Breach more recently, which definitely could work, but we've then also had to see changes to try and counter what we're having from Astra. So this is going to be a new look Heretics once again, without one of their star players currently playing for the roster. At the same time, you kind of have to sit there and go, this is a team that has had to make changes before. This is a team that has still won games without him. In fact, the majority of their maps were played without him. So I'm not overly worried. They have been at the top of their game for a number of months now, and I don't think that's going to change.
Well, Opportunists, however, on the other hand, have reverted back to their original name. You guys would have recognized them as Defuse going into the last tournament, but now they're back to Opportunists, like I mentioned earlier. And I spoke to their coach, Wallux, earlier about what they have been up to since Masters. I'm now joined by the coach of Opportunists, Walex. Hi, Walex. Welcome to the show. Great to have you here. Right off the bat, I just wanted to quickly ask you a question about the state of your team right now, because obviously at Masters, we saw you as Defuse, and you guys have now sort of reverted back to representing under the Opportunist name. So what's going on with the team? Are you guys still unsigned, or are we waiting for some good news soon?
Well, we should be announced soon in a new organization, so everything is fine for us. Like you can see, we are in the building of the new organization, so we just wait to announce it, and it should be soon. So.
Well, that's a really good news. Will you be announcing this, with all of your players, including yourself as well? So you're not having any roster moves going into this new team?
No, we stay in the same roster, and we have a new assistant coach, Maxob, from CSGO too. So that's all.
Wow, I'm very much looking forward to seeing who you guys are going to be representing. But of course, ever since Masters, you've had a short kind of break. What have you guys been working on? What's the main thing that you have been focusing on to try and get your team a little bit better?
I think we just tried to fix a mistake we did at the last event, when we lost, especially versus FPX and Guild. And we try to be, of course, focused on Astra, because we think it's a really strong agent, and we just need to play it. So Akuma did it well.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the Astra, because we've seen a couple of players kind of get their hands on the Astra so far at Challengers 2. What do you think is the reasoning, I guess, one, behind you thinking that she's really strong, and two, having Akuma being the player switching to Astra?
Well, there is a lot of control. Like you have the smokes, like Brimstone or Omen, but you can take some area with the stun and everything, all the abilities, and the ultimate is strong too. So yeah, the agent is really strong right now. And Akuma played it instead of OP, because it's a really technical agent to play. Like it's not that easy, and you need to have a good game sense, and Akuma fit well with all the agents that's hard to play, and he can adapt really quickly on this. So we knew we should let him play on Astra and let OP play another agent.
Well, how big of a challenge do you think this will be? Because you guys haven't had that much time, obviously, to prepare with the Astra, and you are going up against Team Heretics, who are looking very, very strong right now.
Well, I'm not afraid about this, because, like I said, Akuma is really strong to adapt on every agent, and we changed something with Astra, of course, but that's not changing everything in your game and in your game plan. So I'm not afraid about this. Heretics is a good team, of course, but they lost for the first time best of 5. So I think they are not confident like they was before, because they never lost best of 3 or best of 5 before.
Well, that is definitely a good observation. Thank you so much, Walex, for joining me. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what you guys can do on Astra later.
Thank you.
Well, Mitch, it's great to hear that these guys, they are sticking together, and it sounds like they've found a home as well. How much potential do you think this lineup has, especially going forward in Europe?
I think it's fair to say Opportunists are one of the teams shooting for the top right now. They need a little bit more time together, but when you look at team play, when you look at individuals and the camaraderie of being able to stick together despite some players having other opportunities, despite the fact that maybe some results didn't go the way that they wanted them to, they didn't disband going throughout the first 2 stages of Challengers 1, kept on fighting it, and I really enjoy watching this team because they're flashy, right? Okay, they have the depth, they're working on a lot of different things. Individually, though, this is one of the best teams out there. I mean, look, we talk about your Akuma, your Logan, your Takas. Hoppy actually is the highest, or I think it's the 2nd or 3rd highest clutch percentage one in this tournament. And you look at this team overall, the really interesting thing to me is that they actually play from behind a lot. To put that in context, Logan, who's has won some of the most clutches, I think he's like the 3rd or 4th most clutches won. He's in a clutch situation, a 1vx, typically every 5th round. That's insane. Like, he has to, obviously he's playing the Killjoy, but he wins so many of those engagements. And as you go throughout this roster, you will see that in 1vx's, your Takas, your Hoppy apparently as well, are incredibly good at pulling those back. For this team, then, it gives you a lot to work with. They're not that good in the early rounds, but they can recover on it. They've got good approaches to every single map. They have very few weaknesses. And if somebody slips up, the rest of their team are used to playing from behind and recovering it. They're an incredibly exciting team to watch because they're so different to what we see from the rest of Europe.
Yeah, well, and speaking of that, it looks like they have been working on some new things as well, Mitch, right? Because Astra, of course, I think every single team will be looking at Astra in one way or another. And here they've moved Akuma onto the Astra. I know some people might expect Hoppy, but as we heard from that interview there, it will be Akuma, and they do intend to really utilize this agent as well. But what about their map pool, Mitch? Because going up against Team Heretics, when it comes to maps, this is where it gets dicey for some teams.
Yeah, absolutely. But for the most part, when you look at these two teams, you're expecting your Bind and your Icebox to just disappear. It leaves you with just the core three that have been there for quite a while. Your Split, your Haven, then more recently the Ascent. Both of these teams are very comfortable on it, but Opportunists in particular, this is exactly how they would want the veto to go if it goes down that way. So I think their map pool in this instance, especially if Split stays in, gives them a little bit of a leg up possibly against Heretics.
I mean, they did beat Guild on Split recently, right? It was overtime, but beating Guild on Split, Mitch, as you know, it is a hard feat. I'm very sorry. I just had to squeeze in one. Just one. You're only going to hear one from me today. But Tom, looking at Heretics, because we speak about, teams perhaps trying to rebuild, reshuffle, or sort of maybe reinvent themselves a little bit. Without Niso here, even though they are very, very strong on all of the maps, there is also a couple of question marks here for Heretics as well, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I think the question mark's going to be Split. Like, I'll be honest, going into what our veto, as sort of Mitch assumed, will be, I think that there's an obvious map that both teams should win. I think Haven is very likely to come in for Heretics. It's a map that, for anybody who doesn't know, over their history as a roster, they have never lost. They are 27-0, which is absurd. Like, that is something that you don't really hear across any esport, let alone here. Obviously, you got the Vision Strikers who are doing like 100 series in a row, but I think that's a slightly different case. Split, then I have to give that over to Opportunists. I think they're currently 13-1 over their last 14 games. The only loss they've had was a close loss to FPX. So again, that's a map that they're favored on. And then going down to the last, I think that's where it gets interesting. I think Ascent will be very, very close, and I think we're going to have a hell of a series. But as said, I think both teams have their map choice, have one I expect them to win, and if they don't, then, well, it could be a little bit of a rough series.
I would love to see some mind games come in here because, like you have both said, they are very comfortable with their bans and picks right now. And I would hate to see sort of their strong maps just being a kind of walkover, and for them having to fight on a map they're not both very comfortable on. But with that in mind, let's take a look at the picks and bans and see if you guys are correct. I'm with you here 100%. I'm not expecting Bind or Icebox either. I think that would be quite a surprise. And as you guys at home can see as well, spot on here from our 2000 IQ analysts. Split, Haven, then Ascent. Mitch, now, with Opportunists being so strong on Split, and of course Heretics not having Niso on this one, what are your feelings for this? Because on paper, I'd say that most people would still lean towards Heretics, right?
Yeah, I think it's fair to say, when you think about Heretics overall and the brand that they've built up, certainly I think at the moment they're ranked #1 in Europe as well. They would be the team that you're going to lean towards as you're going to pick a favorite. At the same time, though, I would say that in this particular map, Opportunists definitely look hotter. They're very, very comfortable on Split. As we saw, against Guild, it was tough, it was rough, but they got there in the end. They took the W, and they're on quite a win streak as well. So I think Heretics, realistically, playing without Niso, it's not something that's going to impact them that much because they've had a couple of games under their belt now in Split. They're used to playing this with Rubino. We know he's a very, very comfortable breach player on this map and provides a lot of value for his team, but I don't know. To me, this is a relatively close one, maybe double digits, but I think Opportunists should be the ones taking the first map at least.
Ooh. Well, what about Haven and Ascend then there, Tom? Because like you said, Haven, Heretics have never lost here. But then again, Heretics have never lost a best of 5. That record kind of got smashed a little bit in the Masters final. Heretics have never lost a best of 3. But then Alliance in the seeding match have beaten them on a best of 3. You know, is this just like a week where potentially they're also going to lose out on this? Or do you feel like no chance? They are just too good on this match?
I will say, I think in the seeding match at least, they might have been testing a couple of things. I believe we actually saw a Rubino coming out on a Sky, which we haven't really seen too much. So I do think there were a few things being run. I also, this may be a little bit of a dig at Alliance, but I feel like when the pressure's off, like when it's a game where they can't be eliminated, they're actually one of the top teams. They just seem to crush a lot of very good opponents, but then when the pressure's on, they seem to crumble. Whereas if you look at Heretics, I think it's completely the other way around. Like when the pressure is on, when there's elimination on the 9, well, as of right now, we're looking at them losing like 1 match ever.
I mean, if Ascent is the 3rd map, right? And this is where if we sort of disregard that Alliance loss, just in case, like you said, they're just sort of trialing something, they're not that bothered about that best of 3. They also lost to Entropic on this map. I mean, they lost to Entropic previously. I saw you point this out as well. Yeah, when this happened. So is there a concern there too on Ascent? Because they don't usually lose to anybody.
Yeah, I would say that maybe that's just their sort of kryptonite team, but I don't want to just give Heretics a million excuses. They've had some slip-ups over the last week, but this is where it really matters. I think versus Opportunists, it's going to be a tough match. I don't think Ascent is going to go one way. As Mitch said, I think it will be another very, very close match. The thing that interests me more about that is the fact that we've actually seen a change in agents as of recent, and Nuki's gone back to what he was playing back in First Strike. Now, if you remember First Strike, they were the shock team. They were the team that sort of came out of nowhere and managed to win the whole event. If you're going to go back to that similar style with a few extra tweaks here and there, I think they could be entering God mode once again.
Oh, I mean, you're Heretics' #1 fan there, though, Tom. So that's what you're hoping. But of course, I also want to quickly talk about Astra, because I do feel like we are going to get another Astra versus Astra. Of course, she is still relatively new to these teams. They haven't had too long to kind of perfect her. But Mitch, after seeing some of the Astra play we've seen so far, I think the general consensus is we're still sort of like waiting for that big brained sort of Astra to come out, right? So in this scenario, we have Avova, I believe, who will probably play Astra, versus Akuma, and those two are very different players.
Yeah, you could say that. I mean, Avova is one of the more surprising people. When I see him pull out an Astra, it's like, you know, I expect him to play more aggressive, to be taking out a lot more space. You don't really do that with Astra. Now, when you've already put your stars down, abilities activated, okay, sure, you absolutely can, but she's very much a breach in a way. Like, she's much more reserved from a lot of combat. When I look at the Astra play in general, though, the point that you're making about how we're seeing Astra, but we haven't got, you know, the big explosive, like, oh my god, that was so amazing, like this agent must be played, which I think we did in the very early stages of Killjoy, for example. When she was introduced, everyone was playing her because, I mean, Lockdown, it's an insanely valuable ultimate, and I don't think that we're ever going to necessarily reach that stage with this agent. I think Astra is a useful tool. I think she's going to be incredibly valuable in the next meta, but as we come into this, she's helpful for plugging a couple of holes. If you want to play a faster attack, you can pop down those stars, you can use them for fakes, especially on split, though. This is where I think her pick rate's going to be incredibly high for quite a while, purely because there's so many choke points and predictable positions for you to play, whether you're on the attack or defense, that you can use her black hole ability, for example, or her stun very, very efficiently to clear out very valuable map control. So especially when you look towards vents, it's one of the more difficult places to push or hold, depending on which side you're on, against an Astra.
Well, in fairness, we haven't seen FPX Astra yet. We might later. I feel like that is potentially when we could see a game changer. But just before we head into agent select very quickly, Tom, what are your views on this agent right now?
I think it's cool, but I do think a lot of teams haven't had enough time to properly find all the uses for her. So I think that a lot of the time, I would, again, sorry, Mitch, I'm going to use XMS as an example. On Split, I think he got punished a lot because they almost used a lot of the utility as if it was a wall. And players like Yassine, they ignore that. He just would walk through the utility before it was even activated and just get free kills. So I think you have to be very careful in the manner you play Astra right now.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see how this one goes down. Of course, we are going to head into Agent Select very shortly. Just to remind you guys at home once again that Heretics, we're not expecting Niso here on Split. Traditionally, we always known that we're going to get that Reyna here on Split. But this Agent Select is going to be a little bit different. So I cannot wait to see what both of these teams are going to lock in. So far, no massive surprises, there. Glad to see that Logan is sort of staying on what he is good at. But Mitch, well, okay, Avova did just lock in the Astra. We did expect this, though.
Yeah, we knew Astra was going to be pulled out. And I'm presuming on the other side, the same thing's going to happen for Akuma. Yeah, this to me, Tom, it's a little bit of a nightmare observing or commentating Astra v Astra. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. A challenge.
I'm a little bit scared because when you see all those stars go down on the map at once, you're almost sat there just panicking, trying to work out whose is whose. But the only other change is Takas's move back to Jet. It was a Sage v Sage, but now over the last few days, he started picking up their agent again.
Well, thank you very much, guys. And this is it. We are heading into the first quarterfinal of the day, Heretics versus Opportunists. Tom and Mitch, take us through Split.
All right, Tom, you ready to get into the action, man? Split, Astra versus Astra. This is the stuff we've been preparing for a little bit. I'm excited to really sink our teeth into it. Yeah, but it's like a roller coaster, man. You're going up, 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 and you're thinking, I'm scared. I'm excited, but I'm very scared at the same time.
Yeah, I think the thing I'm most scared about is if we ever see two cosmic divides go off at one time, I'm just going to be sat there going, is that one's crossed that way, or which one's which? And it becomes a little bit confusing. I think we've got a way to go to make it look pretty on the map, but I'm sure we'll get there. There's constant changes coming into Valorant. But for now, we've just got to try and be as big brain as the players who are going to be playing.
Exactly. We've just got to try to predict it ahead of time, but it's all good. Stars going down already at the very start of the round, and at the moment, I'm going to guess that those are the attackers ones because they're grouped up outside of A and they want to push on down, smoke out Heaven, smoke out Spawn, maybe do some of the black hole up on top of the ramp. But then here come the counter stars, right? They're ready for the rush. That's the problem with pre-placing your utility.
Yeah, unless they're going to start and try and fake this one out, I'd be very, very surprised. But already, you can see just a very fast push coming in. This is as aggressive as it gets, Mitch.
Yeah, there's a smoke down, but it's not going to deter them. Up close here, Avova is trying to hold on to that site desperately. Lowell providing some cover, but Avova's on 6 HP. The right click comes through for one to Roden. It was a last-ditch attempt to stay alive. Logan able to shut it down with the help of Akuma, and we're down to a 1 versus 2. It's Logan all alone. He's left in clutches a lot, but this time it's not to be. A very good trade in by Rubino to put the first round on the board for the defenders of Heretics.
Yeah, you always feel like in those sort of moments, it really could go either way. Like, for a fact that realistically Logan can pull that one back, but a little bit too close for comfort for Heretics, but they get things over the line. Now, we are going to see a minor investment here coming out from the Opportunists, trying to do a little bit of damage. They've got some utility alongside them and using the turret early to just try and deny any early aggression, but they have actually split across the map, and by the looks of things, Mitch, they're just trying to get every single ult orb they can.
Yeah, it does look that way. Luckily, Tom, my feed is back online perfectly. It's a little bit out of sync on the last one.
Because I saw him die, and then you commentated it, and I was like, what?
Yeah, it was, I don't know, it was frozen for some reason, so I had to use the backup, which is behind, but we're all good. We're all good now. Yeah, this round is very weak weapons, but they're going in for a couple of upgrades, right? Your Ghost and your Frenzy can still be very, very intimidating if you're coming in to close range duels, which they are. They're giving the opportunities away. Roden has a feeling there's someone up close now. Spotted baits him into open combat, but there's nothing that can happen. You needed the headshot to walk away with something, and it's not to be. 2-0.
Yeah, this is a map as well where I think Diffuse are looking to be a little bit more brawly than what we've seen from them previously. As said, they were a roster that also liked to try and throw in the Sage a little bit. As said, the parallel to LoL, who pretty much plays it on every single map. I think on Icebox he might switch up to a Sova every once in a while. But the fact is, they have moved back to the style that I quite like. The thing that will really interest me about this, though, is we've seen them almost burst in a lot of rounds, and I wonder how that's going to work when using that Astra, because a lot of the time we talk about the big brain setups, the sort of fakes, the pulling it back, and if you're just running into a site, maybe it's not so effective.
Well, the black hole towards B Heaven, it's not really getting them anything. They don't face off the back of it, so really that's a star just gone, right? For no reason, essentially. Perhaps the bit of presence inside of Vent slowed them down, but I'd be surprised. A lot of utility burned up now on the attacking side. They're forced into close range duels, but the boom bot, that's a mistake, which Logan quickly punishes. Vent's open for them to take. That is the Vent player that they've spotted move up, and they know that it was Raze, but they've decided to back off instead, knowing the rotates will be underway to the A site, and they should find B very, very weak indeed.
Yeah, I don't even think Avova knows that this much control has been garnered. Like, this is a terrifying prospect. His teammates gone rotating at the same time. It's Rubino now watching Heaven, but just look at the current positioning. They're almost back to back. A fake's being sold elsewhere, but there goes Akuma. He pounces at the perfect moment, the wraparound through CT, and it's almost too easy for the side of Opportunists. That's a hole that needs to be plugged for Heretics, and very, very fast.
Yeah, very good reaction, though, realistically, by Opportunists. They realize that, okay, Vent is open, they're going to rotate to A, they won't expect just a shift walk up into B Heaven. Why would you do it at that point? Well, purely to outplay your opponents, right? Expect the unexpected. That's what Team Heretics are taking out of this round as a lesson. And that long-range duel, oh, it's just so hard to win, man. When you've got a Spectre in hand, you hit your double dinks, it doesn't matter. The Vandal's still winning it. And speaking of the Vandal, Lao's got a nice little one here. Let's see if he's going to be a monster, as it says on his gun. If he's going to be able to carry this weapon through. They're not hunting too aggressively, so I imagine he will.
Yeah, I think as well, normally, if you're going to be on the attacker side, playing into what is your opponent's bonus round, you don't want to overhunt. Just because if you lose your guns, a lot of the time the man on the other side might have, you know, a sheriff or could even have an SMG. So if you just hand them a rifle, it's a much worse prospect than just keeping onto your gun. In this case, it happened to be the opposite, where Lao actually had himself a rifle, and then you could have lost even more weapons. So either way, we now see both teams actually coming back in with a pretty decent purchase. Interestingly, there's actually no ultimates online just yet, but there's a few players that are very close, and as mentioned, Opportunists thus far have been battling for the majority of ult orbs.
Fighting hard for it, committing a lot of utility, and actually there was something that in the opening round, I think a lesson learned almost playing against the Astra of committing your own utility when you haven't yet spotted out the site. Like the A push that they made, they didn't know there were 3 stars down from their opponent. So as they then went to push forward, they'd already thrown over their nano swarms, their boom bots, their own star is activated, and then they realize, oh, hold on, they're committing to this choke point. And it didn't really matter in the pistol because you'll still play fast and so on, but when there's rifles in hand, oh, it's a little bit different. And in this round, they're waiting a bit, then activating it as they push into the site. Avova on the back, looking to pick off a few as they come on in, but they know all about them. A quick trade to put the advantage into their favor, and the B site overwhelmed as the plant comes in.
Yeah, Avova does his best to try and delay, but it seemed like he had a very good idea of what was going on, but the rest of the team were a little bit slower to react. Taka's also holding this lurk from behind, just looking to brawl with anybody that comes in to face him, and he's winning these battles while his team continue to fight. Logan is going to shut things down, and well, I think we're getting a repeat of last round, Mitch. Lowell just trying to run away.
Yep, running away to save, this time a Phantom, so at least there's a little bit of a change, Tom. It's still a 1v4, it's still a save, but a different weapon and a pretty skin for us to look at. A fist bump there, and that's exactly what he'll be getting from his teammates if he successfully saves it, and I imagine, again, he will, because Opportunists are not playing all too aggressive. They do not want to play games with their economy, and when you've got 4 players alive, I do think that the benefit of carrying those weapons in such an early stage of the game pays off compared to potentially dropping one guy who could be hiding in any corner as you push forward to quickly punish you and make it costly.
I'm quite interested by the fact that they are actually using Takas as a lurking jet. It's definitely not the most common thing. I think it could also be down to which site they're deciding to attack at once. But considering the gravity wells are very much avoided by Jett at the moment, you were almost expecting, okay, they brought in Jett, that means out and out entry fragger. But it's not really been the case. And they're also looking to hold on to both sides of the map almost every single round. You saw the proactive Heretics in the last take an awful lot of map control over towards A, but they still had players lurking, so no opportunity for Heretics to get any real information or fast flanks.
When you're the attacking side in this round and you hit tab, you see that they've got basically no money. So it has to be a very cautious approach from you to not overextend and give them any picks. And Takas quickly disengages after being lit to 8 HP as they group up on middle, and they'll look to take some control. But it's so risky, man. Like, versus these weapons, you have to be concise about your plan. Because if you wait too long, if you dilly-dally, something like this is going to happen, where you can already see the full A control in the defender's hands. They've pushed fully up, and the rotate will come in, presumably to middle, where these pistols might be able to crunch in on these rifles if they can delay long enough.
They've got some pretty scary pistol players as well. Nuki is someone who I think in terms of individual skill is right at the top of the list of players to watch out for. Rubino also doing a pretty decent job denying, and they have a pretty good crossfire here. Nuki actually gets taken down before he can use the ultimate, but Avova has been putting up numbers. A 2v2 situation, and the rotation is already here. Lau still with that rifle in hand. Looks for the peek back into the site. Doesn't know about the player below him, but it might not matter. The Dink's been connected. He can't quite spot Hoppy though. It's a very close round for Heretics, decent in terms of what they had, but I think they might feel a little bitter they didn't get that over the line.
2 rounds saving a weapon, and finally he gets a chance to use it. A shame that he can't pull it off, and exactly as you said, Tom, they'll be bitter. Okay, then Nukia popped his ultimate, but they even managed to take that out of the round, so most of the threat was already gone at that point. It's only the pistols left over. But it's still a bit of a sting, the fact that they found so much damage, so many kills, and end up losing it all.
Oh, again. Similar start to this round. But I feel like they've almost tried to get in the heads of Heretics. Like, we've seen almost every single time they've covered the whole map. They've played a slow default, but the change that they've made is now every single player is waiting towards A. And there's been no rotation at all. Like, a slight presence coming in from Nuki, who basically plays that rotational aggressor in the majority of the time. And the only thing that worries me a bit is Opportunists are playing a little bit slow here, considering they're all in on A.
Well, it looks like we're going to see the Cosmic Divide come in, blocking off some of the side, and indeed it's going to be up for heaven, but up indeed. Roden goes into the air and quickly falls. Lowell trying to get some kills, but Akuma's already falling to that nade. At this point, Logan left alone, and he has very little to say about this round. The spike is down on the side. He has to pick every single kill off, and that wall will only help him for so long. I mean, as he moves down, it's already dissipated, and he has no info on where these 3 remaining players are. Pora attempting to be useful, just using the camera to spot as he walks on out, but first contact will be for Nukie as the swing comes in. Pora was even coming out to help his teammate. That would have been a nice trade, even if Nukie fell. 3-3 we go, and a well held onto round by Heretics.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised they do as well as they do, considering how the round started. Like, it looked like they didn't necessarily have the right read, but Nuki's rotation, even the divide put in by the attackers as well, to try and make things as awkward as possible, but they don't really get as much done as I would have expected, so already bringing things back into a relatively even scenario. However, for the attack, well, I was going to say it's not too bad. They do have 1 player without a purchase, but we can already see the Blade Storm's been activated.
Yeah, it has indeed. Looking for a victim, and you said about that fast-paced Jett style you wanted to see. Well, here it is, countered by a Rolling Thunder. Rubino comes around for 2, and he is out of there. The advantage is already theirs, but that doesn't stop Nukie from persisting. Now they're happy to sit away on that side and allow Opportunists to do whatever they like. Cypher Utility securing A as Hoppy desperately tries to get more kills. It's only the 1, and a very clean round for Heretics.
That was clean. I think that's the perfect way to describe it. And when you consider Rubino as well, like, he was my worry going into this match. Like, as someone who, I think most people are pretty big fan of Niso and the way that he played. He was very aggressive. He took a lot of map control. He took duels that I would say most people should not take. Like, don't learn from Niso. Don't learn from the way he plays. It's not something you can recreate. So I was thinking, okay, how's Rubino going to fit in? Because when he played Sage, it didn't work. Sova on this map's not great. Well, thus far, his breach has looked decent.
Yeah, well, decent is fair to say. And I mean, I have some experience with Rubino. He was actually trialing for Alliance a while back. We had him for about a month, and it was amazing, really, to play with this guy. He's obviously incredibly experienced in FPS games, and when you look at how he supports a team, playing on an Omen, playing on a Breach, regardless, like, he has so much depth as well. The first thing he'll say to a team is, I'll play anything. What do you need? Like, it doesn't matter. He's like a good chef, you know? He doesn't have to stick to the menu. And overall, the value he brings to the team, it's far beyond, I think, what somebody in Niso's role would do. He's very aggressive, he takes those kills, but now we're seeing this other side to Rubino as well, where, yeah, he can deliver the frags, but not this time, because Rodin's already gone to site and taken one, dropped out immediately, but Nuke stuck in the corner. A blast pack, it's a desperate attempt to throw them off the aim, as Lowell trades and falls back. It's the heal that's necessary, and now the Cosmic Divide on the other side. Akuma sneaks on through, Avova up close is able to deal with him, and Lowell with another puts them into a nice advantage. Takis has it all to do to pull it on back as he drops out of heaven, but they're ready to take a double peek. They're lining it up. The one's about to come through that Cosmic Divide, and Takis hasn't got a clue. He creeps up above. The timing was good, but Lowell, his spidey senses started to tingle, so he catches it, and another round for Heretics that goes off with a pretty clean manner. I mean, it's 5-3. Their defensive side's looking great.
Yeah, I think there's a few things to note here. Like, Lau's rotations have been spot on. Like, he seems to be in the right place at the right time over the last couple of rounds. Like, in the first few, obviously, he ended up saving. But I also like this Cosmic Divide. Like, I feel like a lot of the time you're seeing players try to almost overcomplicate where it would go. Like, oh, I've got to make sure I section off, like, 3 different avenues of the map. Whereas Vova just went, I'm in this corner. Come get me. That's it. But you have to run through it. I've got advantage no matter which way you peek. Like, it's just simple, but it worked.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes the simpler things are better.
Is that what you tell yourself?
Yep. Every day. I am better. But no. For Heretics at the moment, things are working out, but they're up against a full buy. This could be the thing that finally slows them down a little bit. We're going to see a Killjoy ultimate use. That lockdown in effect to the A side. It covers everything. So they have to play a hard retake, and with the Astra utility, they can be completely locked out of this site. The push comes on through, and the spam's almost taking Pora out of the game. He's down to just 30 HP. With the plant coming in, it's all about the retake game, but look at what Heretics have to use. A showstopper and a res. They can play very aggressive off of this if they want to, and look for some peaks. All grouped up towards the spawn for now, and it's going to be a slightly delayed retake. I mean, if you're Opportunists, it's just a waiting game, right? Let that clock run down. Nuke into sight. Hello and goodbye. He gets around the corner as well, avoiding much damage. The black hole used to keep them in position. Akuma's taken out after one, and it's flipped on its head. The defuse already underway. They don't have an angle to stop it. The round is one and done. Heretics take it on a 5v5 retake. Wow.
The utility usage from Avova there was so sick. Like, there's nowhere to go, and I think that's the problem of not even really being able to take too much control. Like, there was absolutely nothing Takas could do there. He's just sat there waiting for players to push into him, and, well, when you clear that site, it becomes very difficult for the remaining players to actually do anything.
And I'm fairly certain that, as you said, there's nowhere to go. When they popped that black hole, immediately it was Takas that was stuck there, right? But Hoppy on the backside also got stunned. So that was an easy duel from Heaven that was taken as clean as can be, right? He's stunned. He's taking a lot of damage. It's easy peasy. So that utility usage of Astra alone gave them 2 kills right off the bat on that retake. And in a 5v5 retake, Tom, 2 kills is pretty valuable, yeah.
Yeah, especially with how far the clock had already ticked, you could see that Heretics were prepared. And that's what we want to see on a map like Split, where we have questions, we're asking if they're going to be ready, we're asking if they've managed to make the changes, losing one of their stars. And so far, so good. And a change of pace once again. This is something the Opportunists have been known for throughout their career as an organization, as a team. And they're going to try and make things awkward for Pora, but he still comes out on top. The pistol headshot from the Classic, just holding down the fort. He's so difficult to clear, and he is just wiping them down. Finally, Logan can clear him out, but it's too late. The job has been done.
He not only was he out of ammo in his Vandal, not only was he stunned, but he went to the Classic, took that headshot, goes to site, and finds another. That's ridiculous value from Pora on a hold that he should have been out of straight away. Look at this. He's blind. There's a player pushing him down. He kills him. He gets stunned. He gets sucked in by the black hole. No problem. He keeps on going. And they had him sectioned off as well. They had him crowd controlled. He couldn't go out in front of the site because of the stun that was activated. So they knew he'd take the fight on the back side, and he still won it. Insane. Absolutely insane work from Pora. And this is why it's not strange to see him even take out the likes of Arena. If you see someone do that on Cypher, they can pick whatever agent they want.
Yeah, there's a few players doing that now as well. Like Killers did a similar thing. You're just like, oh, Cypher players out there to frag as well, depending on the map. I think it's normally Icebox where we see the switch more so, because I don't think there's been too many comfortable Sentinel players on that map. But either way, we are going to have a proper purchase this time for Opportunists. I think they need to get a couple more rounds on the board. Sure, we do still put this map down to be more defensive-sided, but if it comes out looking as a 9-3, I'm not sure the comeback's going to be possible.
Exactly, yeah. The defensive side, maybe if you've got the 4 rounds, but 3, it's a long push. It does make a big difference.
Good luck,
Pora backside again. This time, surely, he doesn't get nearly the same value as before, and indeed not a single kill. The showstopper used to quickly dispatch him. Heretics again facing into a retake on that A side, but this time they don't have the ultimates of their own, and they have a man disadvantage. I mean, everything is looking up for the attackers.
I don't see a way back into this for Heretics. It's trades back and forth, but again, it's left just onto one man. He is the star of the show, but this might just be a bridge too far. A 1v3 situation for Nuki. The spike ticking away as well, and they know exactly where he is. There really isn't anywhere for him to go here, and the swing onto Hoppy will get him absolutely nothing. And I like that from Opportunists. This is something you'll see a Kukos or Existence do, where you hit a site, it goes quite badly, and then you do exactly the same again, because your opponent's read in most cases is, well, they've just fallen completely flat trying to take this site, so let's gamble elsewhere. And that's exactly what Heretics did. They had 4 of their players towards mid and towards B, and then just Pora trying to hold down the fort, and this time wasn't quite enough.
Yeah, indeed. You know, he can come out with that massive play in the other round, but you can't expect the dude to do it every time. As a Cypher, it sucks when you just get sectioned off like that, because often you're going to be on the weaker side, right? Because your utility is almost an extra player for you. Once they deal with it, you're in hot water. I like the wall here. Oh, no wall. Okay. They're not going to go in. Nobody wanted to rotate over. Of course, Lal already has his res. They're instead prioritizing the early rotations and moving into the B site where they believe the hit will be coming in. And indeed it will. In fact, already 4 players shifting their way up into heaven. Now, Hoppy was spotted. He's made a little bit of noise, and he's going to try to creep up behind them as they shift their attention and their focus towards this A site. Breaking this tripwire is essential. There's no way past it. And as it cracks, now it's known that they're likely moving here. Still with the wall in play, Lalo is able to pop it up, look for a duel on top, can't find it, but Slow Orb goes down. That deters them completely as they move back into heaven, where they found Nuke. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but look at Hoppy's position, finally able to capitalize on that early map control and delete Rabino. Look for the site, where now still 2 defenders hold. Pora on the site dealt with, but Avova is doing the heavy lifting for them. The wall bangs are here. He's moving around as they fall, but Hoppy still gets away with it. A res keeps it in a 2v2, but the retake again is going to have to be mounted.
Yeah, they've placed down the Cosmic Divide to try and hold them back, but it's Rubino already with a quick entry kill. It's left all onto Hoppy. A 1 versus 2. The wraparound's decent. He's managed to get himself back towards the spawn, something they might not be expecting, but with clearing all the remaining positions, they might be looking for that wrap around completely. Lau not quite looking in the right direction, and it's being stuck by Rubino. He comes off to end the life of his opposing breach, and it will now be an 8th round on the board for Heretics. A solid half for them going into the defense, but it's not impossible for Opportunists here, Mitch.
That was a left side peek into a right side one. That was expected as well. So Rubino was on a very big disadvantage in taking that fight, coming off the spike, having to re-equip his weapon. So much that went into that, yet he still wins it. I mean, he has been solid all half long. And as you said, Tom, right? 4 rounds, yeah, it's not ideal. No one's going to be sat here moving on to the defensive side with a smile on their face going, hey, you know, this is exactly what we wanted. But it's workable. You can definitely recover it. The pistol round, or at a minimum the second round, is going to be very important. We need to see Opportunists walk away with it. And on the defensive side, you don't normally have as much of a say. 3-man stack towards the A side. They're willing to gamble and roll the dice, but Tom, they might be in trouble this time around.
Yeah, the one good thing about their B-site defense is you have most of the utility that you would use to delay. Having a breach there, you can put out the fault line, and you also have Logan as well with his turret, and I imagine maybe a nano swarm or two to try and slow them down. That is very fast from Nuki, though. However, he's going to get dropped, and also the gravity well has almost held them back a little bit here, making things even tougher. Still, Mitch, they managed to turn the tide and get the entries they need.
Yeah, very well placed smokes right at the start. They heard the turret. They saw where it was. They popped up a smoke on top of it. So your turret's out of the round. Logan had prioritized the ghost, so he didn't have anything else to help them out, really. And that's a tough one. A tough pill to swallow. Roden moving up behind. He just gets cracked, distracted by some utility. And despite a very nice attempt at Akuma, it's only a ghost, and there's too many players to take those fights. Heretics, they overwhelm the weaker side of B, and in dealing with that turret, find themselves a nice, easy 9th round. Also, I do like the counterplay, really, of just putting down, and one of the big pieces of value that you'll get out of this new agent that you see Evolva playing is whenever you're playing an Astra, okay, you're on the A side, but you can put down your gravity well, you can put down your stun, and it's almost a nano swarm. You know, most players are not going to push through that if it's in the choke point of B main.
Except Yassine.
Of course. Yeah,
I think you learned that yesterday, right?
Yes, it's a lesson well and truly learned. Thank you, Tom, for reminding me of that. Such a good friend. But no, whenever you're seeing your Jet or your Raze, we know that you don't have to respect that kind of utility as much. And again, think of it the same way as a nanoswarm. How many times have we seen it where a Jet player is faced up against a nanoswarm? They just dash in if they feel comfortable. Maybe put a cloudburst down. Now they're on your site, and you're not ready for that because the position you're in is probably to catch them coming out of the nanoswarm not already being on site.
Oh, the Nebula. Give some safety for Akuma for a moment. He'll hit the dink and do a little bit of damage. Pora left low, but I don't know how much more they'll be able to get. Roden actually picks off Lau, so there's no heals to be had. And the wraparound from Takas, but Pora, always aware, always ready. And I think that's any chance of this round gone.
It should be. Yeah, the retake, tough to make happen. 2-man disadvantage. Low HP on Pora, low HP on Nuke. So those are potential kills, even on range, that they can capitalize on if you can hit the heads right away. Hoppy trying to bait them out into doing something, anything, but it doesn't... Oh, right click. Hello. Good damage. Like, this is winnable at this point. The kill doesn't come through for Hoppy. Very unlucky RNG on that right click, leaving Logan to play exits. And the handy thing about being in a round like this is you can afford to take this angle, just jump into the spike if they save somewhere else. The risk isn't really there for you. But ultimately, even against the 6 HP player, he can't win. Pora's just got the jump on that fight.
Yeah, I think this is it, though, for Opportunists. They have to win this round. If they lose this, the economy game somewhat goes out the window. This is the biggest advantage they're going to have for quite a while, I'd imagine. And, well, realistically, Heretics are 10-4 up. I think that's all you really need to know about this game thus far. That's the main point to bring up. Also, just look at the depth within this roster. I don't like to talk about scoreboards, but if it's 13, 14, 11, 10, and 10, that's pretty impressive. Everybody is here for Heretics.
Oh yeah, they're showing up. And we're seeing that. Obviously, we've been talking about Rabino, we've talked about Pora, and those are the players I guess you wouldn't normally talk about on this roster in particular. Lowell's Battle Sage of Vova, obviously typically a very aggressive player, now on the Astra a little bit less so, and Nuke, one of the highest rated players in European Valorant. So it's a star-studded lineup, and to see everybody delivering, it's scary if you're facing off against them, especially with 4 rounds. As you said, Tom, it's do or die right now. This is the round that Opportunists really need to take. They've fully invested, and they're up against 4 Spectres, so they have the weaponry advantage. On the defensive side, being able to force or decide the range of duels, you don't have to play into the hands of the Spectres either. But on a map like Split versus a new agent, things can get a little bit scary, a little bit surprising at times. I was just watching that engagement in upper B, that smoke, it makes them think that Spectres are about to burst out and take the duel at any moment, but in fact they're rotating and they're looking for the A site with a full 4-man push.
There's a bit of utility to deny them. A couple of stars themselves, but you know that there's more to be placed, and they might actually get caught placing them themselves. Akuma a little bit slow, but he gets there in the end, and eventually just destroys the push. It was only Spectres and Poras left wondering, where have my teammates gone? 10-5, a solid hold from Opportunists, and that's exactly what we wanted to see going into their defensive half.
Really beautiful stuff. And one small thing to point out here for Akuma, the big difference between playing an Astra and playing a Cypher, for example. If you think about popping a smoke the same way you would a cage or something like that, you try to use the utility as reactive, it doesn't really work because you have to, there's an equip time, right? After you've activated the smoke, the stun, or the black hole, you have to then take your weapon back out. Whereas with Cypher, it's a point and click. You can be shooting while you're activating cages. So it makes a pretty big difference in a lot of scenarios where you want to use your utility reactive. Sometimes you just don't have the time.
That felt a little bit close. I think that's the best way to put it, is a millisecond less and maybe he gets shot in the face. This round, actually not going to be much of an investment. Oh, he's been pulled in, but hey, he may be stuck, but that doesn't mean he can't shoot. So that's absolutely fine. Opportunists get their 6th, but I think this is where things should be a little bit tougher for them now, Mitch.
Tom, is exactly as I said to you before. I think last night when we were playing a couple unrateds, you know, fragging out, I was saying to you that a lot of people, they respect utility a bit too much at times, and in particular we were talking about the nano swarms, but I also said about, you know, when you're looking at the black hole in particular, you can get out of it from any side of it with knife out, and in that position I mean, they didn't even try, just crouch, spray, and let it go, and it works. You know, sometimes you just have to do what your opponents aren't expecting, and that one there from Roden is an aggressive play. It's worked out for a kill, but the B side is now very, very weak. A cage for the cross as they start to move over, and Nuke, well, he's already on the site. That Rolling Thunder will help his teammates cross. This player's postured and ready to retake, but the spike will maybe not almost certainly go down. Takas wanted to have something to say about it. He's starting to move forward. He's looking for the duel on site, and now he's out. This is a very early push. The Cloudburst gives it away, but he still catches Rabino off guard, extends it into more with Hoppy up behind him, and now that spike planted, but Lal has no chance of pushing the defenders off it. Again, a 1v4 in which he must save a weapon. We got to get a tally for that one. Again, it's the pretty phantom skin that he's got just tucked away in the corner. Little consolation to Heretics, really, is it looks like Opportunists are back in the game.
Isn't that what you do with your Reaver Vandal?
That's what I do when I find a Reaver Vandal on the floor, Tom, because as previously stated on Twitter, I'm fairly certain I'm
How many days?
Part of some sort of targeted campaign. I think this is day 147 that I've checked every day for the Reaver Vandal in my store, and it has not been there. So that's fun.
That's a little bit unlucky to me, you know? I think it came up in mine like a week or so ago, but...
You know what, Tom? It did, and I can tell it did, because you messaged me a picture of it. And then didn't buy it, so our friendship is over.
Ah, that's a shame. Anyway,
shout out all the people who are looking for skins and will never get them in their store again. It's we've just been marked. We've been cursed.
I want to give you money, right? I want to give you money.
Take my money.
Well, the economy at the moment for Opportunists is thriving, and because of that, this is where we should see a change for Takas. He's not at the best of games, let's put it that way, but the reason we see him moving to Jet, the reason he's no longer on that Sage is because of this Jet op. The ability to be so much more aggressive and get out of dodge without too many problems. Now, the purchase at the moment from Heretics is a bit of an interesting one. Now, you've got the save weapon, that's why Lau still has himself a rifle, but they have put a little bit extra into Nuki and do have a res available if they need it. However, they've already started off with what looked like a fairly easy pick.
It did. They made it look easy with the Sheriff's in hand. A weapon upgraded, and the site taken. The nade is good, though. Luckily, the smoke comes in time to allow a fade back. Alarm bot triggered. Logan knows there's someone coming on up, but he's surrounded. There's players absolutely everywhere and nothing he could do about it. This is starting to fall apart now for the defensive side versus a relatively weak buy and a Vova assassinating from above as Nuki picks up his third in the round, leaving Takas to run away. A 1v5 this time, but a more valuable weapon on the line. No way that he commits and potentially loses a weapon that no doubt they don't want to be investing into coming into the next round as Heretics hit 11.
That was surprisingly easy as well for Heretics. I think that's the thing that scares me the most, is that was basically just a straight up push through middle. They pick off the one man, and then after that, the after plants, it almost looked too easy for them. Now, at the time, there wasn't any ultimates for Opportunists to actually put into play to try and retake things there, but that is a rough round to lose, especially when you look at the current situation. Sure, they can still buy, but they lose another one and they're almost out of a map that we said, not that it would be nice for them to win, they need to win. The next map is a 27-0 map for Heretics. You do not want to be going into that with a deficit.
Yeah, again, I'll throw myself under the bus on this one and say that I indeed predicted it to be an Opportunist win, and the logic of that would be split and ascent. When it comes to Haven, I think it's very, very difficult to come out in almost any matchup if Heretics are playing and favor their opponents. So yeah, a map they need to win, a round almost, I would say they needed to win, because now they have no opportunity to slip up. If they make one mistake, they're screwed, and Roden pushing in a little bit too late. The cage buys just enough time, well placed by Pora, to stop them capitalizing off of that rolling thunder. The Nano Swarm, the Boom Bot, this will get them an ultimate orb, and Logan will only then... Oh, they've not even gone for it. He's only one away from the lockdown. I'm surprised they don't hold that for just a second longer after so much utility had been burned up by the attackers. An interesting decision, but we'll see if that has any effect as things go on. Great flash.
It seemed like both players were quick to react. Lau also putting a slow so that they couldn't actually get into their position, and now they've gone back to B anyway. Now there is a player up in heaven watching, but Logan is in trouble. So much utility coming into his corner, and he is locked out, left alone as they all go pushing in, but he still manages to get two. This man is so difficult to remove from situations, but the res has been placed, and any push through this cosmic divide is such a risk for the side of Opportunists. They do still manage to bring back one, and it may be possible, Mitch.
Yeah, these are the things, right? When you've got a Jet who's able to just dash out of there, you can take the risk if you react quickly, but a tough 2v3. They've got to get this one on the board. They're committing to it, and Takas has dropped it all on Akuma. The wall broken, and Pora quickly breaks the spine of Akuma as Opportunists don't look like they've got a leg to stand on anymore. 5 rounds in a row needed. Heretics on map point.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Yeah, I think Heretics have done so well to make a lot of these defensive situations very, very awkward. Like, the fact that we actually see 2 kills come in there for Logan is a miracle. Like, he should get nothing. He was slowed, stunned, blinded, and still manages to get 2. It's the caliber of this player we talk about all the time, but the rest of the team just couldn't get back in. The Cosmic Divide meant that they basically had to go for very aggressive pushes, and the res from Heretics made it even tougher. Now this round, again, still a purchase, even a couple of ults available. And Takas looking to get a bit aggressive, but the fact is Pora most of the time is just going to be waiting. So it's similarly to what we saw in the last half. There's only so much ground you can take. They're stacking.
It looks like it, yeah. And they've got a lot of utility as well. This is all based off of the position that you've got Takas on, but the problem really is that Heaven is open. They don't have any control of middle. A very strange setup to see a team deploy. Okay, they've got a turret watching for upper B, but upper A, they could already be through. Takis inside the cage. He'll look to move and get back on that angle, but now there's a player on his left, and he could be in a little bit of trouble as the rest of the team moves up into heaven, or into rope room, excuse me, and shifts down and up towards heaven. I mean, for Takis, getting out of this position is going to be tough. He can get the first kill, there you go, but now players coming up behind him. Akuma ready with the pull, but Rubino again just doesn't respect it. He's ready to take the kill. Takis has to deliver with the knives in hand. He's the player stuck towards the side, and he misses, taken down by Rubino yet again, who survives, jumping down to sight a full spray, pops the Rolling Thunder, but that player's already dead. It's a 3 versus 2. Lockdown gonna come into effect for Logan here. They've got to defend it. It's likely they get pushed on, and already Lowell attempted it, taken down as the flank comes into play. Nuke trying to decide if he goes for it. Should he stay or should he go? Well, he's gotta go and get out of that ult. They're already on site. The spike is not planted for him. He has no utility to get out there. Halfway stuck already. He needs to swing. He needs to go now. The time is too low. They've got it done. Nuke gets the kill in the end, but it's not enough. Opportunists hang on for at least one more round.
Too close for comfort. That lockdown from Logan is the game changer. The fact that he's able to push them out of the site and at least make things a little bit more awkward, and it did seem like the retreat, at least from Heretics, was a little bit disjointed. The one player went forward, one player went back. It just wasn't quite as clean as we would have liked to see it. But again, they make things work in those clutch situations, and I have to admit, thus far, there haven't been too many of them. That is what we know this French Opportunist side for, is these crazy clutches, bringing things back. But Heretics, up until now, did well to quell them.
Hoppy, nice flash, good peek, and Logan capitalizes. You know, this is one of his best, I think the best map for Logan. And certainly when we move on to Haven, when they look at their bind, he doesn't show up in quite the same way, but right here, he's untouchable. I like the usage of the utility from Akuma, but a little late. Nuke knew there were stars at his feet, and he didn't want to mess around and stick around, showing them some respect at least. Moving forward, they're spraying. They're conscious of him being here, and eventually that scares him back. No point in pushing in and taking a duel when he doesn't need to. It's a 4v4, and we've seen the preference of Heretics before. It is the A side, and especially with the position Lowell's in, it looks like they're heading there again.
They've also got the rotations held now by Nuke. Left in a luck, and he will pick off one. They know at least that means that both Breach and Astra are on the other side, so they're going to get moving. Over the top of the utility they go, boosted up into heaven. Logan needs to be clutch again, and this time Rubino puts him down. It is all about survival now for Opportunists. 2 players to clutch versus 3.
This would be heartbreaking for Opportunists to lose. The chances of winning the series decay very, very quickly. They're definitely going for it, obviously. Heretics on the verge of taking it. Stunned in the open, taking double damage. Not a chance. Hoppy drops down right onto Lowell's head, and he's quick to dispatch him. 13-8. Heretics, they've taken map 1 in this series, and this was the map that Opportunists needed to win, Tom.
Yeah, an impressive performance as well from Heretics. We haven't really seen much of their new composition coming into this map, so the fact that they basically come out and go, okay, well, Rubino's going to perform well, everybody's going to be on point, rotations were pretty sick all the way through. That was enjoyable to watch, and now Opportunists, well, they have got to do the impossible. They've got to break a trend of 27-0.
Well, Heretics recently lost their first best of 5. They also lost their first BO3. Maybe, finally, they'll lose a map of Haven. Opportunists have to hope for it, but we've got to wait a little bit before we find out what's going to happen. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll be on the analyst desk with Sue.
Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death. death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
And welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where Heretics have just secured split versus Opportunists. I am your host, Yinsu, and I'm joined here on the analyst desk by your casters, Mitch and Tom. Welcome back, guys. Right off the bat, I just wanted to quickly ask you guys about how this match was won, like the fashion in which Heretics secured this win, because, Mitch, I feel like before they had that tactical pause, Opportunists had a lot of momentum and the comeback was on.
Yeah, it definitely was. You know, we made the point about how the pistol round was very important, and Heretics managed to win that in the second half. They follow up with the second, and it looks like, okay, they're out of this game. 3 rounds in a row, though. Opportunists are starting to build up. We're starting to believe in them. No doubt the mood is getting better on their whatever platform. I think TeamSpeak is what they're using right now. They're boosting up. They're feeling good. And then that pause comes in. It slows it down. Everybody's thinking about it, right? You got to sit there in the silence and really contemplate the next round. Heretics, they fix their game plan. They come out much more explosive. Boom. Game's over. I mean, one thing that I will critique Valorant teams for all the way back to 1 year ago when we started this in the beta, we would see constantly teams would be just refusing to use tactical timeouts. I mean, Tom, how many one-sided games, 13 twos, 13 fives did we see where nobody used the timeout? And I'm glad we're starting to see that become normality a little bit more now.
Yeah, it's something that in other games has been normal for a very, very long time, and it is surprising that it took a while for us to get there, but it's definitely a strong point. Other thing I want to highlight as well is that I think Avova's Astra, out of all the Astras I've seen so far, was by far the best. I think that there were moments of utility where he was incredibly impressive, like pulling people out of angles in retakes, or even just using his Cosmic Divide as like a screw you, come get me sort of strategy. Like, it was awesome, and it was something that you could see the difference. And maybe that's just me being a little bit naive in other scenarios, but that was clean from him. He did very well.
I'm 100% in agreement with you there, and we saw that clip of Nookie sort of like double satcheling around the corner, and poor Takas just gets absolutely demolished. But Avova had a lot to do there. That was a lot to do with him as well, and as you guys can see on the scoreboard, him on the Astra coming in with pretty good numbers as well, Mitch. And it's not something that you're kind of expecting from your Astra, right? You're not expecting them to put up like Rays or Reyna numbers.
As we said, when you're playing this agent, a lot of the time you're going to take the back seat, at least for the early stages of the round. So in getting opening duels, it's probably going to go by the wayside a little bit more. It's going to hamper your performance. But once those stars are down, you can play that little bit more aggressive, right? You activate your abilities when they're gone, when you're out of stars, and obviously they're popped. You're not really bringing any value to your team anymore. You're no longer an agent. You're just a person with a gun going around. So that's when you start to move into the more attacker-sided stuff, offensive stuff. So for Avova, look, he came in here. He was defending a side that got pushed a lot. It was heavy preference, and he managed to deliver. What I was a little bit excited to see being used was the fact that you would see him place utility a little deeper than if, as I was saying during the game, for example, it's a Cypher, and play a much more passive angle so that when his teammate spots somebody or he gets the information, he can pop the utility, then take his weapon out, and then take the fight. The big difference there being the delay time between popping an ability and being able to actually duel somebody.
Well, in terms of that Astra as well, just because, like you said, Tom, this is the first time we've seen on stream, at least, a pretty impressive high-level play from Astra. Do you feel like that is Avova sort of knowing what to do with her, or do you think that is Team Heretics sort of knowing how to play around the Astra and kind of giving him the tools to perform?
I think it's a bit of both. I don't think there's ever going to be a sort of one-sided look at it. Like, it is just him. Like, no one else is ever going to facilitate him. Like, they put him in the right position, so obviously he's going to perform to that level. But I think also if you watch like Avova's stream, he's someone who has been grinding that agent. He puts a lot of time into making sure that he has his own cheeky little setups, and in a lot of cases may not even look to try and like go, okay, I've got to play for this player, I've got to play for this player. It's like, okay, I'm the B-site hold, I've got to make sure that everything I'm doing is working for me, and that's exactly what he did in this match. I think the one thing going into the next match we really have to look at is Takas going to have that same level of performance? Because if you switch off a Sage and you go to a Jet, you need to be putting up bigger numbers because you're losing a lot of the abilities that are very valuable, as we saw from Lau.
I mean, before we talk about that map, I just want to say a petition to rate all setups from now on from cheekiness, like how cheeky they are. If they are a little bit cheeky of a setup, or they a big time cheeky setups, like we're used to seeing,
Cheeky
from FPX. Yeah, exactly. From the likes of FPX and Fnatic. But we do have to talk about the next map, of course. Haven is coming up next. Mitch, you said, you wanted, or at least you expected Opportunists, if they were going to take the series, it would be Split and Ascent, and Haven was pretty much going to be a huge uphill battle for them. Now, not securing Split and now having to play Haven, is your confidence kind of like wavering a little bit for these guys now?
A little bit. When you look back at their results versus the top teams, I think a lot of the games come very close over on Opportunist side, and it's not to say that Heretics are untouchable on a map like Haven, but 27-0, I mean, that level of consistency right now, and with them being the highest rated team currently in most leaderboards within Europe, and I think certainly results orientated, I would agree with that. It's tough to say, you're on their favorite map, it's their map pick, they're undefeated on it. I mean, what more can we say? They're definitely the favorites coming into it, and losing the first map is never going to be a positive thing for any team. You have to add on to that even further the fact that they know losing this map is elimination. There's no lower bracket, there's no extra map to play, it's not a BO5. You lose this, you're out, and that's a pretty tough thing to face into coming into a map, as said, that your opponents have played 27 times and lost 0.
Yeah, of course. I mean, losing today is not the end of the world because they will have another qualifier, but you don't want to go out this early. You want to be the two teams that make it through to the Challengers finals, where you can kind of sit tight and also prepare for the Turkish and CIS teams as well. But Tom, you know Heretics very well, and we look at this record on paper and it's obvious that they're good at Haven, but why are they good at this map? What is it that they do that makes them so strong here?
I'll be honest, I think a lot of the time, like you're going to see Avova again being utilized as like an almost solo stack, which is quite surprising, especially previously when he wasn't on an Astra. Like he was doing that even with an Omen, like delaying time. And also, I just think that, again, a previous map we saw as well, they're very good at delaying, especially, well, obviously on the defense. So when it comes down to the rotations that they need to gather, they find the information early and then they get themselves into the spot. And that is very, very difficult to deal with, especially with the level that we've seen. They've got multiple players who can basically just put a site on lock. So it's not going to be easy. I do think Opportunists, like switching up their style a little bit, gives them an opportunity here, like especially bringing in the likes of a Phoenix could make things a bit more interesting, because the toughest match they actually had was versus Ballista, who, well, very explosive team.
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, Mitch, do you have something?
Oh yeah, I'll throw in there. So like
Go for it.
The point I would make here, exactly what Tom said is what I was going to say, which is that, when you look at Ballista currently, okay, they're not doing too hot. They're not making deep runs in tournaments. But I think that the thing that gave them the edge was the fact that they had Batty G, the fact that they had somebody who was able to come out and play super aggressive, was able to use that Phoenix and really open up space for them. So the fact that Opportunists have switched over towards a similar composition, that could be huge for them and actually giving them a leg up in taking down Heretics.
Am I correct in thinking here as well, guys? I think, Tom, I'm sure you'll know that we're going to expect an Avova Astra on Haven as well?
Yeah.
Or have they kind of... Okay, so Avova on Astra on Haven. Well, how different do you think this will be? Because, of course, two very different maps, and he saw some success on Split already.
I think the opportunity here for Astra is huge. Like the fact that we talk about the 3 sites to basically go and plant the spike is massive when you can place utility from any position. Like the fact that he can help out his teammates defensively, but also sell fakes and like pull back smokes and just try and play with their opponents. It was something he was doing in the previous map. I'm almost certain he'll do it even more in this map. Also, for someone like Nuki, it means that he can be set up, as said, from absolutely anywhere, which is terrifying.
It is indeed. We are going to head into Agent Select now for Haven, and just to confirm what both of these teams are pick and choosing, because sometimes we're expecting something and they just throw everything out the window and give us a curveball. Of course, no Yoru yet, Mitch. Sad to hear that, but of course that Phoenix, as you guys expected and theorized, is locked in, and of course Takas once again on the Jet, Mitch.
Yeah, as a skim over there, this is pretty much much how we'd expect it to go for Opportunists. It's the lineup they've been playing. There's no surprises over the last 3 games, and I think this is potentially, in fact, they're going with it. It could be a huge leg up, as I said, versus Heretics. This style, if they can get Hoppy creating space, as I said, this guy, he's got like the 3rd highest clutch percentage. He's not the one we normally talk about. You know, that would be Logan, Takis, and Akuma. They're the ones that have these big flashy plays, but Hoppy is definitely a capable player when you look through the stats. It's just on a round-to-round basis, and that's where you can get value from a Phoenix.
I'm also assuming that they've done their homework here, right? They know Heretics will choose the Haven if they leave the Haven open. So, you know, I'm kind of expecting a level of counterplay, but of course, Tom, on the other side, we don't often talk about the Lao Sage pick anymore because he chooses it all the time. But it is very, very strong on Haven.
Yeah, well, everything they do is very strong on Haven. I think they have one of the best defaults in the entirety of the world, and considering the composition that's currently there for Opportunists, they're going to have to get aggressive and try and break up that default, which I don't want to be the person who has to try and do that, so good luck to them.
Well, Heretics will book themselves a place in the semifinals if they can take this next map, but it is not all over yet for Opportunists. Haven is up next. Tom and Mitch, take us through this map.
All right, Tom. I mean, 28th game now for Heretics. They haven't lost one so far. Do you think this could be the time that they crack? It was OT versus Ballista, and I would say that this team of Opportunists is a little bit better than Ballista, especially in current form. So, I don't know. Do you believe this? Let's talk percentages here, Tom. I know you think Heretics are going to win this, but let's talk percentages. Where are you at?
I'm giving Opportunists a maybe 25-30% chance. Like, it's low.
Ooh.
Like, this is a map they've been incredible on, and although Ballista managed to bring things close, you then look at teams like Ascend losing to them as well. So, yeah, sure, one team that's very explosive and aggressive managed to catch them off a little bit. Nobody else has.
Yep. Well, maybe Opportunists are going to be the ones to finally break Heretics. As I said, they lost a BO5 over in Masters for the first time. They lost a BO3 just the other day for the first time. Maybe, just maybe, this could be the time they lose Haven for the first time. Well, Opportunists will start on the defensive side. This is where they look to make it happen. Heretics picked the map, so Opportunists have decided to start defense. Let's hope that was the right decision. A C-long push to begin things. They're getting very aggressive, pushing all the way down. A dash from Takis as they create some space, and now we're going to see Nukie swinging wide to try and take that angle. They're definitely not going to be getting anything then, actually, because the slow, the smoke, the molly, it just keeps them completely back over on the attacking side.
Yeah, this is as far forward as I think you'll ever see a defensive team go, and Akuma has just come up huge with 3 kills. Just obliterates anybody on the offense, but look at the push from Avova. Oh, he almost managed to thread the needle. It ends up being a crazy kill from Akuma as they will take themselves the round.
Evidently a couple of tech difficulties there, but we're back into players' heads, you know? And it's hard. Yeah, exactly what Opportunists are trying to do right now is get inside Heretics' head, pick their brain, figure out what they're doing, and now we're back inside their heads so we can see things from their perspective. Pistol round under their belt, that is a good start for them, but now they've got to do a little bit more. Oh, that's interesting. I always love, like, it still gets me every time I come around a corner and see an agent just floating. It's like... It's weird. Although I gotta say, Astra's outfit is so damn cool. Like the scarf down the side, definitely the best.
Cosplay coming soon?
Absolutely.
This is aggressive from Bora. Straight through, tries to use the cage, and well, it hasn't gone fantastically well. They haven't invested much into this round, so any costs they can create will be magnificent. And well, it's actually gonna be a turret kill, so I don't know if that one counts. It's a buddy kill coming out from Logan. One thing I will mention from the pistol is it's quite cool that we actually see the Nebula used on the other side of the map. So the bait there from Opportunists was they used the Nebula completely opposite to where they're pushing. So you have a player holding, you have a player waiting, expecting some aggression, and instead they all come running through C. So I think that's one of the most impactful points we have of Astra right now, is the ability to just activate utility anywhere while doing something completely different.
I do love these setups that you have from Killjoy. The fact that you can hold down Garage, you can hold down B, but look at the stars right now. Man, there are enough of them in Garage. It's like a galaxy over there. there. They've already activated a pull and tried for some spams. I do like that attempt. In a round like this, you're versus weaker weapons. You know they're going to be in garage. They're going to be looking for those closer angles. Flash by Hoppy. Oh, that was such a nice setup, but no capitalization on it. Again, Heretics just have the heads-up better weapons. But the fact that, you have a player spotting on long, you try to take that fight, that gives your Phoenix information to flash and make the play. It just didn't work out this time.
No, they've denied the plant at least, though. Nice shock darts coming out from Roden, so that's additional damage at least. Now, we'll say the retake's still unlikely. It's cost that's been caused, which in a round where you're likely to purchase up in the next, it's something. But getting back into this site is going to be so difficult. Every angle covered, a wall holding you out, and facing Nuki, normally someone who you can rely on, but he's actually lost that duel.
And you can see, I'm pretty sure they had somebody over on Angel to actually watch for the players doing a double shock dart lineup coming out from like the B side. But that's where the benefit of those faster shock darts will work, because, okay, you're not going to be able to get the double shock dart when you do it like that, but they can't react in time. The position was so good, the timing perfect, but they're watching it as they take down Roden, and players on A are just going to jump into that spike because they don't want the weapons. They only have the weak ones, obviously, and there's no point taking less money. This is a full investment from Opportunists.
Yeah, this is where things get a bit interesting. Takas straight away pulling out that operator. It's what we wanted to see more on Split, and it didn't really have the impact we desired. As said, like, he had an uncharacteristically quiet performance. Like, if you're going to move away from that classic Sage, especially on Split, and pull up the Jet, he needs to be fragging out. He needs to be finding openers, and he needs to be doing damage. And that wasn't quite the case. However, Haven is a map where I think the rotational aggressive op, it's ridiculously strong. We've seen it since the beginning. I think we'll see it until, well, I don't know, maybe if they reduce this map to 2 sites, it might change a little bit, but I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
For Heretics, they're in a little bit of trouble because they've conceded a lot of map control, and you can see that despite that op picking off kills, it's not the op that's the point man of the A play. It's actually Hoppy, who's now hearing steps on middle and making his way up behind into the window, but he's spotted by Lowell. A shutdown from the Sage covering their back will allow the plant to come in. Again, the shock darts to harass them, but not really find anything, and now the retake. In this position, if you're Heretics, you've got a lot of control. There's stars down for the push out from B. They smoke it instantly, so you can focus out towards A. That is so good. Such a good setup. And Avova now able to fall back and use his star. There's the pull, and he's going to swing afterwards now, knowing that Logan is vulnerable. That is huge. So well played by Heretics from start to finish. They only survive with 3 players, but it's still a clean round.
I'm really, like, I went into today after watching some of the Astra play we've had throughout the tournament thinking, maybe it's not as exciting as everyone thought. Avova has changed my mind. I'm really enjoying every single piece of his utility. Just seems to be so perfectly placed, and he just makes things really annoying. Whenever you're trying to get in somewhere, Logan's just like, oh, come on, man, now I can't move. Now I'm tagged up by the drone. Like, leave me alone. Just let me walk into the site and clutch. That's what I do.
But he even baited him as well. He showed the barrel of his gun. He's like, I'm going to come, don't move. And then, boom, he's popped, he's vulnerable, then they peek in. Or they don't even, they wait for him to push them down. Because Nuke was backside previously, and that space is now open. Like, everything about that was so well played. That made me very happy. Oh, Logan, that's a headshot off, but he's not going to get anything for it. A little bit of damage. I think he right-clicked a little bit too close. Hoppy has managed to dodge the showstopper. Takas didn't, but it opened up the opportunity for him to get a kill. Still, no capitalization. And with weak weapons under their belt, we didn't really expect much from Opportunists, but not a single kill? That's going to give Heretics a lot of credits to spend.
They've also got the Cosmic Divide. I feel like it's very situational, and actually a lot of the spots we had, it was mainly the defensive uses I was more impressed by. I think there was one round I can think of on the attack coming out from Heretics where it was specifically useful. Again, we'll have Takas on the operator even.
Apparatus of death.
He's gonna disappear. He's gonna apparate. But we hope not. At least that is aggressive from Akuma, especially on the agent he's playing. Your Astra just pushing in. That's most of your utility now gone. No more smokes. No more gravity wells. I'm not feeling too comfortable about that style of push, but Takas is well placed and will actually deny any more aggression from Nuki.
You know what? The upside is, okay, Akuma went down, but so did Avova. So that's the utility gone from the attackers, and actually ends up being kind of a worthwhile trade. I think that at least on the attack, you should be getting more value because you can still plug the holes with the likes of your Killjoy. So it's I don't know, kind of 1 in 5 chance. There's no way he knows that he's there, but it worked out this time. Takas up above, nice kill to Pora. That wall doesn't save him at all. It just puts him right on a pedestal. Takas moves to the left side, sees another, but Lal's quick to react. Rubino down to the shock dart as Lal looks to get more, but that flash, it's so well placed. There's another on its way. That's why Lal falls back, but as he heals, Logan executes the perfect flank. Now, good to take this defuse, although it will be Hoppy as he needs to get his ultimate up and online. Just 1 away after taking this defuse. And there's a Reaver Vandal for him as well. What a lucky guy. He didn't even take it. Throw that up. I'd swap the op, but that's just me.
Yeah, you're a bit of a wrong. And also, you don't have Takas as your teammate. I feel like if you had Takas as your teammate, you might be thinking a little bit differently.
No,
then
if it's a Reaver Vandal, I wouldn't be.
You are the analyst of Alliance who has Kadavra, so if you're also making that choice, not the smartest thing in the world. I guess
I'd do it for Kata, alright. Whatever. Mainly because he'd be screaming like, Mitch, gets up! But that was a perfect impression. He won't be offended. 3-3. We're tied up right now, and Team Heretics on that attacking side. We're going to see Avova actually get to survive past the first 2 seconds of the round. There's no crazy play by Akuma. He's got the Cosmic Divide, but as do they on the defensive side. And I'm actually excited to see on Haven now how they're going to be deploying these, because we saw it on Split not really deliver all too much. I don't think there was a Cosmic Divide I was sat there thinking, oh wow, that's such a good use of the ult, but I do feel like it's just generally going to be mediocre. There are some combinations, the most I'll say is some combinations you can use that make it incredibly strong, but it's very situational.
Yeah, you keep your secrets. Well, Roden, strong position, lots of information garnered. They've managed to deny space over onto C, which was the initial plan. They've got a few stars looking to be placed as well for the defense.
You are divided.
There comes the divide. This is going to put Roden in a bit of an awkward
double divide.
spot. He can't really go forward, and in fact, what that means is Hoppy's actually stuck, but he gets away with the battle, wins the duel. It's created a bit of an awkward spot, and the peek back through from Hoppy. Fantastic stuff from him. It leaves Pora alone, and 25 seconds, spike in his hands, Mitch. He's going to try and fake the steps.
Oh, it's so damn good, man. It's so good. Like that, we always talk about the Phoenix wall, the Viper wall. Well, exactly this. You're dead. Oh, he almost got that. That was a haircut for Akuma. But yeah, we talk about those, Phoenix and Viper walls and how the Phoenix flash and the Sky flash through them are so powerful. Right there, we got a preview of what we can expect in the future. Hoppy plays right on the edge of the wall, takes the first fight, even though he was vulnerable, then pops the flash and goes on through. It's so good because remember, that wall also dampens your sound. You can still hear through it at close range, but not like it's very like underwater,
not
right?
In the heat of the moment.
Exactly. It's submerged and you can't pinpoint it enough. So that flash is masked a little bit more, gives you basically no time to react to it. And then, well, he gets 3K out of it.
Yeah, this is something new as well for him as a player. Like, we've seen him more as a controller previously. Now, past the gravity well they go. With a deep nebula, they've been able to take a lot of A control. It almost looks somewhat as if there's a retake setup coming in for Opportunists, but look how deep they've managed to get into C. They know that it's either going to be the B site, where they have all of their utility from Killjoy, or it's going to be A again, where I imagine they're going to go for a similar style retake.
Still just kind of chuckling to myself that we've had Cosmic Divide to counter Cosmic Divide. It's the first. I like it. The push out to side here, the smoke's in play. They're going to last quite a while. Recon... Oh, it might actually spot somebody because they're pressured by Hoppy. I like that combination. You pop the recon dart and your Phoenix flashes through and pushes at the same time. Oh, Hunter's Fury. It's fired out. It's trying to get something done. At least lockdown's destroyed. Hoppy not going to be caught by it. But the wall, it blocks his flash. Now he's in trouble. He's trying to get out, but the slow keeps him in position. And he continues to push. There's a Phoenix ultimate basically destroyed by 2 pieces of utility. That's a massive counter. As they now look to do a little bit more. Avova ready to swing on his teammates' contact. They know they're coming out. The first, the second, Opportunists are tearing them apart. Rubino is stuck towards short and Logan catches him. What is that retake, man? Opportunists did something that a lot of teams have tried. They have tried to push in through lower onto the A site for a retake versus a Sage and versus an Astra. That's a very, very tough push to make happen. And it works for them. Not only works, but it was clean. Heretics have got to be so upset with losing that round.
Yeah, the weird thing is as well is watching this back, it's a dry retake. Like, the only thing down is the Blaze, which I think it's fair to say is probably one of the worst pieces of utility in all of Valorant. Like, it's not a... I'm not sat there going, oh, well, he had the Blaze, so that made the difference. No, help. It's a few second wall that holds them off and does barely any damage.
But it hurts them for like 3 damage, Tom. You know, that can help.
It's almost like I have to almost put that down to Heretics Crossfire. Like, I don't think they should be able to get that far out, 3 players pushing the same angle, without you at least getting a couple of kills.
I'm with you, man, because they did everything right. They avoided the Phoenix ult. They avoided the Phoenix flashes. They avoided literally every piece of utility Opportunists had. They used up, and they got nothing for it. The lockdown, like, everything was gone. So most 99% of the threat of that round was out. All they had to worry about was people taking fights. No way, he's still peeking on that angle. Nuke, are you crazy? He gets spotted by the recon, but he destroyed it and then just stood there like, no one's going to spam it now. That's massive. I mean, they're just picking off free kills at this point. And again, for those of you at home, this is a full buy. You know, Heretics have come in with actual weapons. They're looking to make this work with rifles. And, well, it's been clean for Opportunists so far. Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, Pora feeling like he needed to make some sort of play, and with the time ticking away, I kind of agree. Getting this spike down is going to be impossible, and they look to try and push, but actually the gravity well holds them back a little bit. Avova's only good for 1, and Lau will fall all the same. Opportunists, I feel like they're playing a risky game here, just allowing the A site to go, but so far their retakes and their denial of space has actually been pretty damn good. I'm impressed.
I want to make a point quickly for people that might be relatively new or maybe not used to seeing Astra. It could be their first day tuning in, any of that sort of stuff. And this is something that you said to me yesterday, Tom, something you pointed out to me, which is that at the moment, Astra's utility that you see on the sidebars shows you how many of the abilities she has active. Okay, cool, but it doesn't show you the stars. So in that retake, or before Opportunists had to retake, when there were 3 players alive, Pora peeked into an op, dry. Okay, Nuke, a lot of space and perfectly predicted. This is a weak buy. I thought I'd have time to talk, but maybe not, because they're trading back. They're getting weapons. They might even be getting the sight. Takas has something to say about that, but he's been spotted. Knives out, 30 HP. That shock dart almost takes him down. Logan providing the cover from afar. The right clicks not going to deal the damage as Lowell needs to get that spike. It's being watched by 2, and they hope the information will be enough. Even picking it up with F isn't going to help them really, as Pora should be falling. There we go. Traded out by Robin Hood from the grave. But the point quickly to make it is that in the 3-man hold on A, there were 3 attackers there. Avova, I'm sure someone would be thinking, but he had smokes. Why didn't they smoke it? Why did they peek it like that? Well, he didn't have any stars left, so he couldn't place it and activate it because he didn't have it to place in the first place. So it's just something to keep in mind, that you might look at it and think, oh, they've got 2 smokes, cool. But actually, if they don't have the stars to use them on, it's kind of not for naught.
7-3 defensive side. I highlighted the default from Heretics being so strong in the past. Well, they've been able to take the sites, but they haven't been able to hold on to them in the retakes. That round coming a little bit close, but I think they're going to want to get these last couple of rounds. It's risky again from Akuma, something we've seen a couple of times. Last, he managed 1 and done. This time, absolutely nothing. And now Logan's about to come under pressure. A man who seems to thrive in those moments with support from Roden. The chances, again, is that this will be another afterplan.
It looks like it. As I said, Opportunists love playing from behind, and at this point, they're going to have to, because there's only 2 players left alive. Hoppy does well to at least take out Nuke. He'll look for a little bit more push down by Lowell, leaving just Takas. That operator has done a lot of work so far. but it has a lot more to do. An Astra Star going down inside of the window deters him from pushing up there. Barrel's spotted. He knows there's a player around. A ghost in hand. He won't take even a lick of damage from that, but this engagement, he won't be so lucky. Oh, 2 good attempts. They would have been nice shots. They would have been on his YouTube channel afterwards, but both miss, unfortunately. Still, also, that's the goated knife right there. That, I forget what it's even called. The karambit. Double-edged one. It's beautiful.
It seems like you might have a problem, Mitch.
I like skins, Tom, okay? I like skins.
How much money have you spent?
We don't need to talk about it.
It is an unknown amount to myself, and I shall keep it that way.
For my own sanity.
Oh, he's going to take the fight again. Now, Rubino has been there to meet him. He spotted 2 players, and they're going to throw in the run it back. And, well, it's very quickly run back, as quickly demolished. Multiple players still here. Remember holding on to the garage as well. And Hoppy, he's so low, but he's still battling. He's still brawling and looking to try and escape. Pora will be brought back from the fray. And it was actually a safe res as well. There was nobody able to really capitalize upon it. So a 5-on-4, a low player as well. Opportunist in a bit of a rough spot in this round.
A rough spot indeed, Tom. You know, they waited a long time there on Takas to try and get the shot with the operator, but Heretics were very disciplined in not going for the peaks. They knew after they lost one, they could get the res out, and it's worthwhile with the man advantage sitting firmly in their favor until Takas finally got to pull the trigger on that weapon. Moving to the A site now to support his team, and we're going to have a nice Cosmic Divide. Hoppy in trouble, pressured, and taken down. They don't know about Roden, though. They suspect it. Oh, Cam's going to go through Roden. He's been sold out. They know he's there, and he has to make a move. Catching off Pora on the push-in.
Gets him.
Not quite the expected angle, evidently, but he's still dealt with eventually. Attack is having an operator. No dash. Going through that wall. I didn't expect it. And the timing is ultimately what gets him. Oh, that nade is so good as well. Nukie, he read Logan like a book, and that is 5-7. Heretics doing well to close that one out.
Yeah, there's just situations in games where, like, you go, I haven't really said too much about Nuki for a while, and then he just demolishes everyone. Like, that was a 4K round from him. A lot of it was good utility usage, but also just swinging into angles and finding picks, getting rid of an operator player, even holding for him. It was wonderful stuff. He's why he's considered one of the best players in the whole of Europe, probably the world. We're yet to really find out. 7-5. I think Heretics would have expected a little bit more, if I'm honest. Like, a few rounds with afterplants that I think they should have held on to. And Opportunists doing very well in the retake. Now they go on to their attack. And I think we're seeing some very different strategies here, with ghosts across the board for Opportunists and a lot of utility for Heretics.
Most definitely. Opportunists going in for the very aggressive pistol, shall we say. You don't see it every single day. Camera destroyed, the information given. Wall down. I like this. On pistol, the wall is just so valuable, and that stops them in a number of different levels. Pora, the one to take the aggressive stance into garage, is a bit of a surprise, especially when the wall is up. You know they're not going to be looking anywhere else, but he still manages to do a lick of damage to Takas before falling on back. This time, though, he's not so lucky as Roden deals with him. They get the site and look to get the plant, but it's not on B where they'll do that. It's A instead as they push all the way through, question mark? Looks like they're canceling that call and looking instead to the site where they should be able to get the trade, and now finally a plant. You look at the positions from Heretics, they have 2 players in spawn. I mean, they are flabbergasted. They have no idea what's going on.
God, this is a back and forth. Nice shot from Rubino, though. He's trying to deny them access to this C site where they look to try and get that plant down. Logan has been waiting to see if anybody pushes through the attacker spawn, but it hasn't happened just yet. He'll eventually find his place within the garage. All 3 looking to try and get it on the retake from the spawn, and there's no one watching at the moment.
Oh man, look at this for Hoppy. He's got a teammate to back him up and hits the shot on Anuki. Eventually, Rubino spotted now as the last man alive. The bait, but he's ready for it. His brain is too big. Logan thought he'd catch him by surprise. Luckily, Hoppy's able to finish the round off, but that was close. So well read by Rubino. When he saw that player, he sensed, this guy's toying with me. He's waiting for his teammate. Flicks over, takes Logan. I love that.
These rounds have been so close. It's been a very good map. I was expecting Heretics to come out and almost dominate, and instead, they're looking a little bit flabbergasted. That's what we expect, though. Like, all the top teams are going to be looking into each other, analyzing the plays that are made, and sure, there hasn't been a massive amount of time between the two events, but it seems like a lot of teams have come in very well prepared. Kuma already just going to start barreling his way straight down. I was expecting a lot of Astra players to be fairly reserved, a bit passive, ready to use their utility for the good of the team. Akuma has decided he is the entry fragger at the same time.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach on both defense and offense, but hey, it's working evidently. Shock dart down will deter any further aggression. Another on its way, and these guys are back and forth. It's like an accordion watching them move. Eventually, they're able to make it out, but not much comes of it. As another round for Opportunists. And Tom, we said Heretics were undefeated in BO3s and BO5s, but recently those records shattered. The only thing they're left holding on to, nobody has ever beaten us on Haven. 27 times we've been challenged here. But the 28th, you know, historically, it's the 28th straw that breaks the camel's back.
Of course, yeah.
Would be a very small camel, or a very big straw.
Very big straw. Okay. All right. Well, hopefully it's some sort of renewable straw, if it's that. 9 to 5. This is where, well, Opportunists are in a position where if they can even do damage here, that would be massive for them. Like they come in with a Marshal, SMGs, even a pistol in the form of a Sheriff. It's going to be a very fast take coming out from them, splitting straight through the garage, where in terms of weaponry, they don't actually have that much of a disadvantage. And Hoppy,
okay,
it's been spectacular, but this is a good position. He loses the duel. I thought he had that one dead to rights. Takas has also landed a headshot with the Marshal. This is falling apart for Heretics. It's down to just 2 players, Mitch, and they need to turn this around.
This is such an important round for Heretics, and yeah, that man disadvantaged the weak weapons from Opportunists, but they're delivering. Time is starting to tick away. Porin needs to make a move. He's spotted, but he gets the shot off to Roden. Stuck in a corner, back against the wall, but he bites back. The site now clear. They see that with the cam. The smoke is in play, but they're ready on the lineups. They think they've got it. Sheriffs, Marshals, they do a lot of damage, but not a high rate of fire. Ghost comes out, halfway stuck. Smoke's still up. It's going to go away, and the kills come in for Takas to save the day. Opportunists, they put double digits on the board, and Heretics, oh, they are being left behind in their dust.
I don't want to jinx them. I don't want to do it, Mitch, but if I'm being an unbiased caster, removing all of the previous things I've seen, even removing the fact that I really like this Heretics team, this is looking ropey. Like, they just lost a round that was basically just a fast C hit, very quickly through garage. One of the most common strategies you're going to pull out in a round like this, let's be honest. It should be something they expect, and all over the shop. This is looking fantastic for Opportunists. Hoppy on Phoenix has been huge. Roden as well, like, previously wasn't someone who, like, always played this over. It was switched around quite regularly. He's looked great as well. And I don't think they've really put a foot wrong so far in this match.
No, they have looked clean, and we talked about how the new compositions, obviously with Astra, can change the game so much, and we spoke about the Phoenix and Opportunist approach, compared it to Ballista, and how they managed to take Heretics very close in a 14-12 victory for Heretics. It was the shakiest game for them in recent memory, but I gotta be honest, I thought it was all just posturing, Tom. I thought we were just chatting about potential, you know, trying to give both sides of the story, but really, come on, Heretics lose this map? No, it's their home ground. They know what they're doing here, and they've looked good so far, even with this new composition, but Opportunists, they've brought something different. Roden, again. I saw a thing in chat earlier, instead of Robin Hood, it's Roden Hood, and I think we're going down that road. This guy's got so many damn shock dart kills all throughout this game. It's ridiculous.
Well, actually, that fits perfectly as well, because obviously we kind of assume that there's an organization coming, but as of right now, he is taken from the rich and given to the orgless, so it's perfect.
Yes, very commonly how they used to refer to medieval peasants. The orgless, you know? They're not supported.
I'm not skin. I'm orgless.
I'm orgless, yeah. Well, 11-5. This is unbelievable, and let's paint the picture of how important this round is, Tom. For Heretics, a loss here puts 12 on the board for Opportunists. That represents not just a way back in the legacy of Haven being torn apart, but also a way back into the series for Opportunists to knock Heretics out. Remember, Opportunists' ascent is quite strong, albeit Heretics is as well, but if they do it here on Haven, oh, it's going to be scary. That push on site, the lineup is there! Oh my god, Pora! 2 kills contributing to the third, and this is a shakedown. Roden somehow manages to pull it back. He's going to be spotted, but Logan's here as well, and we said Opportunists like to play from behind, but this is just ridiculous. Hunter's Fury is online, and they might look to get something for it when the recon comes back online, but maybe not anymore. The 1v2 for Roden, you can't really afford to use your ulti and be rushed down. The camera spotted, but hey, there's no Cypher to activate it. They're both on his close left. He can isolate the first fight, but then the wallbang comes through. Heretics, the lifeline they needed is extended. They want to close this out. They don't want to risk a final map to potentially knock them out of the running for Challengers Finals this week.
They've got a long way back, though. I will say that they are a team with that level of resilience. They're a team that has the mental fortitude to turn things back around. A seasoned roster of players from previous games that have been successful in those particular esports. This take, though, it looked done. Like, let's be real. We saw those first 3 kills come in, and I was like, round over, easy peasy. And then another kill with the shock dart, by the way. There's been so many of them from Roden. He's been putting in the prac, that's for sure.
Who? Roden? You mean Roden Hood, right?
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. I was like, wait, have I
messed it up?
Have I been saying it wrong the whole time?
Oh man, look who opens it up this time. And Nuke position given away.
No.
They know when he pops that he no longer has his weapon out. That's so beautiful. A 2-man advantage now for Opportunists as Heretics again have to pull it back on the defensive side. And the problem here is, Tom, they don't have a goal. It's not like, oh, let's go retake C. Oh, they're on their way to A. Get there early. They don't know what's going on. They've got nothing for the players that they've lost. Look at where they were. In B and inside the window in garage. At the moment, they are left gambling. But luckily, it seems like the gamble's paying off. They're moving towards A, and there are a lot of players here. In fact, it's Hoppy pushing forward with that Phoenix, looking to take the duels, and he spots a player close. The trade comes in for the ultimate. That's a free extra player, basically. Vova and Lowell on the back of the site dealt with one after another. Trades can come in. Now they just take the fight together, and there it is. The double swing. 12-6, and Opportunists, they're looking to take this all the way. I mean, 6 rounds in a row, Tom. Heretics are good on this map, but surely they're not that good.
No, I have to say at this point, my belief is gone. Like, it has been a rough match for them for sure, and I don't want to take anything away from Opportunists. I think they've been superb. I think the victory is earned at this stage, and when you look at what's coming in on the other side, it's not great. Like, you've got a couple of rifles. Maybe in the last map I would have said that it was possible, but from what we've seen so far, it's not been the case. And Roden's still thriving. I have a Vova jump spot coming from Rubino. They at least have some information that Takas is here, but that doesn't really tell you much. He's been lurking on the other side of the map for a lot of this game. Now, there's still plenty of utility. A gravity well here could make things quite awkward, but instead, we're going to see the Cosmic Divide just section off this site and allow them to clear all of the early angles.
This is not the kind of round you want to be fighting off against. A Vova on the backside. Oh, I like this. The drone through, you spot the players, but the thing is, if you don't have damage dealing utility, you can't do much about it. Eventually, Shock Dart comes in, and Lao's good for the kill. Hoppy upside, able to trade back a little more as well. Eventually, Lao's good for 1. The man advantage maintains over towards the attackers. As they look to move onto the site, it's only one hope really for this round, and that's the flank from Nuke. He already dealt with Logan. In comes Lowell, taking the timing, but that operator still in play is the one to take the shot, but not the kill just yet. Up on top, what is that? Nukie uses his blast packs to throw him off guard, presuming he was up against the op still, but it's the ghost out that manages to deal damage. Not enough. What a crazy fight, a crazy round, but they hold on at least a little bit longer.
How dare you do that, Nukie? How dare you do that? That's one of the most unbelievable ways I've seen anyone decide to clutch out a round. It's like, you know what? He ain't hitting this shot. I'm just going to go straight over the top. That was a 1v1 that would have ended the map. I respect it, but at the same time, that is one of the scariest things I've ever seen anyone attempt.
And the op shot barely missed as well. Like, I thought it was on. For a second, I thought that definitely hit. I don't know if he dashed too early or what happened. Started moving. I don't know, but oh wow, that came down to the wire is not even right. Down to the atom. Like, oh man,
I'm sweating. That play made
me too.
sweat.
I'm not even kidding. Yeah,
I'm actually sweating.
12-7. Opportunists looking to break Heretics' record. The final record they hold on to here. 5 rounds in a row needed for Heretics. They've done the first. Nukie even shuts down Takas, who's been so instrumental. Again, he just won a 1v1 against this guy, and now he's like, I'm not even giving you a second to breathe, man. Right into the start of the round, taking that fight.
Yeah, the amount we see Nukie use the operator is not massive, but don't doubt his ability, ever. Like, he can definitely work this weapon, and it adds a scary dynamic in. Rubino gonna go peeking. They've caught them in. They've left them in awkward positions, and oh, it's a battle once again behind this smoke, but it's gone the way of Lau. The remaining 2 players not in the best scenario here. Roden trying to sneak his way out, and they are not going to allow for that. They are ready and waiting, and Akuma is left to try and make some more of those big brain plays. Actually gonna divide all on his own using the ultimate. He's gonna go straight through, and Rubino is watching.
Watching, waiting. There'll be no commiserating, not yet at least, because Heretics still need 4 more rounds. Then they'll tell them, good half. 4 in a row. It's tough, but hey, they're already getting 2. Just a little bit more. Ooh, no.
That's the road you're going down? Really?
Oh, yeah. Such a good song, man. On par, and I cannot wait for the next meta when Viper comes in even more, so I can get my Britney Spears out. Anyways, 4 rounds to go. Heretics facing off against a weak buy, and this one should be easy to just laugh off, right? But Takas has got those knives ready to go. The Blade Storm. Well, this could cook up a storm for the defensive side if they give some space for these one-tap headshots. Remember, any range, 1 knife to the head will take you out. And when you right-click up close, all 5 go out at once. It is a shotgun and a sniper all in one.
Oh, information already gone, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Lau just straight up throw out the wall. It'll take them a while to break it, of course, but they're just going to go straight in. Takas looking to be that entry fragger, and see you later, Pora. He's already gone. This could be the beginning of the end as Takas just looks to tear them apart. He's got his teammates alongside him. Rubino, with somewhat of a desperation play, goes peeking in to at least bring it back to a slight disadvantage. The weaponry on their side, but there's plenty to be retrieved.
Oh, there's a crossfire under heaven as well. They're not even checking the close right. 1-for-1 trades. Perfect. As Avova is left alone. He tries to move fast, upgrades the weapon, but it doesn't matter. Hoppy in the back closes it out. 13-8. Heretics, they lose this map of Haven at last. It has been a long run for them. 27 straight maps, but finally they have lost Haven. And Opportunists, they take us all the way to map 3. What an amazing series.
27-1. That's the only thing we need to say. It's 27-1. It is the flawless streak has been broken. An incredible performance from them, and Mitch, it's going to end on a cent. I'm not even sure I want to waste any time here. Can we just roll this through and get on to the next one? Because I am very excited.
You know what, Tom? Me too. I got to go cool down after that game. Let's go to a quick break. When we come back, we're going to be with Sue on the desk for the final map of this insane series. Don't go anywhere.
Got the money in the bank. the money in the bank. Money in the bank. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808. Hit you with the. Hit you with the 808.
The record has been broken and Heretics have been taken down on Haven, and Opportunists are here to shake things up at Valorant Challengers EU. I am Yinsu and I'm joined by your casters Mitch and Tom to break down everything that just happened on that map. Mitch, someone has finally cracked the code on how to take down Heretics on Haven. How impressed were you with that performance from Opportunists?
Unbelievably impressed. I think this composition, I wouldn't even say that they specifically tailored it to playing up against Heretics because they've been playing it for a little bit without fully knowing they would play Heretics. This is a comp that they've obviously believed in. They've decided to pull out. It's not just that, the confidence, the way they play some of these rounds, like Akuma, I don't know what he had in his breakfast this morning, but I will be requesting that he sends it to me. It was unbelievable the way that they approached this, and for Heretics to fall on this map, it's not just a leg up and a way back into the series, but it's also a huge confidence booster. You are the team that has just defeated a 27-0 team on this map. Hey, third map should be easy then, right?
Well, Tom, you're the Heretics, resident Heretics fanboy here. Not something we expected, right? We thought maybe this was going to be a 2-0, but at least, you know, when it comes to Haven, when it comes to that Sage from Lao, and of course now the Astra, it didn't phase Opportunists one bit.
No, for sure. And in fact, I think the main thing I want to point out coming from Opportunists that I was really impressed with is the man on your screen right now, Hoppy. Like, he was incredible. Like, the way that he was utilizing his curveballs to get them back into rounds that looked almost impossible, it just blew my mind how much he was able to get done. And that's before we even really mention Roden, or Roden Hood, as he's now been donned, because the amount of shock dart kills that man was getting was unbelievable. Like, people talk about average Jonas, but that's the thing. He is average in comparison to Roden, because this man was just doing everything he could to stop anything that Heretics came up with, and he had a really good game. He outmatched Nuki, which if you can do that, you're having a great match.
Oh yeah, well, I do hope Jonas is watching, you know, to learn a trick or two from Roden, your boy Roden Hood. I'm getting behind that pun. You know how much I love puns here. But, you know, on the side of Heretics, Mitch, we've not seen them get shaken up like this for a while. You know, even in that best of 5 against Ascend, it was sort of tooth and nail, and we saw them really fight, and we saw, you know, a lot of the reasonings behind what they were doing. But here, it felt shaky, and it didn't really feel like the Heretics we at least know and love on a map like Haven.
You gotta remember, though, with the meta changing so much, it's a team being dominant on a map is a very hard thing to maintain, because you have to do it through so many metas, and that means that you have to have the best read on exactly how the game on that exact map will be played out, but you also don't get to look at your opponents and how they play it. Okay, yes, scrims, but no one's going to play in scrims exactly as they want to in the main game, at least not in one particular game. So it's very, very difficult. You know, you go into tournaments and you will get surprised by what somebody's able to do. And I think when we talk about FPX, that's the team that pretty much consistently manages to shake it up like that. You look at what they did with Viper on Bind. You look at what Fnatic did later with Viper. And it's something that I think it's acceptable that they've lost this 100%. Like, Opportunists played it so well, so I wouldn't even say that they'll feel necessarily like they've kind of thrown away their map or whatever. This is a real learning experience for them.
Well, you know, it's one of those situations where teams do tend to, we have seen them win on the other team's map pick, right? It's not rare. It happens. It happened yesterday. It's going to happen again later as well, whichever game we watch. But Tom, just really quickly before we move on, we theorized a little bit about the Astra on Haven, and now, you know, having seen the matchup again, what did you make of her usage here?
I think there were aspects of it in the first half where I think were really cool. I still think the Cosmic Divide is yet to really show too much. A lot of teams just go, oh, you've used yours, I'll use mine. Like, you've activated your trap card, I'll put mine straight back down to respond to it. Like, it didn't seem like it was something where a lot of teams had like a definite set strategy. Sometimes it's used to try and deny plants, but other than that, I didn't really have too much where I was like, wow, that's completely blown my mind. I think a lot of the time it's the gravity wells, like the way that you can pull players out of position, make retakes really awkward, make your sort of sneaky timings much more difficult. I think that's where this agent's really going to thrive. And of course, it's just the fact that you can place utility from anywhere. Like, on a map like Haven, where there's so much ground to cover, rotations take quite a bit of time, you may even have to go through the B site to do it. it's a solid agent to have, to just be able to go, okay, I'm going to support my teammate from as far away as possible.
Yeah, well, Mitch, speaking of the meta shifting a little bit, have you seen that already? Do you feel like it is going to change? Because we haven't had anything too drastic, maybe like you said earlier, since I guess when Killjoy was introduced.
Yeah, I think 2.06 is going to be where things change the most. Comparatively, because when Viper comes through, then you've got Astra as well. There's going to be so many different approaches that teams can take. And I don't know if you saw on Twitter, but there was a comment recently by one of the Riot devs which said that at the moment they're not looking into agent bans until there's about 30 agents, and that made me think like, okay, yeah, cool. Then I just thought 30 agents, like, I know we always say 6 new agents every year and we know that's going to happen, but 30 it's mind-boggling when you think about the amount of diversity we already have, the amount of different approaches you could take. Like, I could think of 5 lineups for Haven that you could go through and it would be fair enough, right? It's like 30. Good luck to everybody. It's like going to an international Yu-Gi-Oh tournament. You're in trouble. You don't know what anyone else has in their deck. Who knows? Just play your cards. Believe in the heart of them, and all that. I
mean, Mitch, if you think 30 is a lot, you need to try League of Legends. Your mind will be blown at how many champions we have over there. But Ascend is the next map. Again, all three of us, we kind of maybe lean towards Opportunists in the beginning when it comes down to this map, if we were going to reach it. But Tom, we are here. We are going to play the third map. Do you feel like, especially mentally, that Opportunists have done enough that they're going to have an edge here? Or, is it we can't, disrespect Team Heretics because they are still one of the best teams in Europe?
Yeah, I would actually say I'd still favor Heretics going into this map. Like, I think this is a strong map for Opportunists, no doubt, but again, Heretics have proven, even versus the best teams, that they can hold on to it. Sure, they had what I would call a hiccup versus a team like Alliance, where realistically they probably should be battering them. That's mainly just a throw at me. No, I'm kidding. But at the same time, I think it should have been a closer game. The fact that it was so dominant is a little bit of a worry. But they're a strong team. They've been in these situations before. I don't think their mental fortitude or anything is going to be called into question here, because you don't win tournaments by being like mentally weak. You just wouldn't be able to do it. So they've proven themselves over a consistent amount of time. And I think this is going to be another banger of a map.
Well, Mitch, you were leaning more towards Opportunists here on this map. Why is that? Why do you feel like they might have the edge going into this one?
I think that there's so much potential with that team. Don't get me wrong. If I'm to favor Opportunists, it's like a 51% favor. The reality is Heretics, I will say on paper right now, at least the second best team in Europe, possibly the best. I'd love to see a BO5 between them and FPX to sort of settle it once and for all. But when I look at Opportunists, I think they have the opportunity. They definitely do. They've got what it takes individually. They're working on a new game plan so they can kind of surprise people out of the pocket. They're adapting Astra in a very different way, and that's something you can rely on them to do. Then you look at the clutch potential on that team as well. It's insane. We've seen Rodin play incredibly well. Like, I think that as a team, they excite me more than most teams do. So I would love to see them be able to take a crown.
Yeah, well, I agree with you there as well. But again, like Tom said, Heretics is such a big beast. If it was against, any other team, maybe like you said, with the exception of FPX and even NIP, I think we could probably, there are reasons to lean towards one team over the other. But with Heretics, we've seen them do this. This is not the first time they've been behind a little bit. Granted, they're not usually behind, but they have been able to come back. And of course, we are going to head into Agent Select very shortly. But I just want to say that Pora was playing Reyna, I believe, on Ascent, Tom, unless I got that information wrong. But that's just insane to me. I cannot wait to see if they are going to lock in the Reyna on Pora. But that could be a game changer, because this agent has time and time again showed up for this team, whether it's Niso's Reyna or anyone else's Reyna. I personally haven't seen Pora's Reyna, but I'm very, very excited to see it if he does lock it in. As you guys can see, Agent Select, and I'm not going to talk about hovers because they always bait me, and Lau, stop it. But Akuma wants... Oh, whoa, okay.
That's not the same.
Lau just locked in the Phoenix. Tom, want to explain this?
That is something that, I'll be honest, I cannot explain, because this is a man that has played Sage forever. So the fact that he's the one making the change, this is going to be a far more aggressive comp. They're looking to take the fight to the Opportunists. They're looking to match them on their own ground, and I'm even more excited now. They've thrown in an agent. If you go back to the beginning of this game, MitchMan would have almost hit you in the face for even mentioning his name.
My mind is absolutely blown. I did not expect that whatsoever. Well, what I was going to say is that Opportunists are one map away from causing an upset, but Lau is going to play Phoenix. So Mitch and Tom, feel free to discuss that and have fun with this one because I cannot wait.
Yeah, I mean, that's an upset in and of itself, isn't it, really? We're talking about, I thought the talking point here would be Pora playing that Reyna, and I was about to bring some of the insight and, you know, how he likes to play it. I've been looking into, obviously, like Alliance at a match versus them recently, so I've done a little bit of research on these guys. But tiny bit of a switch up there, you know? He's back over to a Killjoy. You've got Nuke, he's coming off the Jet, going onto the Raze as well. Like, so the point I'll make here, Tom, is that these guys said after losing to Alliance, like, I remember Rubino on Twitter, you know, it was too warm, it was too cold, too much coffee, too little, whatever the excuses were. But one of the things that they said as well was that, oh, you know, we tried some new things. And that new thing that they had tried in the series was a Sky instead of a Sova. That's not, like, if you say you lose a map because of that, you're a bit insane. This, on the other hand, that's not a new thing. This is, what's going on? What is this? It's a bit crazy.
Yeah, this is also a map as well where it's not even like Phoenix is a particularly popular agent. Like,
no.
It's not one where we've gone like, oh yeah, Haven, like Phoenix, you play it on that. No, this is new. This is different, but it's exciting. And that's all I really want from Valorant. That's all I really want to see in this series. We are getting into our third and final map. One team will be eliminated from the first stage qualifier, and it is a fast take into A, Mitch.
It is indeed. Team Heretics looking to hold off outside of A, and I mean outside of A, because they're nowhere near it. A clean blitz, a 5v5 retake to be mounted if this spike ever actually goes down. The flash coming out early. There's the spike planted. Taka spotted, jumps up top and gets two. How does he get away with that? Not even a scratch on this attack. 5 men alive, and Avova shut down. What's just happened? They knew he was there.
All right, damn. Just not even going to get a single kill in the pistol round. I see how it is, Opportunists. You don't give them the chance to even get anywhere near the site. And this is the thing that I think is so exciting about this Opportunist roster. Sometimes the plays that they make are just like, let's just go straight basic into the site and we are just going to brawl with them. And we see that a lot in their pistol rounds. A lot of the time it's screw utility, we'll go in with the ghosts and we'll just out-aim them. And that's what they've done.
Tom, I don't know that I'm ready for this map. After the series so far, the agent selection, and now that round right there, I don't know what Takas was doing. I don't know if he lives on a different plane of existence to me, if he's like Yoru, but I don't know how he got up on top of that box, how he got 2 kills, and how he survived it. My mind is blown, officially. That's unbelievable. For Heretics, on the defensive side, they've gone for a bit more of a proactive A approach this time, Tom. 4 players here, 2 on site, 2 up in heaven. But they don't spot anybody early on. At least the information fades very quickly from the noise that they heard, and now they're starting to spread back out, realizing the B side is a teeny bit weak. Wanting to push down middle and get a little bit of info, they spot nobody. But, well, heavy rotate. Very heavy.
That's a shame. The initial setup was decent. Okay, Nuke just gone peeking into mid. That's going to be Logan down. They can at least try and make this one costly. And Takas maybe a little bit more hesitant now. Nuke's found a second. Now, you can't keep giving this man individual jewels. He may have had a slightly quieter map, although still top of his team, but you don't want to give him extra space. Takas, he's going to look to try and reclaim some of it. A pick back. Roden's position is going to be tough to break, but again, it comes into a close scenario. Lau, on his newfound love for Phoenix, will not do anything. 2-0. It will be Opportunists converting the round, but we'll have to see how much they invest here, Mitch, because they could come in with the extra rifles and take this as, or basically a normal round and not as a bonus, or maybe we'll just see them go with some pistols.
I do feel for them as well over on Heretics, because not only, as you said, the initial read was perfect, they moved to B, but they also wanted to like put a recon down on B, presumably, waiting for it to tick back up. You pop that recon, you can rotate immediately. When you see B main is cleared, leave a 2-man hold, you've got 3 on A. But the timing, there's a like 15-second window there where Opportunists can run onto A for free, and they were perfect on that timing. Now, at this point, Pora, I think that alarm bot's going to be gone as well. They know that it's in that position pretty much. It's a very commonly placed spot, and they heard it be put down. But the dash through might just take it away anyways. Here comes Takis straight onto the side. Akuma dealt with right away. Nukie just going to back off at this point. Doesn't need to stay there and fight any longer, and the nade is just to deter them and do a little bit of damage if he can. But you always got to be careful. When there's a Jet and you hear that she doesn't want you in her way, well, it's time to back off. Play this one as a team and hopefully trade out those knives. Roden. Oh, Roden, he takes the knife out at the wrong time. That's a punishment and a half from Pora. Advantages all over the place here for the defensive side. Now they just need to execute on it, but good space taken by Takis. He gets there so fast. Rubino hadn't got a clue from range.
No.
Logan able to get him. Hoppy stunned them all, but the knives don't land, and so Logan's got to do it. He hasn't got the right weapon for the job. Look at the damage he did, though. 45, 24, 59 with a Spectre. If that was a Phantom, that's another big 1v3 clutch from Logan.
Yeah, this shouldn't have even been close. Like, that's one of the weakest bonus rounds I think I've ever seen. Like, it was almost completely pistols, and it's only at this moment where Takis gets a kill where I'm like, well, maybe it's somehow possible. Logan spray alongside Hoppy, it was too close for comfort again. And things looking a little bit shaky. The fact is, though, financially, it's not going to be too bad of a spot for Heretics. They do keep the majority of their players alive, but they now come up against a proper purchase. And the start that Takis has had, this could be a game changer, because he had a bad first map, a decent second one. If he goes off on this one, we could be seeing them making it through to the next stage.
Deploying drone.
Shot.
It's horrible.
Placing sentry.
Over, not with the greatest weaponry either, but he's just going to deny. Use the Nebula. They're going straight through it, though. Takis gives him that close-range battle, and Avova, well, he'll welcome it. Nice shot from Nuki as well. Don't think that was ever going to miss, and they clean that one up like nothing ever happened. A flawless round out from Heretics. They can upgrade some of the weaponry as well, and maybe some of the shakiness of the last round. Wow, that's completely gone, Mitch.
Placing swarm grenade. Bomb buddy out.
Reeved sight and... Oh, that's such a simple mistake, but it costs you...
Oh, Nuki is going to look to try and do something here. This round is looking rough, but he's found a quick kill. He's got to be careful of the man above, but actually the flash forces them back. Akuma, however, will pick off another and allow... Well, maybe the Phoenix isn't for him. He couldn't quite get there. That's not what you wanted to see, especially in a 1 versus 4. This round is over, and I'm going to be honest, Mitch. That's a round that if you're Heretics, you've got to expect that. This is Opportunists. This is Opportunists on a weaker buy. Like, they do this regularly. Fast, aggressive A takes, and what was it? Was it Pora? Which just in no man's land.
That Molly's been spotted. They know where he is. He's gone. Tak is just... Because we saw just before we switched to third person that Lau had popped a Molly on the corner to heal up, right? So in case he gets pushed, but that Molly instead... It's pretty big. It's pretty loud. So they hear it. They know exactly where he is. And Takis just easily swings and kills him. That's the weapon lost as well. I do think for Lau, though, he wouldn't have won that. It was a 1v4, right? It's a very difficult round to win. Better that he misses the flash there than when all of his teammates are up in heaven and he blinds them.
Yeah.
That's... I mean, let's look at the bright side at least.
Lau yet to frag. Rubino in the same spot as well. This has not been the start that they were looking for. Roden, at least. Looking for a little bit of early information. Takas as well, just taking the control into middle, but Avova this time is not going to allow them to have that same sort of A presence. However, they're looking for a fast split down mid. Pora is so blind. Nothing he can do there. And this leaves just one man defending the entirety of B.
Off your feet!
Well, Tom, that B site certainly under threat as Takas closes in. The stuns on Rubino. Oh, and I thought he was going to get away with it still, but no. Dealt with. Nuke flashed up. Low HP. Blast packed out of there. It's a Superman move. Oh, Avova maybe going to be the real superhero of this round, though they're back in it. They're back alive. The man advantage put back to evens, and with Takas being so low. Okay, oh no! The kill from Roden that makes it much more difficult to utilize. Avova moving out to the safe spot inside of B main. He'll have a slightly better angle to approach on from here, but the time is now quite low and a bunch of kills to find. Takas on the back. He's going to be wall banked down. A good pre-fire by Lal early. They'll move to the side to get a little bit more. Wall goes up, and it's not really covering anything. Roden Hood doesn't need his bow and arrow because he's got a gun.
I think it would have made it a bit of a more aggressive and scary story if that was the case. He just pulls out the gat halfway through, but yeah, it is Opportunists taking themselves a 4-2 lead, and thus far it's been some of the more basic strategies for them that have been working, like the fast take into middle, again, something that both them and Heretics like to try and do, the split through, which, well, normally works slightly better if you do have a Sage available to you, but they didn't seem to struggle whatsoever. I want to give credit over to Hoppy as well. Like, so far, his flashes have been on point. Like, we've been seeing so many players from Heretics just left in no man's land and completely blind. This from Pora, though, is a complete change. He's going to go pushing into mid, and actually, he's able to get out of there. Escapes without a scratch, but he's left a snake in the grass, Nuki behind.
You are divided!
Well, the map is divided, but the players are not. Team Heretics very much focused on the A site, but look at this push coming through by Nukia. You see him over towards mid, but he decides instead to back on out. Yeah, as soon as he's seen on range by Roden, it's like, ugh, you're going to do 145 to the head, and it's not worth it trying to get 2 bullets to connect on range with 1 headshot out of those with a Sheriff. It's just not going to happen. What I don't like versus the pistols is what Roden's doing, because look at that. The second that he gets a kill, they're all like, go kill him. Let's just go get the weapon. Easy peasy. Now they've got a Vandal there and a Vandal down on bottom mid, or, well, the middle of mid, being picked up. Pora manages to connect a kill with it, and that mistake, oh, it could come back to bite them. The turret not spotting Logan up close. He's not good for more, though, but Takas closes the round out, thankfully. Still, Tom, look at what they came into this round against, and they survived with 1 player. It's close, but no cigar for Heretics.
Yeah, a solid round from Pora, especially. Like his aggression, peeking back through mid, using the solo rifle to do a lot of damage, having teammates almost go out to try and give him that advantage in the duels, but unfortunately, I think it's actually the turret that almost loses them the round. Like they could have had a much easier kill onto Logan, but instead he's able to just dodge it, knowing exactly how that turret works, of course. And 5-2, a solid start for Opportunists. And they're going to come in with a comfortable purchase nonetheless, and Takas again. This Blade Storm has been a bit of a menace for Heretics so far, and Nuki, this is horrible. Just getting bombarded with utility. They know exactly where he is. In fact, Lau's going to come out again. He's going to flash himself. The curveballs are just going completely wrong, but it seems like he's getting away with it. Rubino traded out in mid, but it's worth the trade because Lau comes out on top, and Avova is patiently waiting for anybody to try and make a play through the smoke.
Logan creeping up triggers the alarm bot. They know that he's here. That's such an easy fight now because he's low HP, and Nuke even gets the headshot. Takas moving to the B side. He'll cross over. No, he won't. He's actually going to go all the way into spawn, and Nuke is low. This is a very favorable duel for him if he can isolate it. He has the updraft, but that player's right beside the wall, instead creeping around behind. Oh no! That almost went sideways pretty quick. But the kill goes his way. Now side is his. A player quickly moving into main, and that's Lal. He might be able to catch it down the alley. He's on his way. Oh, that's a good position. Takas doesn't expect it. He was given an opportunity, right? A little bit of a whiff shot by Lal as well, but in the end, it goes his way. Heretics, they take it to 3.
honestly, there were so many scary moments in this round that I think I'm going to need a new pair of trousers. Because like, just Lau flashing himself as he tries to make his way through short, the missed knives coming in towards the end. Again, it has to be said, solid use of the gravity well to just pull him into an angle where, like, sure, maybe if he hits the instant headshot with the knives, but I think you're just in such an awkward spot trying to plant the spike. Heretics, they scraped through a round. Economy-wise, both teams in similar positions, so we're not going to see any pistols in just yet. Rodent with his ult, but it's mainly the look at Heretics. The Divide available, Hunter's Fury, and also the Lockdown. They're in a solid spot if they need to retake.
That they are. The drone coming through, going to be able to spot out a couple of players, and in fact, I think all three. Don't know if the flash popped quite in time. That could be huge information to play off of, and indeed, I think they got it, because look at this. Immediate rotate towards the B site. Swarm down to cover out the right corner. I love that utility commitment. They've managed to make it up close. They can close the door if they want to. They're looking at the site very, very quickly. Pora under threat, under pressure. He somehow isolates a second kill. Now even more 1v1s, but this time Hoppy is able to close it out. Man, disadvantage. Great hold again by Pora. He's been so consistent, even when he's being pincered by multiple players, but Roden caught on the flank. The advantages managed to thin out even further. Player blocked out in B main. Recon actually going to see the player, and despite a good bait, it's not going to work. Kuma only good for one. That's unfortunate for Nuke. Go on, do it. Do it.
You can tell right now as well, he's just like, I could kill you. I could take this defuse. I want to get my ult points back, you know?
Say something nice about me now.
Oh, 5-4. A much better round as well. Pora, I feel like he's put in this situation an awful lot where he has to basically hold down the side, but it's something he is so very good at. The reason we spoke about him earlier being potentially placed onto Arena is because in terms of individual skill, this man's off the charts. He's off the chain. So, didn't happen today. Well, again, we are looking at the purchase coming in. Hoppy actually going to have to drop down to a Guardian, but that hasn't been too much of a burden for them thus far. And again, they look to try and battle into mid. The finance is not really there for an operator to come out, but it's not something that, as said, Nuki uses too often. Lau, you need to get the distance of those curveballs down. It has now been 3 that we've spotted. I feel like the observers are doing him dirty.
Like, oh, he's got flashes. Let's see what he does with those. No, but look, it can happen in the early days of playing with this. Lau backed off that wall. It gives him nothing to really work with at this point. Luckily, Rubino hadn't been spotted. They were looking elsewhere, and this attack, it's crumbled. Akuma left alone. He's got the Reaver Vandal. I wish I had. As he moves towards the side. Oh, that's unfortunate. He's just double peeked. That's something I'll say Heretics are very good at. They don't get carried away with like, oh, there's a guy here. I'll go quickly and get it. They take those fights together. Okay, we see Logan get the kill. Or not Logan, sorry, Pora, but he has the trade there, right? You have another player down the bottom. Rubino swings at exactly the same time. They're never taking 1v1s, it feels like, unless it's essential, like Pora backside.
Yeah, they were very ready for that take as well. And also, Hoppy did actually commit the Rolling Thunder. So there was quite a bit actually invested into that round for Opportunists, and they really didn't come out with much at all. In fact, that was almost their economy-saving round. So from what was looking like a quite damning position for Heretics, they have brought things back once again. As said, mental fortitude of this squad, you can never count them out, but they've had struggles in rounds like this. We saw them earlier lose to the pistols. Now, there isn't a Blade Storm, and in fact, it's actually the Nano Swarm that is going to find the first kill.
With Akuma already taken down the 5v4. Whoa! Prompts out the Hunter's Fury, which catches Logan exactly and clears down below. This is great, because now if they just pop that flash... Oh, you need to stand closer than that. If you pop that flash, they're going to feel so comfortable to just rush out and take those fights. Lau... Okay, there we go. That's it. Yeah, he goes a little bit further just in case. I appreciate it when the mistakes have happened. But now they've managed to sneak underneath. And this might not be expected. Oh, but never mind. He's out in the open. Hoppy's dealt with right away, and the defuse comes through.
Yeah, these are the sort of rounds that, if you are a Heretics fan, that's exactly what you want. Calm, collected. Sure, the plum goes down for the opposition, so they get a little bit of extra cash into the next round. But it's not really going to be something that bothers Heretics at all. And now they can come in with whatever purchase they want. They've saved absolutely everything forward. And this was clean. This was exactly what we want to see from the roster. In fact, so much so, I think Opportunists are actually coming in with a pause of their own. So a little bit of time taken. And the lead also into the hands of Heretics. Of course, for anybody who doesn't know, the loser of this game is out. We'll have to go back through the second qualifier, and I'll be honest, like, there's so many teams that we saw didn't make it through, yours being one of them, but also we got the likes of G2, Liquid.
Thanks, Tom.
It's a scary time to even head. In fact, I haven't mentioned Ascend, which they are the champions of Masters 1. So they are a team that you could potentially match up against. You do not want to be in that second qualifier.
Absolutely. Yeah, making it through now. Will even winning this game and then getting knocked still puts you in a higher seed, which makes it much less likely that you have to play Ascend or any of the other top teams. So definitely something to win either way. But for Heretics, after winning the first map, losing this series would be heartbreaking. Typically, they're getting a lot of rounds in the attack as well, so I think that they're in a pretty comfortable spot. Even if, oh, here we go. Old push. Lau, he's shut down. And that's one of the problems, right? You run into 4 or 5 players like that, they're just going to pre-fire you. But the upside is he has the info. That's given away anyways by the lockdown coming into play as Heretics look to defend a very passive retake, but the player's being spotted down below. I'm afraid he is just dead. There's no way out of there for Evova.
Yeah, they also had counter utility up on Heaven to deny the gravity well, pulling players back. The stun, but it's actually a boombot kill. Rodin takes his opponent with him, and now we even see the counter lot as well, trying to force them into these back corners. The spike is planted again. We're going to see Takaz jump up above. This man has no fear, and in the meantime, his teammates are spamming through Rubino without a hope in hell. Solid after plant from the side of Opportunists, and you know what, Mitch? I think this is about right. We go in on the half, 6-6.
Speaking about the after plan, you know, this isn't something that they've necessarily rehearsed for every round that they push the A side. This is a direct answer to the lockdown that comes in from the defenders. They then decide over on the Opportunist side to stack up underneath, to pop flashes, to spam, but most importantly, to have Takaz jump up again on that position that we saw him in the pistol round find that double kill from. He jumps up right as Breach flashes and manages to pick off a couple, do damage, and feed info to his teammates so they can be more accurate on their spams, because you know at this point that the position they want to push from when that lockdown comes into play is from Heaven. They want to secure the site, and the only place they're really worried about is that corner underneath Heaven. And so that's where they go and completely destroy them on the run out. I love that reaction and that read from the now defensive side of Opportunists.
Aura, he's just walking it all the way down mid. This is something that Heretics will do regularly. They love their mid control, they love their boathouse control, and they're going to go splitting through. Now, there's still a player at the back of the site, but again, the pressure is going to be on Logan, and that's 2 players who've just burnt down incredibly low. Fire hurts, guys, and good luck to Logan. He's only going to be able to get 1. They are holding this Nebula as well. Nobody making it back into the site before the plant.
Can you tell people don't usually play versus Phoenix? I mean, the columns there had to be coming up much quicker. There's a molly on the floor. Don't stand inside it. You know, pretty basic things. Left into a 2v3 because of it. Takaz has been so big in the pistol rounds. He's got Hoppy to support him, but no flashes, no stun even. The fault line is completely out of the game for the next 12 seconds, which is most of this round. They've got to go and take some fights. There's a cloud burst and dash. Takaz cuts the dash short and manages to find 1, but another double awaits him on the back. Oh, that's a very early peek coming out. Oh, what? Takaz gets them both. Oh, that's a mistake that's going to hurt Heretics and haunt them for the rest of this map. The pistol goes to Opportunists.
That's unbelievable. And the thing is as well, you look at the way they tried to play that, they wanted to double peek him. I think it was slightly miscommunicated in the timing of it, but even still, they line up and just both headshots for Takaz. I mentioned him in the first map. It was underwhelming, to say the least. In this map, he's currently up to 19 kills, and we are entering the second half. An unbelievable performance, the difference maker, no doubt. And while you can see that on the other side of things, Mitch, they're not happy about this. It is a force buy coming up from Heretics.
Oh, yeah, they're not happy about letting that one go. And you know what? I'm not even... Oh, God, Takaz, hello. Early tag for free, and he gets out. He gets hit up by a Spectre, but on that range, it does nothing. Tapped in the toes, it seems like. Oh, the reload! It comes in at just the wrong time. Flash in play. Hoppy wants to trade it back. He gets himself 1. Another flash to try and re-engage, and he's going to... Oh, that's so good. Peek with his teammate. Takaz sprayed through the smoke with the ghost, and they make it look easy. Did you say that was a force buy, Tom? Because it looked like an eco. Only 1 player lost for Opportunists as Heretics now forced down to the weaker by again. But I was going to say, in that previous round, that 2v1, I'm not even going to critique them that much because, okay, yeah, they were a little bit off on the timing. They could have coordinated better on the peaks for sure. But there's no way you think he hits both of those shots. Come on.
Takas is shining. It's good to see him back on that jet. Something we didn't really highlight too much going into the pre-show is actually the change bring Jet back in previously for Nuki, but he's on his raise as normal, maybe just trying to throw people off, but it hasn't worked out this time. Now, they do get an opening pick. Takas, we've hyped him up over the last few rounds. He's been brought back down to earth. It's not going to be much of a retrievable weapon. Now, they can't afford to let this one slip. They're in a good spot at the moment, Opportunists, but we know Heretics can pull out any round.
Oh, Hoppy. Oh, you nasty, nasty boy. He gets inside that smoke. They had no idea. Dodge it. Well, gets hit by the flash, but waits it out outside the smoke. In the meantime, Vova gets a double on the site. Now it's all down to Rodin. He creeps in through the smoke. He tries to get under the door, and he gets a kill through it. Time bought, but 10 HP. He received a lot of damage, and with 2 players left to go, and with a weapon that does not one-shot headshot either of them, that's going to be tough. He wants to creep out on site, hoping someone gets spotted, but they don't, waiting for their move. And at this point, surely he loses this one. They go out, and it's an easy wallbang, even with a Spectre. Oh, wow.
How? How did they just walk into the site with Sheriffs and just dome 2 players, make it look easy, and Heretics are right back in this? Like, we were starting to build the storyline of Opportunists, like, getting themselves into a strong position, but it's gone. Just like that. And they will have a purchase back into this round, Mitch, but a round like that can break you.
It even started out so terribly as well, because Takas with the Marshal, he wanted to push up B main. He got flashed on the perfect timing, so he couldn't see a thing. He tried to dash out, but he dashed into the corner of a wall, like a pixel, and got caught on it. And that was it. He was done. Done for. Lose a player straight off the bat, and, well, you got pressure on B, you've got to rotate, you lose a lot of control. One man pushed up A, the other covering him, that's short open, they get in, and it's all over and done with. It was a very nice round by Heretics. But they took advantage of Opportunists taking some aggressive positions. Now Opportunists with the rifles. This is where they need to make it work. Takas, I'm surprised, honestly, that he goes for the Operator at this stage. With one of his teammates, especially being Akuma, who liked to play so aggressive, being on a Spectre, I probably would have preferred him just, allow him to have a proper rifle. Your, I don't know, the Vandal, I guess. It's what they seem to play with for the most part. And Takas popped the knives, but hey, with that Operator, he's been sick. But holding the A side, it doesn't look like he'll get many opportunities. And in fact, Tom, there's 3 players towards A, including the Killjoy. So they have very little to defend this B side. This is the weakness of the defense, and it's exactly where Heretics are going.
Yeah, the initial read they had seemed decent, but the rotation coming in, they did set up for this retake. And they do have the Rolling Thunder available to them. In fact, that's going to deny the push completely. And the peek back out from Hoppy. This Killjoy is going to do absolutely nothing because now the defenders can already start their retake. They can already start to put pressure on before the spike's even gone down. They're second to spare, but the second lurker Empora has done so much. The push through, they almost line up. And Rubino, he's got to get onto that spike. He needs to get it down right now, and the knives come through from Takas. He will clutch out the round. The ultimate combination from Opportunist, and they will steal themselves a 9th.
That is disgusting. I mean, as much as Heretics had no right to win the previous round, this one here was looking set to be theirs with all the kills that came in, but the lineups, the knives, Blade Storm, updrafts, I mean, well played by Takas. Fantastic round, Operator saved, no plan for Heretics, and all in all, this is, it's like, I feel like whoever chains the rounds together first just breaks the mentality of the other team. Like, they're winning rounds they shouldn't be, and now in this one, it becomes a fairly even fight with some of the players. Like a Vova and Nuki, they get their proper weapons out, but they're still lacking in a lot of the weaponry departments. They have to run it back as well. I'd be interested to see if they decide to pop that. Certainly if things start to go their way. If they find an opening kill, I think he gets a weapon and they rush on. Oh, he already has one. Never mind.
Yeah. And it seems like they've decided to take a bit of a risk here.
Yep.
Allow I would assume he is going to do something with it here. Otherwise, this weapon purchase seems like an incredibly big risk if you're not going to actually commit to it fully. Now again, early A control. Nuki back in his classic lurk role. They're going to take the initial control in towards A, and all the utility that's currently there defensively is sat on that B site. So maybe expecting more of the same after such a close round. That is something that Heretics like to do. And in fact, we're going to see the divide, and now the push through, but see you later. That ultimate achieves absolutely nothing.
In a way, though, it opens the space. It takes the operator off the angle. Now, look, oh, this is so good. He doesn't check behind him. Akuma up close to the wall, catches them off, and even more going his way. A triple as the flash completely blinded them from Rabina, or from Hoppy, excuse me. That is an insane start for Opportunists. The spike not planted, time on their side, operators still in their hands, and a fair bit of utility to get back into sight. Recon Dart, I think, is up in just a couple of seconds for Roden. Man, you have got to be really hurting right now if you're Heretics. They took a gamble on this round, and it hasn't paid off so far. It's Lowell and Rubino left to make it work. The jet dash in the open. Lowell tries to catch the second man in, but they get nothing done. And Opportunists, they reach double digits.
I think that's definitely one of the better cosmic divides that we've seen throughout, well, the history of Astro, which may not be very long, but the fact that they utilize it to just section off the whole site. Like, there's no way you can plant without running through, and that's what they try and do. But they actually go over the top of Akuma, and then this flash was unbelievable. Like, so many players blind. Lau actually has to try and swing just to make sure he doesn't lose his whole team in a single swipe. There's a few moments now, in fact, in back-to-back rounds, where although Hoppy has not got the kills, I feel like he's won it for them.
Yeah, oh, 100%. His flashes have been on point, and we talked about
Thunder as well.
Just the previous, the last round of the previous half, the reaction to the lockdown that came in on A, that was him flashing and presumably being the point man on that. No way, Takis! No way! The first, acceptable, normal. The second, he wasn't even trying to take that fight. Oh, it's so good! So not only does that player hold up close, but the smoke, it was being recalled. They were pulling back the star, so it only lasts 1.5 seconds. Then boom, player inside it gets a free angle. Pora left alone. The rifles that they invested into are getting nothing done. And again, Team Heretics, they're struggling to get. It doesn't matter what side of the map they go to. Opening duels are something I said Opportunists rarely manage to connect when we were on the desk earlier. I said these guys, they love playing from behind. In fact, they win games where they have less opening duels won than their opponents. But right here, that is not the case.
It looks even better the second time around. It's funny that we have almost gone, again, from talking about Takis as like someone who needed to perform better if he's going to go back to this jet, to him being by far the best player in the server right now. It's not even comparable. The way that he is currently playing is unstoppable. We haven't needed the clutches from Logan because there's not been that much to clutch. It's only been the rounds that he was left alive at the end, and he still manages to bring them home. Rubino, this is an early ult. He's going to throw in the Hunter's Fury to try and clear out the back of the site, but look who's waiting. It's Takis. He is this time flashed off the angle, but he's able to escape.
Recon to go through and confirm if they're still inside of B main. It won't get that far, but I think it's definitely going to spot one player, the pistol in hand. But the information is hard to really react off of. That's unfortunate for Nuki. He gets a little bit of information up top, but only seeing that it's clear, not exactly what they wanted. They want someone to react on, someone to burst onto. Playing with the weaker weapons here. Oh, they need to find duels on a relatively close range. They need to find ones that they can outnumber their opponents, and running into someone like Takis who can pick you off and then get out of there so quickly is not exactly what you want, albeit he doesn't have his dash, but still. Oh, Hoppy, hello, out into the open. He's taking close range duels, and they line up for him. Oh, not even giving them an inch on this eco. Evolve, oh, what? He's got a rifle in hand. Roden's quick to take him down, but a 3K that almost turns into a winnable round. Heretics, they didn't really expect to do that much in the previous, but they nearly get away with murder.
I feel like Avova's been on the pistol DM. The sheriff shots have been ridiculous over this match. Just the adaptation, the correction to get himself back. But this is it. Heretics again, just like the last map, needing a 5-round streak to just survive, just to get to OT. Otherwise, this is something I didn't think I'd be saying. our grand finalists from Masters 1 will both be out.
Yep, potentially. And it's not because of some weird stuff going on, right? It's Opportunists are playing so damn well. This is...
You should run.
I mean, we knew it about NIP, but I said even when I pick Opportunists to win this series, I'm 51% positive. You know, it's a damn tight series, but Heretics,
and it needed split.
Weak. Yeah, and they needed split, right? Exactly. Cosmic Divide to counter Cosmic Divide. They're again going to look for these flashes to come through. An angle needs to be kept, but Akuma just goes out. They don't even need flashes. Akuma, another triple. He seems to be able to use these Cosmic Divides completely against his opponents. Roden, okay, he's not going to get away with it this time, but Nuke's 30 HP after that engagement. Cosmic Divide will be fading, and now in the open, Pora gets tagged as well. They know where both players are. They smoked them off. 40 seconds remaining. Akuma going to look for the ace in the final round. He's got the bullets to do it.
One enemy
And the player's about to run on through, but Logan steals it away. It's a 4K for Akuma. It's 13-7 for Opportunists and 2-1 as they take this series and eliminate Team Heretics.
Unbelievable. Of course, for any Heretics fans who might be panicking, thinking, oh, what, they're eliminated? No, they still get another chance. There's still another qualifier. But as we've mentioned, there are some pretty fierce competitors who are going to be waiting for them. And Mitch, I'm blown away. Like, to lose your map choice of split, come back, break a record of 27-0, and then go into the third map. And man, Taka's had one of the best performances I've ever seen him have. That was truly incredible. And I know that soon you're going to be bringing up like MVP performances. It's tough because after the first map, he was a little bit quieter, but in the third map, no one could touch him.
Yeah, absolutely. That third map, he showed up to an extent that I think I hadn't seen from him. You know, you say it's one of the best. I think it's the best performance, hands down, versus this team, versus in such an important game. I mean, come on. I said Opportunists are one of my favorite teams to watch, and you see exactly why here. It was gorgeous from start to finish. And Tom, I got to say, for Heretics right now, all the records are broken, but they've got another shot, as you said, going through the open qualifier now. It's going to be stacked, though, isn't it? Because there's so many good teams in this next open qualifier.
Yeah, for sure. Like, you've got the likes of G2 and Liquid who are still going to be down there. Ascend are now down there. As said, both finalists are going to be down there from the previous Masters. We really are seeing the depth of Europe once again. And honestly, Mitch, I cannot wait.
No, I can't wait either. And I know we're going to talk to Sue in a little bit. Before that, we have a break. But before that, we got to talk to you about the MVPs. We got to mention that there is a vote over on Twitter that you guys at home get to go and participate in. There's 3 players up for nomination, and those are going to be Logan, Takis, and Roden. If you think one of these guys deserves it, let me be honest, if you think Takis deserves it, which you should if you watch that game, head on over to Twitter at ValEsports_EU and make your vote. Hey, if you want to vote for someone else, go ahead. I mean, Roden Hood played incredibly. Logan on that first map, unbelievable. Takis last map, oh, beautiful to watch. I mean, definitely a competitive vote right there. My vote's for Takis. I don't know about you, but let's talk to Sue about it after this break and see who her pick is. We'll be back in a little bit for game number 2.
a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts.
And welcome back to Valorant Challengers EU, where Opportunists have just eliminated Masters finalist team Heretics. I am now joined by Opportunist Hoppy for a quick post-match interview. Hi Hoppy, welcome back to the show. Always great to see you. Right off the bat, I need to ask you about that Haven, because 27-0 going into this game for Heretics. They have never lost on this map, and you guys took them down. Tell me what your game plan is, and how did you guys manage to achieve something like this?
I mean, when we knew they're gonna pick Haven, we were prepared for them to pick Haven. We knew they were good on the map, and we were kind of looking for a composition that can, I don't know how to say, but interrupt them in their game. So we decided to pick Phoenix, and we decided to work around the Phoenix. And we were just ready for the map. We know they are a good team, but we knew that we could be able to beat them.
Well, you guys played the perfect game. It worked out beautifully. And of course, speaking of that Phoenix and also your Breach as well, you've had a bit of a role change, moving onto a couple of new agents, I guess, to accommodate for Akuma sort of playing that Astra. How have you been finding it? Because you had a great performance today. And honestly, we couldn't even tell that this was, one of the first times you sort of switched to these two agents.
We all know that Astra is kind of strong as a smoker, as a controller, and it was for me I need to switch over Omen because I was kind of tired of playing Omen. So when Astra came out, Akuma he was okay to play the champions. So it was a normal switch, and I always like to play flashes around Phoenix or Beach. So it was not difficult for me to switch on flashes.
Or was there a reason at all that you didn't pick up the Astra? Because, with the smoking abilities, I think with a lot of teams, we are seeing those Omen players are choosing that.
Yeah. I just don't like the gameplay of the champions. Like, you have to be in the air to put your smokes and everything, your stun. And it's not a gameplay for me. And I'm not the right person to play the champions on the team. So it was just Akuma that was good with her.
Fair enough. That was a great decision. He had a great game today as well. But your teammate Takas had an even greater game because he was voted player of the match for this series. How did you find his performance, especially on that last map on Ascent?
After Split, we were like, Takas, you know that you will be at the game. You are insane. So you can do whatever you want on the map. You have Jet, you have the operator. So just feel free to play the game and enjoy yourself. And he was insane on both maps. He has great picks every round. He has great clutches as well, like on the gun round on Ascent. So he was just insane after Split.
He was indeed, but I feel like all of you guys were insane today. You have done something great here and have caused an upset. Congratulations once again, even, and I can't wait to see you guys back here tomorrow.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Always great to speak to Hoppy. Mitch and Tom, going to bring you guys back just quickly, Mitch, to break that down because we do have to move on to the next best of 3. But him saying that, look, it's not my agent. I don't really want to play it. I'm going to switch roles. And they had a very, very good game plan going into Haven. Like he said, sort of being able to prepare for Heretics on here. And I think that is what we like to see in Europe, right? We want to see these counter plays.
There's a point that I would almost say, I was about to say, rather, thinking in my head, but I like Akuma playing on Astra. I don't know that's true. I think I just like Akuma playing in general. He's insane. Hoppy, though, especially considering the fact that he swapped onto this agent, he played incredibly well. His flashes were so well timed, and when I think of Akuma and all the plays he made, literally in one of the massive clutch plays with the Astra Ultimate, he ran out and there was nobody flashed. Other than that, everyone was blind. So Hoppy's flashes, he had, 17 assists in that final map alone. Unreal for somebody just picking up a role out of nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, the Breach versus Breach plus Jet, even when you have 2 players that are synergizing and you have the Breach plus Jet, it is very frightening. They played a great game, and of course, you guys will get to see Opportunists again here back tomorrow in that semi-final, and they will be playing either FPX or Vitality, and this is the next quarterfinals we are going to bring to you guys today. And Mitch, FPX, we expected them to maybe get to the finals of Masters. They didn't, but that doesn't take away the fact that they are still one of the most consistent teams in Europe, does
100%. FPX still, as I was saying in the previous series, right? Heretics, at the moment, even despite that previous series, they're up there in the top 2. The consistency over time has shown that they're constantly delivering at a high level. FPX are the other team that are competing for that, and they have been literally since they were formed. I wouldn't say since beta because they were 2 separate teams for the most part, but since FPX was formed, they've been in the top 2, whether it's G2, whether it's Heretics, doesn't matter who's fighting them for it, they're up there. And when you consider the lineup that they have, the history that they have as well, and the experience in the form of Angel, bringing so much tactical depth to this team and mentoring all these players, they're a seriously tough team to meet at this stage.
Oh, yeah. Well, Team Vitality, on the other hand, they kind of underperformed, I would say, especially in the eyes of people that sort of saw this team form and the fact that they are Team Vitality. They didn't get that far in Challengers 1 and Masters, but Tom, they've made a couple of changes, and this is the furthest they have ever been in Europe. What are your expectations for this roster now?
I think that they've come in and they've got a very tough match ahead of them. I think that the performance they've had already is one that they can definitely be proud of. At the same time, you don't make roster changes if the previous one was working fantastically, and they've made some pretty big changes within the team as well. Bram's going back to being the Jet that he was originally when we saw him in Frenzy Go Kill. Vac becoming more of an out-and-out entry fragger, not so much picking up the operator anymore, although he did say to me that, like, in the DMs, he was like, yeah, I might pick it up sometimes. I don't expect it to disappear completely. Like, I'm still going to be going for that. But also then the changes coming in onto Sender. Like, the roster moves are one thing, but him having to move almost completely onto an Astra to try and fill things in is definitely going to make things interesting.
Yeah, well, we like to talk about the map pools here. We like to set these things up because a lot of the games are sometimes won or lost when it comes down to these decisions. So let's look at the picks and bans for this match and see what we are expecting. Of course, Mitch, FPX almost just perfect on every map.
Yeah, there's not a lot that you can really say about FPX, like, oh, they'll be weak here. You see Team Vitality selecting Split off the bat. This is a map that when you look at FPX, well, they've played every map recently, right? 4 to 5 times or 3 times for Haven. It's the one they're not playing that much. So the second one, them coming in and picking it, is also quite a kick in the teeth if Vitality are thinking, hey, maybe they're weak there. For Split, I think this is just Vitality looking at it and thinking what's their most comfortable map. We saw them against Ascend. Yes, win rate wise, they're not amazing, but they beat G2 and they almost beat Ascend, on this map. So I don't think Split is terrible for them, but I think every single map I look at, FPX are better.
Yeah, well, Tom, I feel like Vitality have also been slightly shaky coming into this main event as well. In the open qualifiers, they were dropping maps against teams we don't expect them to. I mean, granted, they did take down G2 to get here, but do you feel some concerns there, especially looking at the maps that have been chosen here?
Oh yeah, like I've heard a phrase on this broadcast before. I think it's something along the lines of "stats don't lie." I can't remember who was saying that one. It was only said a couple of times. But yeah, if you look at the first two maps, Split this year for FPX 8-1, Haven 8-0. Like, you are going up against a team who have been nigh on invincible on these two maps, but there's no good option. Either you have to play into your own weaknesses, which I never want to see a team do, or you have to do, I guess, what the Opportunists just did from Vitality's sake and go, wait, we feel comfortable on this map, so we're going to try and take you down on Split.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely with you guys here as well. You can't avoid it, right? It's not like FPX have like one map where they're very weak at and you can sort of bait them into choosing that. That's not going to happen in a best of 3. In a best of 5, I guess you could always sort of play that to your advantage. But we are going to go into Split first. And Mitch, you and I had this quick chat, off the broadcast, but Angel did play Reyna here. I know, like, this could just be him maybe testing things out or keeping pigs close to his heart so he doesn't have to or that. But do you think that it could work here for FPX if Angel does choose that Reyna again? Because I really want to see it.
Let me be clear. Anything that FPX pick, I will always say will work for them or can work for them because their brains are bigger than mine. But when it comes to Reyna, that was picked very early on in the qualifier versus a team they knew they were better than individually and versus a team that they 13-1'd. They then went on to play a completely different composition, swapping at the Reyna and indeed swapping out their Omen as well, playing Astra. So I doubt we're going to see the Reyna here. It would be a very big surprise.
I mean, we just saw Lau choose Phoenix. So my expectations are way off right now. And we are going to head into Agent Select very shortly for the first map between these two. Of course, the winner will be going through tomorrow and they will be facing Opportunists. Tom, Opportunists are looking very, very strong right now. I know maybe if you're FPX, you have that confidence of like, we can play anybody. But it's not going to be easy for either of these teams if they do go through today, knowing that they have to face Opportunists.
Yeah, I think the best way to describe FPX are sort of like the bridesmaid but never the bride. They are the team that have been consistently one of the best teams within Europe, but have not got the trophy, so to speak, or the victory that they deserve. They are still going to be very hungry, and they have a depth of talent going all the way to even the more supportive players like Shadow, who could still win you around at any moment. So I don't think FPX are going to worry about any opponent. Like that's the fact. They're going to be ready for them. They're going to have been preparing, and they're going to have some tricks up their sleeve. In this match, I don't think we're going to see too many of those tricks, because although there's some superstars, like Vac, for example, playing on this roster for Vitality, I don't think they're ready yet to take on FPX.
I mean, this was supposed to be at least the super team, right? They were handpicked. Yeah. They were all great free agents, great players, especially going into the Challengers 1. And I think everybody was, well in their mind to be right in their mind, even to be excited about this. And Mitch, we've just seen Heretics get taken down by a group of superstars. And I know Tom isn't super convinced, but where do you sit on this one?
Realistically, when I look at Vitality, at least the initial roster build, it looks like there's a couple of things that can happen when you're building a roster, and one trap you fall into is going, this guy's sick, his stats are sick, let's get him. This guy's sick, his stats are sick, let's get him. But if you build a team around really good individual players and don't think so much how they work together, it's nothing to do with the players themselves, but sometimes like you could have a great Lego piece and another great Lego piece, but if they're different sizes and they don't fit together, I mean, they're great pieces, but what are you going to do with them? And I think that's where it comes down to in some of these team buildings. Like, you'll see these problems. The old NIP is a great example. Managed to do nothing. The only reason they were in tournaments, as I was saying at the time, was because they were NIP. Other than that, they would never get an invite, and they never delivered. And then 4 out of 5 of those players are now making it into the main event of Challengers on separate teams. So it really goes to show that it's all about how you build it. For Vitality, it didn't go well. The project failed, and they accepted that. They took it on the chin. Now they're coming in and they're trying to rebuild. They're trying to get more role-specific players players and build a better roster with the agents that are available now. And I think I have to commend them for realizing when the road was over, kind of when they ran out of runway. And now I think this is a roster that has some decent potential further down the line. It's just a fact that when I look at Jasmine right now, I know him from a while back, right? Playing some of the old games, but I haven't seen enough from him yet to really believe in his position in the team.
Well, he's been around for a while, and of course on those early days of no Penky. So we shall see as we head into Split now. It is Agent Select, as you guys can see. FPX, Angel with the Astra. Tom, another Reyna. I'm really upset about that, but you know, that was kind of expected. And I think every single person, whether you're a fan of EU Valorant, or just Valorant in general, is probably holding their breath to see what Angel, the brain of Valorant, is going to come up with Astra.
Braingel. There you go. It fits perfectly. I knew you'd like that one. I'm sure everybody else probably cringed
I love that
as
one.
much as possible. But yeah, I think this is a map that they've now... So they tested a few different things. They even had shadow switching agents, even playing a Sova at one point. He's now back to his trusty Breach. I honestly think he might be the best Breach in the whole of Europe. I think he's so fantastic on this agent. Makes it really awkward for people to play. On the other side of things, as it was sort of mentioned by the coach of Vitality, they're in a spot where the two players they brought in aren't really going to be flexing off their agents. Like we normally see Loki playing a Sovit, he then plays Sage on this map alone. And for Jesmond, it's probably going to be the Cypher coming out, maybe the Killjoy if he fancies it. Those are the only agents we really expect to see. Brams has been picking up that jet recently. He needs to be a superstar alongside Vac if they're going to be able to compete in this match.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And I do think that for those who aren't super familiar with this Team Vitality team, Brams back on that jet is going to be something we have to keep an eye out for because, of course, he played the jet a lot beforehand. And this is something that they're trying again to get him back on this agent. I cannot wait to see this matchup. Of course, the last quarterfinals of our main event here. The first map is split between Team Vitality and FPX. Have fun with this one, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you very much, Sue. Yeah, we've also got the swap up of Sender off Astra onto Omen, which is an interesting choice, backing off from what didn't work versus Ascend, where they lost 13-10. So it was still a close game. They obviously just feel a little bit more comfortable with that flash in play. I mean, Omen is the only flash that they've got, so why not? And I also want to just build a bit on that point, Tom, first of all, because we kind of got rushed. We had to jump into Agent Select, so I closed my point super quick. And I said, like, Jesmond, I highlighted him, and I don't think that's entirely fair, because, again, it's the same for both newcomers, Loki as well. I think both of these guys, I need to see more of them and how they fit within the team. It's not that they're bad players, it's that they've got a lot to support there. They've got a lot that they need to play with. And for Vitality, I don't know where their future lies. I'm excited to see it, though. I want to see these guys succeed. Both very, very nice people that I've chatted to in the past, indeed the entire Vitality roster. And you look over towards FPX, though, I mean, I do feel bad for them a little bit. As I said earlier on, this is not the team that you want to be coming up against to fight for your tournament survival.
Yeah, there's no weakness within this roster in terms of individuals. Like, as said, like Shadow's normally the one who plays the more supportive role. He can win rounds for his team almost daily. Like, he is a fantastic player, and I'm a bit of a Shadow fanboy, I'll be honest with you. But here we go. We are going to see again mid control. Who would have guessed it? Angel is a man who loves going aggressive. Now, playing an Astra might change that a little bit, but we saw in the last map, not always the case. And in fact, it's actually Vitality going straight for that fight. Zipan's gone. However, they have surrendered A.
Oh yeah, these guys are taking the fight to them, but it always comes at a cost. If you're strong somewhere on the map, well, then you're weak somewhere else. And it looks like FPX have found that weakness. Got on the side, and they've got the plant. Now for Vitality, they can be comfortable in playing off on this retake. Brams, I think he thought that was his teammate for a second. That was very odd. He's like looking at him with a knife, going, wait, that's Astra? We're not running Astra this time, guys, are we? So now the blast pack onto side. Dimisic, he's in a good spot to catch them off guard, but even despite the distraction, Jesmond's able to get the kill. Down to a 1 versus 3, and Shadow on 20 HP doesn't stand a chance. Well done round for Vitality, and 3 players alive at the end. Great pistol.
Yeah, and I like the fact that I think there's a lot of teams that when you play up against a squad like FPX, some of your normal strategies will be like, oh, well, we can't do that. Like, you know, they're FPX. They're really, really good team. They're a top 2, as we've sort of mentioned, within Europe. We got to be a little bit more careful. Vitality go, nah, let's push mid in the pistol. Let's push mid. We know that Angel likes to play there. Let's try and take that position away from them, disallow the lurk from Zipan, and then after that point, they had very quick rotations to wherever they wanted to go. So I want to see more of that. I think they need to try and disorientate FPX if they're going to have a chance in this match.
I think that's a fair call. If you're Vitality, that 1-0 lead is valuable. Defensive side, let's see what they can disrupt them with a Bucky in the hands of Brams. He goes out, Frenzy, looking for the fight up close and wins it, dashing away, and now here comes the Bucky play. They won't be ready for it after seeing the Frenzy early on. They've heard one outside. They know that ult orb is being toyed with, and they're going to wait for it to be tapped again, I presume, or for someone to make noise to swing, spotting out that no one's there. FPX now group up and then fall back. I like it. I think they made a bit of noise in B main there as well. They double stepped up towards the alleyway, had Zipan holding it, and now they've just shifted back to mid to try to take these fights.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mitch, but this is pre-nerf Bucky. So this is as scary as a Bucky may ever get. And there is Brams ready and waiting. Vac alongside him. This is going to be a deadly duo that I'm looking forward to watching in this match. And there you go. Bucky is pretty strong here today. And 2-0 for Vitality, keeping that one nice and clean as well.
He's like floating on a cloud as well, you know. With Jet, obviously, when you jump and hold the jump button, you can glide down softly. So I love this. You can see him here. He jumps up, takes the first kill, and then he just floats back down. Very peaceful on his cloud, and then firing
I feel
a
like
shotgun.
the sound's not the right sound though. It needed to be like a as he shot rather than the as it just backs away. It doesn't.
Should change
doesn't
just for the
right.
animation. Perfect. Oh, that camera, I love this camera. It spots so much. Zipan, he's going straight through and eventually finds the kill. Another well-placed flash. Got to give credit to our Breach players. And that's Shadow, allowing him to get that kill and not just be destroyed. Running away and healing. Oh, caught on the wall. Loki, he's missed the angle, and that's going to cost him his life. A 3 versus 4 now as FPX get the site, and the retake is going to be pretty tough. Brams, though, runs in at 2.
Yeah, this is a round again where a lot of it comes down to making things costly, but they're bringing it into a position where it's winnable. Vac picking off one. However, Xiao on the site has made things nigh and impossible. Really? He's going to pick up the Bucky? Okay. I respect the attempt. That would have been a play and a half if it worked, but I feel like Zipan might have been frowning a little bit. Like, try that against me? Really?
Yeah.
No.
So Zipan's peak, I think, was based off the sound cue of the weapon being dropped, but then he is even happier to find that it's a blast pack on the floor. Look at that. Perfect timing. Yeah, Sander made some good space, though. He crapped out a spawn. He got down the alleyway. It was just being watched, though, so there wasn't a chance. FPX 2-1. They're down, but they're right back in the game. And with the Vandals, the 5 Vandals in play, the Zipan's going to go for it again. They flash another. He manages to make it up top this time, destroy the camera, and they've got a lot of space gained. The A side is completely theirs. And if anybody tries to peek out of heaven, well, they're going to run right into Zipan, which is not really what you want to do.
Already, almost a full retake coming into effect here for the side of Vitality. These are the positions that FPX seem their strongest. The afterplant ready. They have the lurk around as well from Shadow to try and garner extra control. It does seem like they know he's there. He's been pinged on the map, and actually Vac's gonna jump straight in. The showstopper picks off one, and the trade's actually going in favor of Vitality, at least for the moment. It's left down to Angel, and it's the quad kill. He may be almost hamstringed a little bit playing that Astra, but it seems like it doesn't affect him much.
Anybody questioning why Angel plays Reyna anymore, or why he did it that one time? Go ahead. Yeah, that was pretty unbelievable. The 4K from backside. I do love this. Vac fires and he's like, he's dead. I'm not even gonna worry about it. It's the confidence there.
The no look.
Exactly. Yeah, not even gonna look at you as you die. You know, cool guys don't look at explosions, but also that weapon switch from Loki, I actually think it was kind of smart. He dropped down, he was very low on ammo, and he swaps to a weapon that can one-shot headshot on range. Just the timing. Angel peeks out. He's such a confident guy, and in that fight, it paid off tenfold. 2-2 tied up as Vitality now play with pistols, and I think when you're Vitality at this point, you can afford to play a little bit more aggressive. You can try to get in their face and upset them. But in the early round, that hasn't worked out. Looks like B main's going to be attempted as well.
Oh, this is the paranoia push. Oh, from center. See you later, Xiao. But you do have at least Angel looking to try and pick up the pieces. Maybe trying to clear some of these aggressive spots around B main, but they've already retreated. They didn't get any of the weaponry, unfortunately. A little bit too deep from Xiao to do anything about it. Okay, Jesmond as well. Maybe we've got a few new heroes coming in for the Sheriff.
It could be. You know, I said I've known Jesmond a little bit, been keeping track of him certainly since beta. I think he used to play, if it is the same Jesmond, he used to play back in Battalion as well, and back in COD, and you're seeing he's got that skill, that's for damn sure. FBX struggling now with a man disadvantage. They've got weaponry, but pushing out onto any side is pretty tough at this point. 3 stars about to come back online for Angel. He can put them wherever he wants, but he's going to take the fight straight away. Now the stars go down, blocking out the backside. Flash comes in, but it doesn't blind Sender, and he almost gets more. That Bucky not quite quick enough. Eventually falling and leaving it all onto Jesmond. Poor old Jesmond walking out to side. Shot not connecting. 10 seconds left. They've got to go for that spike plant. He makes it out of the cage, but he makes a little bit of noise as he does so. The plant goes down. The shot is good, but only for 1. And another 4K from Angel, back-to-back, closing out rounds by himself.
Yeah, he gets stunned by the Nova Pulse, but it actually does very well. And in isolation, that round from Vitality is fantastic. It's taken multiple 4Ks out from Angel to just get these rounds over the line. The thing is, though, these are the sort of rounds that you almost feel like if Vitality are going to be able to battle versus FPX, you want to see them stealing. You want to put the pressure onto FPX. Instead, they'll breathe a sigh of relief once the round is done, but ultimately, they've still taken it.
Pulling them in.
Start of this round sees mid-aggression again be a fairly important feature. I do like the early usage of some of these pulls. I think they just make you give up a lot of control, because when you know that there's, for example, a raise grenade that could come around the corner at any moment, it's very threatening to stay inside or stay near one of those. You can be taking splash damage, or even worse, the timing for Sender! He gets it off in time, no one taking him down, another smoke in play, but they haven't managed to stop them on the push out. These players are already on site, and Sender's forced to teleport out of there. Shadow step in towards the spawn. Dimisic, good for 1. Here's the reload and gets a second. Oh my god. How did he get away with that? The heal even going to come in, and he's back to full health.
That CIS aim, it's never going to go anywhere. Such ridiculous individual skill on this FBX roster, and I think the rest just have to save. Like pulling off this retake now, especially with the amount of control that was garnered from FPX. Like, you're slowly watching Zipan just go, oh, don't worry guys, I've got ropes. Like, there's no way you make it through this round. More importantly as well, you got Brams on the operator. And, well, we've spoken already about the price of this weapon. It's something that can completely hamstring your economy. It can destroy you from the inside if you're constantly having to try and repurchase this or save cash to be able to buy it. And you want Brams to have a gun at all times. This is someone who can definitely take over the map. So, for now, there will be a 4th on the board. FPX again, they've been one of the best teams on this map, and I feel like it's more down to their attacking side, Mitch. I feel like we've seen a lot of strong defensive sides on Split from the beta all the way to now, but having a good attack, that's more of a nuance.
You know what, Tom? Let me be frank for a second. Or I'm Frank, sorry. That push from Dimisic, it's like, most of the time that doesn't work, because down to even timing, you heard the shadow step back into spawn, you know the rotates are underway, and your decision to walk through the smoke, it's a head scratcher. It's not one that you expect, but it works so well just because of that. Because why would they don't expect, you've got the site, you haven't, there's no man advantages, you don't have to play aggressive, and Dimisic's like, yeah, I'm gonna do it. Like, did they just pull him off rafters? Did that just pull him off the rafters? I think it did. Either that or he decided to drop and back off the spawn, which is possible. I don't know. We need to see it from sight. But if that's a black hole to pull people off rafters, I'm blown away.
Well, they're looking again to try and play this retake. They've invested fully into this round, but utility-wise, there's not a whole lot. Nice work from Sender, though. He's going to be able to reclaim B main, and it seems like Zipan's caught sleeping, not looking in the right direction. Already, this retake starts off strong. The paint shell's thrown into the corner, also with a boom bot. They know there's players there, but they bypass Angel, and he's going to spray down 2 players. Again, the impact of this man is unmatched by anyone. What is this from Shadow? Was that a flex? Like, you can't even hit me, you're so blind.
He had his knife out. I think he might have hit it by accident as he was pressing the button to flash. So he flashed, and it just switches to your last weapon. He's like, wait, because he was aiming right at him, like, why isn't it shooting?
Pew, 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 pew. Oh, wait.
I have lasers in my eyes. Like, that was so weird. Gave me a little heart attack. Oh, man, Tom. Well, that was 5-2 now. FPX, they're just dominating. And Angel, I don't know how this guy finds so much space. You know, we spin the narrative at the start that, oh yeah, you know, when you're playing Astra, probably in the early round, you're a little bit more passive. And it's the same thing we used to say about Brimstone, right? Most players will probably do that. But Angel? Nah, dude. He's the entry frag in Brimstone. He's making it work on Astra as well. I love it.
I think as well, we can almost put down 3-round victories to him alone.
Yep.
Like, there's 2 quad kills. That was now a triple kill, and the 2 impact kills as they get back into the site. Without him, I would say they lose it. So, yeah, leading by example is a phrase we use a lot when talking about Angel, but the fact is he's just cracked at this stage. Like, it doesn't seem like anyone can do anything to match up to him at this point. And, well, this round at least, Sheriffs once again. Probably the closest round they had was based off the Sheriff coming out, Jesmond doing a lot, and Zipan sneaking his way into ropes. I feel like he's almost taken more of the role that we saw from Angel previously, of just garnering that control, being allowed to play the lurk a little bit more, but Vac does well. There goes Shadow. Again, the proactive response working, and the timing might be perfect for Jesmond.
Oh, wow, the timing, the shots as well, at least for the first, and damage done to Angel. This could help back out a lot, or maybe even Brams. No, he's whiffed and he's out of there. No presence towards B heaven, so they rotate to A. But that's exactly what FPX have done. Oh no, Dimisic. How many players caught with knives and utility out, but punishments seem to be few and far between. Angel spots out a player on backside, gives his life for that info. Shot not hit by Sander. Oh no, they were blinded up. Luckily, Loki's getting it done, and with Dimisic left alive in a 1v3, it was done and dusted. Vitality, they've made it happen, even with the weaker weapons. I have to say though, Tom, kind of upset. I thought my Frank joke would make you laugh more. Thought I'd get more of a laugh out of you, but all right, it's cool. I worked on that for hours.
Well, you know, it is offensive to my people, the fellow Franks out there in the world, living probably, but the English accent you did as
it's
well.
Your name.
Like, yeah.
Frank? Like what? Why are Franks your people? Oh, really? Is it?
No.
Yeah, no. So you're a liar. That would have been so beautiful if it was, but God damn it.
No, unfortunately for you, it's James. Maybe I'll add an extra one and I'll go legally change it to Frank just to please you. But
please do.
I'm probably not going to go and do that. More importantly, though, purchases in. We've got a showstopper for Zipan, which is always a scary prospect, but the operator once again for Brams hasn't had too much impact just yet. It feels like he's been in the wrong place at the wrong time, but this time, Angel is gone. And while we talk about the early aggression potentially being a hindrance, and this time that's pretty much all of their smoke's gone.
Oh, Loki. Oh, that's aggressive, but it catches them off guard. That's exactly what they needed. A 4 versus 2 spike down. And Vitality, they're sitting pretty. Great opening start from Loki. Zipan, got to do a few more laps to fit through there.
They want to make sure this one is kept nice and clean, though. They've got themselves the advantages. They won themselves that sort of cheesy pistol, flashy round we wanted to see from Vitality. But now the conversions need to be one that keep this operator in play and maybe build up a few ultimate orbs, because we know for a fact that FPX will always come back stronger. And the fact is, Mitch, 5 rounds already on the attack is not bad for them whatsoever. We are looking at the space they've garnered. 30 seconds left on the clock. They do look to try and wrap back in, but The fact is, there's already being held by Brams. He's ready, waiting, watching with the operator, but he will not connect the shot.
Time is so low at this point, but another shot missed. They're on site, and they're not good for the plant. It's been dropped in the open. This should be the round done, and it is. Jasmine in with the double from above. And again, contributing a lot of that success to Loki's push, completely caught FPX off guard. 5-4, Vitality come back up on the defensive side. This is looking pretty good in the early stages.
Spike down.
Yeah, I'm liking the way that, again, as said earlier, like they're not veering away from a lot of these earlier battles, even though they know that there's likely these sort of standard default coming out from FPX. They like to hold a lot of the ground and try and deny space from their opposition. But we saw it with Brams. Like, okay, we know that you like to play mid. I'm not afraid to fight you on it. Now this round, he's going to have a slightly different angle facing into B main. But look at the pace of Zipan. Loki barely even got to pull out any of his utility before his head's already been ripped off.
It's as quick as you like it. And Loki making space in the previous round. He obviously thought, hey, I can do it again, right? Try to reclaim a bit of mid control. Nope. Not a chance. Peeks out, head gone. Vitality. They're geared up now for just one man on each part of the map. It's a fairly spread out defense. They're going to have to stack up and get a bit of information in just a little bit. And I thought that was the nade from Vac, the way he was moving on the mini-map, but no, he's just holding here waiting for something to happen. Can't really get the nade out from there. There's so much utility keeping him back, and it comes in too late. Already players on the side, and Brams again! The shot not going to connect. Zipan makes it down below the site, and there will be an easy plant on that site. This is a tough retake for Vitality with 2 players missing, and Zipan with the op in hand now.
He's been slowly upgrading as the round goes on. Spectre to start, Vandal, and then even dropping that Reaver Vandal, Mitch, in case you're wondering, to pick up the operator. Now he's going to be holding the angle, and there is just no space. He's been let off the leash in this round, and finally, Jesman will put him in his tomb. A peek come out from Xiao, but now it's left on to Vac. We've yet to see this star pop off just yet. We know he has it in him, but this would have to be incredible, and Demasik is just not missing. And I'll be honest, Mitch, I genuinely feel like there were rounds still where Angel just says Zipan go kill. Because in this one, he just blasts Pack straight down mid and just takes the round into his hands all on his own.
Oh yeah, 100%. And when you look realistically at Zipan, it's not surprising that those calls are going to be made. Like, I don't know if it's so much people telling him. I think it's him just feeling the space, you know? When you watch him play, you can tell sometimes he knows better what the opponents are doing better than they do at times. It's so fun to watch. The Vitality, they're going in for that operator egg. Never mind. Is that a replay?
Yeah, I think that might have been. The aggressive peak was a little bit of a bait. They do still have the operator in onto Brams.
No, that was a replay. I don't know what reality we're in right now. Are we in replays, or this is the game live?
Yes.
So they did go for the operator and a peak. Okay, cool. I feel like I'm... What's the Umbrella Academy? I feel like I'm in that TV show. If anyone's seen it, it's great. It's amazing.
I have. It is good.
Yeah.
What? For the attack in this round again, we see them go for the slower default. Ropes is a position that we always expect FPX to take. That's why a lot of teams will put their trips around that angle. Demasik breaking the cam might actually be more bait than anything else, because if you look at the rest of the team, they're still lurking out, potentially with a hit towards B, but I like the reaction from Vitality. They've taken deep B control. This gives them so much information, but the flashes into heaven, even the fake utility being thrown out, might be enough to pull them, but look at their setup. They're ready and waiting here. Brams, and it's Vac! He's gonna get 2 with the showstopper. That's the spike down and only 20 seconds to play with. It leaves just Demasik, a 1v5, and little to no hope.
Yeah, 4 kills left to go, the full ace clutch, and it's not looking too likely with 10 seconds left on the clock. That op now holding him down, and I think, Brams is not having a good game right now, I gotta say. Like, he is getting swung one-tapped by players, missing the op shots. Oh, man. It's, I feel for him, man. I feel for him.
I do wonder if you ever feel the pressure, if you're Brams, just like, well, I know Vac's behind me and I know that he's a pretty damn good operator, but it's just like, it's sort of like, I remember back in the day, it would be like Happy taking the AWP off of Kenny S, and you're just sat there like, why is this happening?
Why have you done that?
Kenny's just like, you know I'm better than you. Just like whispering in his ear. I'm sure that's not the case. In fact, I know that's not the case. I spoke to Vac. He actually, I don't think he minds the change at all. It gives him a chance to be more aggressive in his plays, take more risks, which, seeing how Brams is playing, that's a lot of risk. But Brams is yet to really find a whole lot with the operator. Definitely had a couple of good rounds, a couple more aggressive peaks working out for them. But this is where the game changes. FPX are fast pushing to B.
That they are. Oh no! Sender, he's on top of the box and it still gets him, man. Boombots can be so annoying at times. You think you're safe. You really do. But no, it finds you. It finds you. Well, Sanders learned that lesson the hard way, losing a lot of his health, but he got the advantages for his team in the first place. FPX wanted a hard push, and instead they've lost 2 players and gotten basically no map control. Sender gets healed fully back up. Well, most of the way, 92, close as you want. Shadow Res, they're going to full commit to this round. They're going in for it already. They're locked out as they go to move up close. Sender seems to be losing some of his hearing as he steps very close to that wall. But he's in trouble. If they take Heaven here and manage to split up behind, that could be perfect, but it all hinges on Angel being able to get that control. He loves going into ropes, but the read was there. Loki was ready for it, and Jesmond, oh, what a shutdown. All 4 going his way, just spraying, praying, and they all line up.
Yeah, his utility in general this round was spot on. The cages to deny them initially, the cam to make sure that if they tried to go behind the divide and sneak their way into the site, he still had all the information that was necessary to him. Perfectly played from the Cypher. But now they go moving into the attack. And this is where a lot of teams crumble. Having, as said, a decent defense on split, it's not the hardest thing in the world. Maybe for you or I, but for top teams, you'd expect that. Going into the attacking side, I think is going to be difficult, but at the same time, they do have a couple of duelists that can open up rounds. You've got that Jet, you have the Raze as well. The burst potential of this Vitality roster is huge, and I actually think that might be why we're seeing the Omen give you that chance to pick up the pace.
As we start out this pistol round, I gotta say, this is a quicker pace than I expected from Vitality. Look, they're already in spawn, and I think Dimisic was slightly caught off guard by that. Moving in towards Ven's shadow down below the rope. He's got a teammate with him, and Loki decides to back off. It's the right call. The wall already used up, and eventually it's going to be broken. Just buys them a little bit of extra time. Loki flashed. Teammate there to trade it out, but Center doesn't get it. 3 players on the ramp. It's all a big bait, and Shadow's falling for it. He's in the corner. He should be dead, but he gets out alive. This is insane. Xiao is still alive. He has his heal as well. He's just going to heal him back up. Or presumably, no, he's stuck up in heaven. Doesn't look like that's possible anymore. The push out the site. Right clicks from Sander jumping. Don't land all too much, but Jesmond, he's a hope on the site. He's keeping them alive, leaving Angel to do it all by himself, and as he crunches in towards that spike, Loki quickly peeks and deals with him. Just 20 HP. It's so easy. Just one of those bullets from the classic. Will do the dirty, do the job. 7-6. Vitality win the pistol.
Yeah, a fairly unorthodox afterplant from them as well. There was a lot of reliance on Jesmond, and I respect the fact that they're willing to do that. Just leave him solo site. Everybody else, your job is hold on to the ramp. Don't allow them to wrap around, and he just basically has to try and stay alive around the elbow, and he does just that. So they take themselves the pistol, a very fast-paced start to the attack, and I wonder if that's something that will continue, because again, the burst potential of their current comp is huge. And while Angel, he's about to come under some serious pressure, still takes Loki with him. No heals to be had in this round, but the site already belongs to the attack. And in fact, again, so does the spawn.
Yeah, Brams up behind them, ready to take some fights. With the weapons they're up against here, you shouldn't be losing too many players, but already Sender goes down. Brams on the flank is in a little bit of danger. They're making a lot of steps, but the flash in the open, Shadow there to support his teammates. And luckily his teammates kept him alive because he was about to be killed with a flash in his hands. 2-man advantage. Great shot by Browns, but look at his HP. He's dead. He's 9 HP. I mean, they're just going to completely overwhelm him. Zipan eventually connecting, and it's closed. That's a massive reverse sweep by FPX to pull that round off and tie it up 7-7. The pistol negated.
Yeah, that was a non-investment round as well. That was them just putting in a few pistols here and there, maybe a little bit of utility. But they didn't buy any SMGs, any Spectres, any shotguns, nothing. That was them basically saving. And I feel like Vitality have almost shot themselves in the foot. Now, in the pistol round, I like the aggressive stance. I like the wraparound. I like that you're willing to take that much control. But when you have the advantage with weaponry, when you have the range advantage versus most of these players, to get up in their face, like, realistically, should we be seeing a classic kill coming out from Shadow? Probably not. And the only reason that happens is because they try and reclaim Heaven.
Down goes a lot of utility in the early round. They both concussed and smoked and slowed for that orb. It's very, very heavy commitment in the early round, and Xiao just got baited so hard by that dashback. Zipan's... Sender going into mid there and walking into a smoke, I'm not sure is maybe the best idea. Oh my, Vitality. They're making some questionable decisions here. 3 players dying without a single trade and doing things that, I mean, necessity wasn't necessarily pushing them to do. I understand Vac was about to get the showstopper, I think. That's why he commits to it, but...
Look at Angel. This is everything. He could get the spike. Look at the position he's taken. If the man goes up the rope, he's basically won this round. It's over. Like, there should be no way that they're going to be expecting him here. It's just genius from Angel to take that control, knowing that Brams has taken over the site already. And now, well, with the spike under his control, the rest of the team can slowly start to rotate in, surround this man, and he doesn't even need it. Again, think about the amount of rounds that this man has won for FPX almost solely on his own, and it will be the same once again. He's currently 18-9.
Astra's going to be a more passive agent, not for taking fights. But this is what Angel always does. You know, we said the same thing about Brimstone for a long time in the early stages of Valorant. We were like, oh yeah, if you're playing as a Brim, you don't want to go in first on the attacking side. And then, well, the Angel took that and ripped it to shreds. But this is what we're saying, you know, even down to all the different agents you play and how you play them, there's so many different things you can do. 30 agents. Imagine. Things are going to be crazy. I love it, though. I love it. Vitality want to move towards the B side here, and there's a lot of players up in Heaven, but it doesn't seem to bother them. Brams, quick to get one, steps in front of the flash, but now... Okay. Vac is 60 HP. He was vulnerable. He was being sucked into the one spot, but he hits the shot so quickly on the pre-fires. They ran out into the open that the side is now theirs. I mean, that kill alone has increased their chances of winning this round by a huge amount. They get the site, they get the plant. Now they just gotta wait.
Well divided.
Oh, we are gonna see the Cosmic Divide thrown in. Low-key in a pretty good position, though. Clearing him's not going to be easy. I say that. Demastic just walks through, and that's already one man gone. They're all trapped out from the site as well. They're going to have to try and make a play through. This diffuse already coming in, but there's a showstopper. It might be able to stop bullets, but rockets will fly straight through. And now it's left onto Demastic. The second comes up for him. He's looking to try and ace this round, but the time is ticking away. He will find all of the kills, but there's just no time. It's a round for Vitality, but a round as well for Demastic.
Yeah, I'm glad he's got a fan as a knife, because he needs to cool off after that one. That was unbelievable. And to not win the round after that kind of performance, hey, at least it's some kind of morale boost for you. So much went Vitality's way in the early round and in the late, and one man just stood in their way. He said no. They couldn't enforce it, but what a beautiful, beautiful attempted clutch. Now, we move to 8-8, tied up on map number 1. And for Vitality, I feel like you feel like you got away with something there. Right? A couple of mistakes made. Overall, the people with a smile on their face after that round will be FPX. But at the end of the day, you've tied it up. Now they've got to do a little bit more with it. They've survived the attacking side of FPX. And in the early stages of this round, look how passive they are being. Hoping that there's going to be some form of movement from that defensive side, that someone's going to overpeak and give them the opportunity. They're being cautious because they know just how important this round can be.
There.
Well, yeah, I think as well, they're starting to become skeptical of the amount of contact plays that are coming in from Vitality. They have been more than willing to just walk into positions and try and take a brawl. And that's where Brams and Vac thrive. That's where those two players pull out some of their best work, is on this pure entry fragging front. And while speaking of Brams, the Blade Storm invested slowly makes his way up mid. It's taken them a long time, though. Think about how fast we were seeing FPX garner this position in the previous half. Well, there's only 35 seconds left for them to make their move.
30 seconds
Make the
left.
move they shall, but as you said, the clock is definitely against them. Jesman able to find that opening, the dash into sight. Brams hoping to find someone with the knives, and this is dangerous now. They've given away their position, but he's just going to continue on forward. Look for the guy on site. Shadow, he's being hunted from every single angle. And with 12 seconds left, it looks like they're going to get this done. The teleport across the site, a safe plant, and the round is just about going Vitality's way. The clock almost their biggest enemy. I mean, if that spike got dropped along the way, it was over and done for. I like the nade and the pull and back sight, but it's not going to get anything. It clears it out at least, or under heaven, I should say. Clears it out. Angel's blind. Vac wants to try and get something done from that corner. He has Sender watching his left with Loki, and they are locking it down together. Brams even comes in for a little bit of an assist. Doesn't get a single kill with his knives, but hey, he doesn't need it.
Yeah, he took a lot of space. I think some of the time, even just being a distraction as a Jet is enough. Like, if you become the focal point with all the sounds you're making, a lot of the time the rest of your team can garner that space. I also want to mention as well, again, like, Vitality's afterplant previously, we mentioned how they were heavy on ramp and made sure that they kept that control. Completely different this time. A setup that I don't think FPX are ready for, as they peek into a 3-man crossfire on the site and another retained elsewhere. I like it. They're being dynamic. They're not easy to read either. And by the looks of it, FPX are actually struggling a little bit.
Oh, the pressure is definitely being applied. If anything, I think this is the strongest face of Vitality that we've seen in a long, long time. And questions around these new players and around how the roster would work being answered. Oh, Vac, he almost had it. If he swung, there's a player with his back turned. That could have easily been a kill. The reactive nade to keep them out just in case they're pushing off the info they had. But they're not. It's a much more passive approach from FPX. And I think the wind may be taken out of their sails a little bit in those early engagements. They don't want to play as aggressively because it hasn't been paying off. Although at the same time, I would say that their early aggression has been absent in general in the rounds that they're losing. Maybe it's a change, we'll see.
They also have 4 ults in this round, so I think for any sort of retake, you're going to be set up. Like, you don't really need to take too many risks. And we're going to see the TP into the back of sight, which will give quite a bit of information. Vac straight through the cage, and it's realized by Demastic, there's no way I'm winning this. Just fall back, play for the afterplant. We have everything we need to try and pull this one off, but Jesman lurking in from behind. Showstopper gone at least, but Angel will trade. And actually, Demastic's going to continue this push forward. They haven't checked for the second man, though. Loki going to go for the risky res, but he pulls it off nonetheless. And Angel, once again, is trying to cling to life. It's left all on to Xiao. He actually has a res of his own. 10 seconds, they'll get the plant down, but it turns to a 2v2.
The res is perfect. The showstopper coming in, but no angle found, and Brams spotted. At least it's information. Xiao, he's made it the Xiao show before. The dash saves the life of Brams as Vac sits towards B main. The defuse being half stuck. He gets it there. Xiao pulls out the gun, ready for one, and hoping to bait the second out. Now sticking it all the way, comes off, and Xiao, he gets it done. FPX, they were down and out of that round, but the Xiao show returns 9-9.
It's truly amazing what this man can do on a consistent basis. It's not been his day so far. In fact, pretty much coming close to doubling his kills in this round alone, but we know the impact that Xiao can have. And, well, we know previously, if you look back to his, like, old roster, I suppose, he was in the same sort of role as we see Zipan, like the aggressor, the first man in a battle for basically the early round. Instead, now, you see him mostly on a Sova and a Sage, but he's still going to pull out those clutches when needed.
The wall again used. Brams maybe wants to updraft on top of it, but this setup is exactly to counter that. And there you go. Angel ready to take it. You know, I love that setup. It's something that we said just the other day, Tom, when we were commentating, that we saw 2 players down below. And that's where you're very vulnerable to the updraft play because they can get on the wall, set themselves up. But FPX, they don't make that mistake. A 5v3 now. And it's weaker weapons for Vitality. Again, any sort of engagement they take, unless they've got big numbers advantages, they are going to lose most of the time. And that's exactly what we've seen happen here. Even on head peak angles, you know, you get one shot by a Vandal on that range, not even a Phantom will do it.
Oh, a star placed beside them and a nebula forms from it. There's always the worry when that goes down that you're about to be attacked, but they're patient.
One enemy remaining.
Chow just left to slow them, and it's the setup. I'm starting to lose count how many quad kills this actually is for Angel at this point. I think it's 3 plus a few 3Ks as well. He has 25 kills, Mitch. Is it safe to say this is the best statistical performance we've ever seen from an Astra?
No. I've played some ranked on yeah, this is unbelievable. I mean, especially versus Vitality. I have said many times in past broadcasts, Tom, oh, this team beat Vitality. That means nothing. You know, I always got tricked into thinking, oh, it's Vitality, and then I remembered that's might as well be a random name. But then this roster, I've got respect for. I think this is a bunch of good players. Sure, Loki and Jessamine, as I said, I need to see more of them before I really make a decision. But I'm loving what we're seeing in this game. It's not an easy one to step up the way Angel had. He has had back-to-back 4Ks to secure 2 rounds, and then ended up in 1vx situations in those 4K rounds. I mean, they are losing. They've probably lost the map by now if he isn't playing as he is. I love this counter wall strat. It's absolutely beautiful, but it doesn't work. Not versus Xiao. A triple kill as he sits up atop his own wall. Oh, no. Sender. He's trying to make something work, pushing out to the side, but man, he's going to need to be huge, and it's not happening for him. Loki all alone. No res to bring a teammate back into this. Jeez, Xiao, come on, man. We talked about he's having a slow game. He had 4 kills coming into round like 19 or 18, and now he's right up there on 9.
That's the nastiest surprise ever, because you think you've got them at this point. You're like, yep, we'll go over the top. They even pop a showstopper with an attempt to try and get the entry, and instead you just have Xiao probably just giggling to himself after that one. And an easy triple for him as they all line up. And for Vitality, the problem is now that was a relatively high investment round. Like, you look at what's currently in, you've got Spectres at best, and Dima 6 already going to hear a lot of utility being popped outside that B site, falling back into quite a passive stance here, waiting for his teammates to be able to rotate in. And still, again, the amount of deep control that Xiao's been able to take, they can be comfortable that there's not going to be a pacey push now into A.
Brams is again going to be the one with these knives that we see pushing up through middle. He has support just to block off those angles from the Cypher. Those stars, they're always annoying. The stun, it activates so quickly, but they still manage to avoid it. Zipan getting up into heaven has to be worried, but Angel, well, he is just cleaning up that B main push. Or mid push, excuse me. That's, yeah, good night. See, the whole thing there is that it has to be Brams that gets an opening, and instead, and not faulting him specifically, because he moves into heaven, he's looking for engagements, he's trying to take space, but it's Angel coming out in mid that catches myself and indeed the entirety of Vitality off guard, destroying his support. He has to turn back and fight mid because Angel's just torn them to shreds there. Then his teammates in B main are like, oh, we've got no support anymore. It was really well handled by FPX.
I still remember the sort of the thought in my mind of whether or not, like, the change, getting rid of Meadow, bringing in Demasik. I was like, really? That seems like a risky play. Nah, Angel's right again, as usual. Demasik is just slamming them just as hard. I almost feel like whose crosshair do they walk into is going to be the one to get the kills. Angel, this is just not an angle you're going to expect. And that's number 30, Mitch. He got the 30 bomb in this map. And instantly looks to reposition for Vitality. You just want to try and avoid this man. He's everywhere. A second insta headshot. Now Zipan joins the show. And they finally get rid of him. But now they're being countered by utility. They're stuck in the mud. Well, I think this might be the end. We need a hell of a clutch to turn this around.
Yeah, it's got to be big, but hey, Vac is the boy you want in these kind of situations, but he's dealt with. Great flash coming in. Shadow getting his money's worth out of that, and another one pushes Loki off the angle. He still capitalizes. He gets a res out of it as well. Oh, but here comes Daddy Angel, a 3K in this round already, and he's looking to end the run right here and now. Close split out. A res comes in from the defensive side, and Angel's on his way up behind. Bram still to deal with him. 45 HP. Risky time to put down stars, and he's spotted and taken out. Spike retrieved. Bram's on his way towards the A site. He's got time to get there. Sure, there's going to be a little bit of utility in his way. It's not even going to slow him down. The dash does the job, and out to site he goes. 16 seconds. No time to mess around. That plant has to come in now before they get even closer. But with 45 health, it's going to be a tough one, man. They're just going to play this together and look to trade 1 or 2 bullets, and it's over and done with. And he swings into heavy traffic, sees one, and presumes the second is there as well. So much time to play with for FPX. They can run this clock all the way in. Shadow, he closes it out. What a game. What a map. FPX 13-9. An astronomical performance coming out from Angel.
Yeah, and he was one of the difference makers. Him and Demasik having a phenomenal performance. Definitely some quieter players, at least in the early rounds, like Xiao, not quite having the performance we expect. And I want to give some props over to Vitality, because they're coming up against one of the teams that we somewhat consider to be maybe even the best team in the whole of Europe. So the fact that they've gone into this and given them a run for their money, taking it close in the majority of these rounds, and showing some of the class and caliber that they have, I'm not too worried about the future of this team. For now, though, they're going to have to head into Haven, and that's going to be just as tough as this one.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say, especially if Angel's playing the way that he is. I mean, some people say the sky's the limit, but he was shooting for the stars right there. It's time to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about that map and preview Haven, map number 2 in this series. We'll see you soon.
Shut to death last night. Now you're lying in my bed. Must have been a dream last night, but I can hear what you're saying. You were shot to death last night. Where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. Two gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you, we're not with you.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to Valorant Challengers EU, where FPX are currently one map up against Team Vitality. I'm Yinsu, and I'm joined by your casters back on the analyst desk, Tom and Mitch. Guys, we have to talk about the obvious thing, which is the Angel diff, the Angel buff. I just read a tweet that Doombros, the analyst, put out saying 1 kill for every year he's been alive on this planet. Makes sense, you know, this guy is doing it, and Tom, he's the IGL here, he's playing Astra, and he's top fragging. What can you do in that situation against a team like FPX with Angel at the helm?
The problem is it's not even just that he's getting a lot of kills, because I think that there's maps where you might have like almost like freak accidents or just good timing. It's the manner in which he does it. Like, I think even one of the penultimate rounds that we saw from him, he goes aggressively peeking one angle, then rotates all the way back round to A ramp, hits another instant headshot, and then goes back through to mid again just to finish it off like that. Lads, don't worry, I got this one. You can do something in the next map. And that's just terrifying, because it's like he's a rotational IGL who's also a controller. It's like he's just trying to put everything into one neat little package, which is himself.
Oh yeah, I mean, we talk about game sense, we talk about aim, we talk about mechanics and everything, and Angel has consistently been doing all three. But Mitch, I saw you interact with Scream as well just now in the break, and he tweeted about Shao and his impacts. So talk me through, you know, Shao and also some of the other players on FPX as well, because it wasn't just the Angel show this year.
Yeah, I love when people like Scream with a big platform make that point that we always like to say, which is that it doesn't matter if you got 4 kills, who cares? Yeah, that doesn't show your contribution to the game, and it's so easy to turn around and just look at scoreboards and read the bottom and go, he's the reason they lost. But that's scoreboard analysis. That's pointless. When you look at how Shao was playing, it wasn't amazing, but he was doing his job, okay, like chipping away at the rounds, and then he gets the opportunities, and oh boy, did he capitalize on them. Within 3 minutes, he ended up in one round where he 1v2'd in a next to impossible situation. He used his res, his decision making was perfect to bring them back into the game. He gets down, his teammate finds the information, he executes off it, wins the round. Then the very next round, sits on top of his wall, gets a 3k as they look, or 2 rounds later, sorry, as they go to push out. 3k straight away, shuts down a showstopper. That could have been the round lost and a game going to OT or the other way if he wasn't able to step it up at the end. Angel, as you said, 1 kill for every year. It's actually even more. He's 31 years old. He got 32 kills on Astra. And I want to say that affects the way he plays the game. I always talked about him. I said, if you're playing split, Angel invents. It's going to happen. He loves it. On the attack side, he always goes into vents, takes that control. But he can't play it the same way when he's not an Omen. When you don't have that versatility to move at the same time as you're putting down your smokes, you're very much out of the game, and he's able to do it now on Astra, playing much more passive mid control, still make the lurks work, still come up behind them and control middle in the same way. I love FPX. They're such a good team.
Yeah, I mean, Angel's younger than Hypoc. Can I just throw that one out there?
Why have you done that?
Oh, yes.
I had to, because I'm the boomer on this desk. This is with you two. I'm the boomer, and I miss the days, of having a Lothar, of having Hypoc, where I can not be the boomer for once. But I'm really sorry, Hypoc, for that. But just, with FPX, I think Mitch, you nailed it on the head. You cannot give them opportunities because they will take opportunities. If you're going to line up, they're going to get a 3k, and at times, even when they're not supposed to win those rounds, they've got Angel, they've got Shao, they've got Demasik. That entire team is fantastic. But Tom, on the team vitality side, we didn't have our expectations too high going into this, but they looked great. They are a contender right now because they managed to do this against one of the best teams in Europe.
Yeah, one of the best teams in Europe, one of the best split teams potentially in the whole world. I think that was a very good performance for them. And if we're talking about Xiao getting this 1v2, there was a round as well where Angel manages to sneak his way into a corner and spray down. I think it was a double kill to finish with a third. If we're talking about clutch plays and big performances, that means you push them to the limit. We're not talking about 13-5, they blew them out of the water, a lot of the rounds weren't close, it was a pistol that gave them any rounds. No, we're talking about the fact that FPX had to get into these clutch situations because Vitality were doing very well in the early rounds. Even when it came down to pistols, you have players like JeSmond, who again is someone that, at least within the top of Valorant, we haven't seen too much from. He thrived. He looked very good. So overall, I'm impressed. And I think that a lot of teams going forward will have to worry about this team. And even into Haven, FPX can't take their foot off the gas. Otherwise, they could see themselves losing that map.
Oh, yeah. Well, Mitch even. Mitch, what did you make of the new additions there, with Loki and JeSmond?
I think they did fantastic. We're obviously on a delay, so you just saw me do the thing now. Yeah, I think they did an amazing job here. I said going into it, Loki, JeSmond, they're new guys. I think I kind of whiffed my point at the very start because we rushed through, but I don't mean to criticize them very heavily, but I know that Sander, Brahms, Vac, these guys are proven throughout the game. When I look at Loki, when I look at JeSmond, not quite to the same extent. Coming into this roster, the way they played right there, fantastic. Really enjoyed watching them. I think, as I said during the cast, this is the best Vitality that we have seen to date. And them going out now, it doesn't mean anything. If they do. If they lose to FPX, well, you lost to probably the best team in Europe? Okay. What do you expect? It's unlucky for them getting this matchup, but moving forward, I'm happy with what we've seen. I hope we get more of the same.
Well, speaking of, moving forward, we do have Haven coming up next. It's not all done yet. I know on paper, of course, FPX are still very much the favorites here. But moving on to Haven, Tom, what are your expectations here? Because looking at the team compositions in the qualifiers, FPX are going a little bit funky with this one.
Yeah, I think a lot of teams are, I guess, turning up the heat is an awful pun to use, but we're seeing Phoenix come out a lot more when it comes to Haven. And we saw it earlier in the first map, Opportunists using it to almost counter a lot of the Astra plays. And I think in this case, Angel's likely to bring it in once again, but the same can be said for Vac. And I think if he's going to be going for those more aggressive entry fragging sort of peaks, I think that Phoenix is just going to be something he thrives upon. So I'm hoping we get that Phoenix versus Phoenix. What I will say though, is if we don't see the Astra come out for Vitality, I do wonder if maybe Angel will opt to change things up a little bit to just try and counter what they're currently running.
Well, Mitch, they've already succeeded so much on Split with Angel on the Astra. Obviously, Shadow is a very, very different player. So do you feel like maybe we're going to see a slightly different FPX as well if it is they're staying true to what they've been playing in the open qualifiers and moving Shadow onto the Astra and having Angel play Phoenix?
I don't think so. Obviously, but look, obviously they're going to work differently in terms of like you've different players with different tendencies and different roles, but it's also a very different map. And the way Shadow played, and I don't think his praises will be sung enough. And this has been a trend for the entirety of the FBX roster, more or less, going back to Fabrican even. Shadow's unbelievable as a supportive player. Like you look at the flashes that he was using, and we highlighted them a bit when we got to see them in the last couple of rounds of Split. He's a very, very strong supportive player. I think when you give him an Astra, he stands to do pretty much the same. It's not quite as easy because it's not point and click in the same way the flashes are. There's a bit of forethought behind it, but I think an Astra will suit his playstyle very, very well.
Well, I mean, just on Shadow, maybe that's just me noticing it, but has he changed his crosshair? Because I do remember his crosshair being a little bit left field, but Bram's crosshair, I've seen that twice now. I think someone else was also running the Bram's crosshair yesterday. Yes, was it XMS? Okay, that makes sense. But we are going to head into Agent Select now onto Haven. This could be the decider, or, you know, this could be the start of a combat as we saw earlier from Opportunist versus Team Heretics. As you guys can see, Agent Select is with you guys on screen, and Angel is not teasing us. He went straight for the Phoenix, Tom, as we kind of expected, and Shadow on the Astra.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything like mind-blowing from what we saw coming out of the qualifiers. Obviously, if you were looking at their old compositions, this is something quite different, but obviously the addition of Astra changes things quite drastically. Again, I think on the defensive side, we're going to see very proactive pushes, like trying to take away map control and try and make things a lot more awkward for the setups of their opponents.
Of course, Vitality absolutely have to win this next map if they want to stay in the main event here in week 1 and fight for that chance to qualify for the Challengers finals this week. Let's go and head into the next map, boys.
Let's do it, Tom. Let's do it. I'm a bit intrigued, to be honest. I want to see exactly what Jesmyn's going to be doing now, differently to before, because he came in, obviously playing Cypher quite a lot, and now he's picked up the Killjoy. So a big change for them over in the Vitality side that will be interesting to explore. On Haven, I'm a big fan of it. I think there's so many sight lines, and your turret can gain so much information for you. Obviously, the camera can do the same, but you've got to take yourself out of the equation in order to use it.
Yeah, for sure. I think that there's going to be opportunities no matter like the agent that you're going to be playing. Of course, when you look at the other side of things, Demon 6 Lurk is something that I am a huge fan on this map. Like, he somehow manages to thread the needle through B often, and it's something that you have to be aware of when playing this FPX side, that if you don't spot Demon 6 in the early stages of the round, then he's probably behind you.
Yeah, I think it's similar to Pora when you saw him. Well, we didn't see him earlier on playing the Reyna, but when he did, and whenever he plays the likes of your Cypher or Killjoy, it's something that's nice to see. Those lurking roles done so efficiently and so clean. Yeah. As we move into the game here, Tom, I gotta ask, Haven, your favorite FPX?
Yeah, they're 8-0, Mitch. So this year, so I'm definitely going to be favoring FPX, but I'm hoping that again we can see a little bit of spice from the Vitality side as they look to put their mark, I guess, on EU Valorant. The start not going so well though. Again, the strength of the default, the aggression that I expected to see from the defensive side of Vitality has not gone particularly well. An easy first pick coming out. And wow, a second to follow from Angel. And now I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Vitality go for a fairly hefty gamble, try and stack up somewhere on the map, give themselves a chance in this round, because if they try and play loose, try and cover every single site, they don't stand a chance.
Indeed. Yeah, if you're FPX moving into the attack, though, I do like the very start of this, the way you've seen them just wait for the push. They spread. You talk about Vitality's aggressive default. Well, FPX, they've got a passive one. Just waiting for them to fall into their trap. And that's something that, obviously, they've looked into a lot, expecting that, ready to play the late round and run the clock down. Now, with Killjoy Utility up on B early on, again, it's the first time you're seeing Killjoy, so that's one thing that could catch them off guard. They're going to find it very easy as they push the C site, because that utility that would obviously do a lot in a pistol round. Even the damage that a turret does in a pistol is very significant when most players will be either operating with a ghost or with a classic or with no armor, and that's what the majority of FPX have gone for. The turret would be nice, but it's nowhere nearby. Look at that. Oh, they're dealing with Sender's flank as well. This is so well thought out from FPX. Their post plan isn't just go find some crossfires and wait. It's let's take proactive map control. Let's think about what they want to do and act specifically against it. That's worked out perfectly to leave Vitality in a position where, I mean, if they had weapons, they'd save, but it's the pistol round, so it's just probably not going to go their way. A nice kill by Jesmond, but time is so low. They've got to go here, and they've got to go now. That defuse is going to be stuck, tagged in the open. So well played by Dimisic to have the camera there. It's undetected, and it's easy as can be.
It looks like they've prepared for every single scenario. It's like somebody who has like all those different pins like on the wall, and they're like, well, this links to this, or this is the possible scenario, and then this, and it's just like, there's nothing you could do. The round's already over the second you lose those first couple of kills. Very well played pistol coming out from FPX. We expect nothing less. But this is where things got a little bit more spicy previously. Now, Brams is going to pull out that wonderful Bucky. As said in the last map, this is the pre-nerf, so it is as powerful as it was originally. That right click is disgusting, although we're still yet to really tell if the nerf is actually a nerf. I think a lot of people are actually saying that they enjoy it more.
You know what I mean, on the topic of the right click, I don't know. I've varying experiences with it, but I will say I enjoy watching it more now. I think we get less of what we did before, classics versus rifles winning. It's like, yeah, just pure eco and you win the round, because it was insane. But now it costs you a little bit more to get that investment. When I look at FPX, though, that first round, it really felt like, you know, not only did they prepare for every scenario, but they almost had the step-by-step strat book, right? Exactly what Vitality were going to do. They were prepared for it every step of the way. The initial pushes, the weakness on C as they rotate, and then the flank. And the camera on the spike as well. Obviously, knowing Omen's alive, he'll smoke off and just push. That's an interesting flash. It's worked, I guess, because they've gotten away safely. Some damage done to Zipan on the fade back, but they're just taking these kills as clean as can be. It's a 2 versus 5, and only classics remain. What are you gonna do if you're Vitality?
That almost makes me think of like the scene in Star Wars where it's like Obi-Wan, like, you must learn how to fight blind. It's just like throw it straight into his face. Like, Zipan, you're not allowed to see. It's like, well, if you can't do it without your sight, what if you're in that situation, Zipan? It's like, no, just let me see, please. Oh god. He gets away with it though, and again, like, that was the bonus round as such. Although what I will say is FPX are still coming into this with a couple of rifles, and they are on the players that combined got over 50 kills in the last map. So even though this is only Dimisic and Angel coming in with the rifles, Angel is also only 1 kill away from the run it back, which, like, let's be real, 1 Angel was enough. If you're playing an Angel with 2 lives in a round, just leave, just run away.
I'm not sure that's even going to help you, though, because he's just going to run after you. He's chasing you down. Nothing to lose.
I smell blood.
It's like a shark. But yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, Angel's scary pretty much no matter what he takes. And what I do love is that he's just destroying the stereotype that has been around and sort of instinctive. Like, oh, as you get older, you know, once you hit like, I've heard some stuff like 23 or 25, that's where you're like, players can't play anymore. And it's like, oh, nice vac. That flash was perfect. Great timing. They're going to rush on through. Angel dealt with by the molly that was down. And now the running back used for nothing. Vitality, they've walked away with a huge plus on this round. Wasted an ultimate of their opponents and taken the man advantage. Okay, FPX have weaker weapons, but had they been able to make it through that choke point, that could have been very, very bad. Like, all those Spectres taking close range fights, you're supported on range by Vandals, and a run it back. yeah, you're in trouble.
Sick trying to sell a fake, but it hasn't really worked too well. You can see Brams firmly dedicated to this A site, ready for any such peak, and even has his teammates starting to rotate in as well. There's only 17 seconds for FPX to now play with, so they need to get a move on, and their fake has achieved absolutely nothing. Vitality holding down the fort. It's left to Xiao to try and do as much as he can, at least get them the plant down, but the push comes in, and there's just no time. Demasik may make things costly, but the fact is the round is done.
Looks like he's going to survive here. They know that peeking him doesn't really give them anything. If they drop the weapon, he just gets the loss bonus anyway. So better off to just let him survive and build up your own economy at this early stage of the game. The shock darts, we've seen those in play before. The faster ones, teams have started to adapt to using, especially when, so if you overrun the A site very quickly, double shock darts will rarely get you anything. Because at that stage, you're not worried about a flank, and there's only spawn and heaven that they can push out of. Usually those will be smoked, walled off, something like that, which stops any aggression. Which means, at most, they probably have one guy watching it, and the others are going to be looking in the sky for those shock darts to come through.
Oh, no.
That's... I'm looking at where he died. That was just a spam through the smoke, plain and simple, wasn't it? He wasn't on top of anything. No, it was just out in the open. They pinged it maybe, and they just swung and took the kill. Shadow even connects onto Vac now to secure that man advantage even further, pulling it into the late stage of the round now in a 4v3.
This is where the cost that was caused in the last round by Demasik could actually come back to bite them. The weaponry definitely not that strong in this round. Loki even having to take a bit of a risk to try and get a Phantom into his hands. But again, you just see the patience from FPX. They've got themselves in that advantageous position. They now wait to watch to see if their opponent can fight back. And oh, Loki, you've just been played. Demasik is too aware of the potential of this aggression, and now they put themselves into a 4v2 position. It's up to Jesmond alongside Brams to try and turn this back, but they can already see the stars setting up into this A site, and they have no ground.
30 seconds left.
Jasmine will try and get something. He has the turret, but it's not going to come into effect. He wants to spam down. Oh, look at that damage. 31 HP remaining on the Shadow. But the hope, it's not looking great. Oh, Brams. That crosshair is disgusting. Filthy. I mean, anyone, come on, we can't select Shadow's crosshair and say this is okay.
It's not...
What is this? What is this? It's like it's bugged out and they forgot to color it in. Not that you'd want to color that one in because it's huge, but still.
Placing alarm bot.
Maybe this is just like his ultimate flex. Like he'll play with this for like the first few weeks and then he'll come back in. And it was like train. It's like when you put the weights on to train so that when you go running properly, you're like, okay, now I'm just a god. And it's like, okay, I'll put this terrible crosshair on and then I'll go back to a normal crosshair and I'll be so good there's nothing you can do.
But in all fairness, like I can see conceptually, like I think Brams is 700 IQ'd it. He's like, right, your crosshair, if it's small and has a gap, then it's like it blocks things on the left and right sometimes. If it has a dot, you're blocking in the middle where you need to aim. His is see-through, so it's outlining them, but in the place he's aiming, he'll always see them move left and right and stuff. You know what I mean? Yeah, I think it's technically it's a good crosshair, but it's disgusting.
Visually, it's not.
Yeah, it's like when you get a car. It's like it's got good mileage. It does the job, but it's terrible. It looks bad, you know? It's like, come on. Priorities. Oh, Shadow. Okay, that's a nice one on the center. Again, the aggression of Vitality. They love to do it in the early round, but they've doubled up. Vac is pushing with the ulti and almost gets a second. Zipan was very, very low, but now Vac's in trouble. He's being pushed, but only by one. Okay, free kill, he gets out of there, and that's nice, able to heal himself up with his abilities and a man advantage for Vitality. That's not how I saw that one going.
That's surprising from FPX. I almost wonder if that wasn't necessarily the plan, as it looked like we saw Zipan fall back, Shadow move forward, and as you said, they've given an avenue back into this round. Zipan also the one with the spike. So he can't really afford to take this duel versus Loki. And this is exactly what Vitality want. They have taken so much ground. They're actually looking to even continue this push. And although it's a little bit labored, Brams spotting his opponent, it doesn't matter too much. Shadow, though, might just turn the tide once again. And he's alongside Angel, who's turned this into a 2 versus 1. The C site under their control, but the timing for Loki's good. He's been given a chance.
30 seconds left.
You know, that barrel spotted around the edge is really where this round went rough and tumble. All up to Loki. Arrow used up to clear out inside garage. It doesn't really clear the window, so he's got to be cautious of that as he walks on in, and indeed he should be, because Xiao is on his way, creeping in and getting the timing perfectly. 3 kills and 4 rounds. FPX, they steam on into the lead.
It's again what we fall back into in the last map. Like, Xiao in his role within the team is not necessarily needed to be the mad fragger. The second you go, right, Xiao, we need you, he goes, oh, okay, boss, and just wins them the round. So quick to correct his aim. You do kind of feel like Jesman should have got him there, but, well, sometimes there's nothing you can do. And it sounds a bit harsh, but that was Vitality's round, Mitch. That was one that they almost had to win, and I feel like losing a round like that to FPX, it's going to make things so much tougher to turn back.
It's one of those things, you know, they continue to go for the aggressive play, and it worked out at the start, but it's sometimes the risk is not worth it. Angel making it work. Now, they're only against pistols, but at that range, pistols are pretty damn deadly, so good thing he's able to hit the shot so quickly. Well, at this stage, you know, 5 versus 3, I think Vitality are... Well, not necessarily in the best of spots, Tom. It's fair to say with those pistols, with the man disadvantages. Yeah, it's a free round for FPX.
Oh, nice shot from Sender. Again, if they can retrieve any weaponry here, that would be nice. We're going to see Brams still with the Blade Storm, but it's actually Sender looking to try and do the majority of the damage. But again, it's only going to be 1 kill. And of course, it's another multi-frag for Angel. I feel like that has become the story of this series so far. The problem is, normally at the end of the matches, we're told by production that we have to put 3 people, like who could be the MVP. I don't think they're leaving us with much of a choice, because it might just have to be 3 Angels if this carries on.
Yeah, I think that's the way we have to go about it, to be honest. Angel, Angel, Angel. Just go that way. You can decide at home. Oh, Angel. Good damage. Of course, it's him we're talking about again. The flash around the corner, blinding them. And good early control, really. Because Vitality, they want to get aggressive sometimes, right? But at the start of the round, you posture up to get aggressive, and boom, there's 2 guys there. There's a flash around the corner. You're in trouble. Nice shot by Brams. He's connected the opening, and that run it back hasn't netted a single thing. But Dimisic managed to grab a kill onto Jesman. That nade is perfect, but they didn't hold for it. Jesman gets away for free. They're rotating instead towards the A site, already having hell in the chaos of early C and B aggression. The ult used, they'd completely given it up, and now it's a free site, pretty much.
Spike planted.
These are the things that Dimisic just manages to do, to take so much control, and it's going to be a quick take back in, but Zipan has already shut down Vac. He goes it alone. And he leaves the server with the rest of his team now trying to fight this back.
Yeah, I don't know, fight this back is necessarily the best way.
I know exactly where you are.
Because they're saving this, 100%. It's the right call after they lost the first, and look, that was actually really nice by Sender. It didn't work because of timing, because of good spacing from Dimisic, and that's where it's so important to be when you're pushing like that, even though you have the advantages, even though you've won the round, to go together with good spacing. Now, at that point, you might think, someone's going to say it like, oh, Angel didn't have anyone to trade him, but you're spread out to try and find people at that point, right? You gotta throw out the net and see what you find. But coming straight out of the site, 2 guys together, first kill happens, second guy's there. That's exactly what you need. Good spacing, good trades. When it comes to Sender, the reactions, they're so quick, man. He gets the kill, instantly swaps to Shadow Step, runs left, jumps, tries to pop it around the corner, but he gets traded on so quickly. If that works, he looks so smart. Like, that's such a quick and clean mechanical play. But instead, he just died. Unlucky.
Yeah, not ideal for sure, and well, this purchase is anything but. Dimisic is already going to pick one off. Vac thought he had him dead to rights. The curveball, not quite catching him. And this is just the way that FPX like to play. It's methodical. They're patient. They get that opening pick, and then they just wait for someone else to walk into their crosshair. And let's put it this way. If you're walking into their crosshair, they're probably going to be winning that duel. And already, we're just seeing them slowly get picked apart. There's been some tasty shots out from Sender thus far in this match, but a 1v5 with the Sheriff, not a believer.
But then you saw his face, but he doesn't have a face. So that kind of, yeah. I get it. You can't be a believer then, can you? Damn it. Unlucky, Sander. You got to pick a new agent, bro. But 7-1, it's, well, presuming that Sander doesn't have a spin bot or something, this is 7-1. And for FPX, dominant. How many weapons do they lose is the only question. Spike thrown across, or even minimizing the risk there. And the barrel spotted. Okay, maybe an opportunity, maybe a chance here. Zipan, I have a feeling he's just going to turn and shoot Sander in the head as he comes around. He's cleared out backside. Is he suspicious? No, he isn't. TP into sight. He can pick up the weapon. Oh, but the switch time. That's so unlucky. And I think Angel might have had that in mind because he waited. He heard that. He could have peeked out while Shadow Step was underway, but he waited and then swung, took the kill. 7-1. God, I mean, after such a good performance on map 1, this is crushing.
Yeah, I think that, again, we've got to talk about the fact that this is a very young Vitality roster, not even just in the age of the players, but also in the time that they've actually been together as a 5, 2 new players being brought into the mix, and they're going up against one of the best teams in Europe. The other thing as well is the coach even said, like, we haven't had time to change anything, to create a few, like, cheesy plays, and it's going to rely just on what they've been able to come up with the very short time that they've had. So I don't want to be too harsh on them here. Like, this FPX squad is fantastic on Haven. As said, this year they haven't lost a map, and now they have lost a man. A good start from Brams. We're seeing that operator come into effect once again. It's been good for getting them the opening pick. The problem is there always seems to be a response, and once again, Team Mystic already looking to push and probe. He's found so many awkward positions that they haven't expected, and this time he's got a buddy.
Well, Zipan's the buddy buster taking down Brams. We got a nice cage to the left side, but no push in. Yeah, this is stealing information away. But Vitality, I think, spotted it. Because Loki, he peeked out. He saw nobody crossing, even coming out of that smoke. And, oof, I mean, honestly, that's kind of the worst case scenario. They've gone back and seen guys outside B. Like, they didn't get to fully extend the ult, so they didn't see everywhere, and it got destroyed. So you know someone is still middle. That means you're not going to stack up A, you're not going to stack up C, you're going to react on the B control. Loki is then left by himself and has to do it all. He gets one to start it off. 7 bullets left, goes back sight for the reload. Teammate on the way, locked down for the counter. I like this. Vitality in a really good spot. They catch Dimisic, who's again trying to find space on that flank, but dealt with straight away. Here comes the lockdown as well, and that's going to completely lock them out. They're going to have to push out to long and play this one slow, or Xiao's going to pop the Hunter's Fury and almost get a tag as well, right on his tippy toes. This ultimate's good as well. They can hold up close and take the fights together. They've spotted a lot of guys coming out of spawn, but that flash is so good. Shadow, though, he's pulled it back, looking for the triple. The player didn't jump out of heaven, and now he does. Shadow with a 3K, and FPX, they take it. A 2v4, and everything was lined up for them. We talked about Shadow. We said that this guy, he's so good, but he doesn't get the credit. You know, playing the breach, his flashes are unbelievable. He gets so many assists, but right here, he shows what he can do.
He just knows. Like, this is one of those cases as well where if you're the player who waited in heaven, you're like, there's no way he expects it now. It's been so long. And he's just staring at you the second you come around the corner. Again, a round which I feel like Vitality are going to be kicking themselves. They've had a few of them as well, like 1 or 2 opportunities where we could have seen them steal one away. And instead, they lose it, and it just puts the nail in the coffin. It makes it so unlikely, but shots like that from Brams could make things a little bit more interesting. They're looking to re-aggress, though, and Shadow still ready and waiting for any sort of peek. Xiao also watching as well.
He's got him through the box as well. I mean, if that happened on a buy round, you would be annoyed. And more for him as well. Down to 11 HP, but not dealt with. But I always feel scared when Brams is on a site, when he's looking to be pushed and he has knives, those Blade Storm in his hands. It's dangerous. Jesmond, he's just going finger guns on this one. I respect it. You go out there, pew pew. Hope that's the same for everyone at home, or else it's going to be really confused. Is that what I call a sheriff? Just the finger guns? I don't know.
Yeah, no, he might have 2. He might be pulling out like Julies or something, like trying to dual wield a couple of guns. He's got the hidden weapon. He's unlocked a special achievement that you haven't seen. Now, for Brams, the Blade Storm is invested here, so...
I love it so much. I love it so much, man.
Oh, that is some acting right there. Can we get this man an Oscar? He cocked an invisible gun.
Oh, we gotta just watch it. Oh, let's go! No!
He was firing blanks. That's a shame.
The power of the imagination, unfortunately, not going to work out here. Brams, well, he's got knives. I don't know what's more realistic. Him just spitting bullets out of his mouth the way that Jasmine was, or flying knives in the air. That's always my main criticism of Valorant, Tom. You know, it just ruins the realism. When people shoot with their fingers, that's the problem I have.
Yeah, like
someone actually
ice
said
balls out of the ground. Absolutely.
I was in a game before and someone said it was something about a weapon. I think they said skins breaks the realism. I was like, you do know that people teleport and bring walls out of the floor. What are you talking about? Like, but this gun is painted like a dragon. Like, what are you talking about?
That man is on fire. Like, what do you mean?
He spawned another one of himself, but the dragon skin's a problem, is it? Okay, cool. 9-1 though. I mean, we're having fun, and FPX are as well. But Vitality, after such a good showing on the previous map, and we know FPX are good on Haven, I really want to bring out a list of excuses for Vitality at this point. You know, they're a young roster. We could go here all day. This is not a map they should win. This is not a series they should win. That does not take away from how solid of a team they're looking like in the early stages. But FPX, they are world class. They are the best team in Europe, and in my heart, the best team in the world, maybe. Certainly up there in the top 3. And I can't wait till we get to actually find that out for sure. Brams. Oh, I really felt that no-scope. I could see it coming, but it wouldn't even have been a kill. His Angel was in his ult.
And once again, they've lost so much control. Even deep A long being taken at the moment by the attack inside. So they have to be careful even rounding this corner. This is a bait and switch. Even if they kill Angel, there's no way they expect the second man. And they're going to go straight past Demasik. He's always the man lurking in the flank. It doesn't matter, though. He's not even needed. Shadow was there alongside him, and it's left on to just a couple of players remaining. It is not working out at all for Vitality. And Vac, well, he managed to at least take one. But the fact is, he's just got to try and save this gun. It is a bleak reality for Vitality as they're now down 10-1.
Wow. Yeah, the bleak is exactly the word I'd use. This is like a beautifully colored tier 1 movie by FPX. You know, it's a AAA blockbuster. I'm using gaming terms to describe movies. That's just how much my life revolves around video games. And then Vitality is like, it's like a black and white movie, you know? A Laurel and Hardy, but without any funny things happening at the moment. It's just, it's grim, but you want it to be good, you know? You want to believe in it in your heart. Also, Laurel and Hardy, absolutely goated. What a good series.
I don't think you really needed to say that. I think that's fact that they're still being shown to this day.
They don't get enough damn credit, okay?
Oh, God.
But yeah, they made a movie about it as well. It was good. But at the moment, yeah, look, these are the kind of series that I always do. Like, okay, look, if this was a team I didn't know or whatever, you're like, oh, FPX are sick, we know that, blah, blah, blah. But I feel so bad for Vitality, man. They've done everything right. They've made such a good game plan. FPX are just ready. Every single, oh, that's gonna get a kill. Oh, he still gets killed. He even moved out of the way. But Zipan is just, it's locking on. It's a heat-seeking missile. Demasic's watching the flank, so even if they get a foothold, even if they start moving in towards this site, Demasic's gonna come behind and just wreck their hopes. Look, watch, he's about to do it. Brams thinks he's got it. He's moving to site. He might even get that kill. And, oh, look who it is. It's Demasic behind. FPX are too good at this game. Can we nerf them, right? Nerf FPX, please. Thank you.
Yeah, maybe. Ooh, okay. Loki's trying to make this one at least a little bit spicy, but it doesn't last long. Angel, wow. He didn't want to even give them a hope in hell. 11-1. Well, probably one of the most dominating matches you're going to see within the VCT. And, well, I'm almost glad of that because I don't want to see games like this too often. It is a brutal reality being brought down to earth after a good first map from Vitality, taking it to their opponents, some serious clutches needed. This has been utterly dominant. Every single player on FPX has played their role perfectly. And now, well, the only shining light at the end of the tunnel is if Vitality can get themselves a pistol.
I mean, Tom, you're peddling snake oil here. Come on. I don't think 11-1 down versus FPX, but if they get a pistol, Mitch, you know, their chances may improve from 0.1 to 0.2%, and then we're talking. That's double. No, like obviously, the road for Vitality back into this game is, I wouldn't even say more of a path or a trail. It's like, I don't know if you've seen Ice Road Truckers, but like the equivalent of that in person with like a 2 centimeter long cliff edge. That's where they're at. And it looks like they're tumbling down. Not a single kill to start this. The flash, the pursuit. And Vac's able to get one. Okay, recovery into the round. Let's, oh, God! Come on, man! Give him a chance! A little one tap out of mid. All right, well, 12-1. But Tom, if they win the second round, then...
Hey, at least they're going to force, you know? There's a chance, Mitch. There's a chance.
They're force spot, yeah.
Oh, no. We don't want to see a 13-1. Come on, let's at least make it to 2. At least it's not 0. That's something at least, but I want to see a second round Vitality. Come on, for pride.
At least it's not 0. You would be a great coach, Tom. Just, guys, we got a round. We got a round.
It's better than none.
But again, I want to say, because I know these teams will always get hate, man. Vitality, I like this roster. I like what they've been able to do. The first map was fantastic. Exactly. And sometimes you say that because you don't want to be too mean. But genuinely, I really want them to do well. I want to see more of these guys, and I'm sure we will in the next week. But right now, right here, 1 round on the board. They've got to get 11 straight to hit OT, to then win OT, to then make it map 3, to then win that. Yeah, that's...
So there's a chance?
It's like swimming the Atlantic. You could do it, but probably not. Oh, look at that side angle by Shadow. Good trade. That's the jet dash we want to see. That's how you utilize that piece of utility and that ability. Zipan, not even going to get one. Okay, they're in this round. They're here to play. But Angels kind of wreck their chances a bit because they have no mid control.
Well, it's going to be down to Sender, and he doesn't even get the time of day. One of the most dominant maps, as said, that you'll probably ever see within the VCT. FPX are not playing around. They are here to obliterate anybody that comes into their path, and they will move into the matches tomorrow. Of course, only one best of 3 to get through to the Challengers finals, face off against teams going through from Turkey and the CIS. And honestly, I do not want to be that team that is going to be blocking their path.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Let's focus on something positive here, Tom, because I gotta be honest, I don't want to harp on Vitality. As we said, FPX, one of the best teams in the world, certainly in the top 2 in Europe, if not the best. What I want to talk about now is FPX, because they played an insane game. The preparation was there. They were ready for every single thing that Vitality did. This was decimation, and it wouldn't be possible without some of these players. So we're going to highlight some of them, and that is Angel. It's Dimisic, but you know who we got on there as well? For player of the match, potentially, you vote. Shadow. We got him. He's up there. And he had a great game, a great series, and provided a lot of value to his team. Angel, come on, though. I feel, you know, I'm always going to promote the support players. I'm always going to say they're the ones you should head on over to Val Esports _EU and drop your vote for, or a lot of the time at least. I know I went with Takis last time. But Angel right here, he is 31 years old, and he dropped 32 kills on the first map. Right here, I don't care what kills anyone got. 13-1. You know, everyone did their job. It's fair to say. Unbelievable game by him, man. And I got to say, the preparation, the level of expertise that FPX bring to the table every time, they just blow me away. They really do. Nerf FPX. That's what we got to get trending.
Yeah, for sure. And I think before we just start singing the praises a little bit too much, I think we should just bring back in Yinsu. Maybe she has a few positives that she could add to the table for Vitality. I know she's a very positive person, whereas we're two grumpy, not so old men. So maybe she can make us smile a little bit.
I mean, yeah, that's basically summed you two up there. I am in agreement. I really like what Vitality are doing. I understand it. I think the last time we saw them play, there was a few question marks there where, you know, a few of us weren't exactly quite sure the direction they were heading. But I get this team. I understand what they're trying to do. It makes sense. It's unfortunate that they have to... sorry, am I muted? Oh, okay. I spoke that whole time whilst being muted. Wait, hold on.
It's okay.
This is really strange for me because I did not mute TeamSpeak, so it was.
And you called me mute, man.
TeamSpeak.
Yes.
I mean, I was only muted to Mitch
Yeah,
and Tom. It doesn't really matter. You guys at home can hear me, so, you know, they don't need to hear what I said. What I was saying was, this Vitality team clearly has, you know, a direction that they're going in. It makes sense. I get it. I get sort of the identity. I get what they're working on. It's just so unlucky that they had to prove themselves with this new roster against FPX of all people, Mitch. I mean, had this been like another team, no disrespect at all to any of the other teams in the tournament right now, but to come out and try and sort of get a win against FPX is impossible for some of the, you know, best teams in Europe, let alone a new.
Absolutely, yeah. Vitality got the short straw on this one, 100%. Single elim, no second chance coming in. You're facing probably the best team in Europe right now. I mean, what can you do? You know, it's not only the fact that they're such an amazing team, but there's no data on the playing recently. Like, you've got a couple of games to go off of from the qualifiers, but for the most part, you're going in blind. They're pulling out new comps, new ways of playing, and they know how you like to play this game. It was unbelievable. Like, everything they did was perfect over on the FPX side. I couldn't sing the praises enough. They won 13-1 for a reason. They struggled a little bit on map 1 though, and that's where I want to kind of focus talking about Vitality, is they pushed FPX really hard on that first map. They made them struggle, and so I think that's a very promising sign for such a young team.
I do wonder, Tom, here. I mean, again, I'm sure they did a lot of preparation for this. Maybe they expected Haven to come out one or the other. I believe this was FPX's map pick, I think. Yeah. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure this was. So either they maybe didn't predict this Phoenix Astra, because obviously this is something that FPX sort of whipped out for the qualifiers, or maybe it was just like a bad day. But, you know, from your opinion, Tom, from where you are sitting, any positives coming from you? I know you're very grumpy, but I am going to squeeze this out of you.
No, I think, again, what Mitch said about the first map is definitely the positive. Also, come on, you're the first team to face off against Angel on Astra and then Angel on Phoenix, at least in recent times. Like, they've completely changed and revolutionized the way that they play, as they do so regularly. You never want to be that first team, no matter who you are, because a lot of the time, then everybody else is going to start copying them. So I'm sat here looking at Vitality and saying there is promise. Like, let's not blow things out of proportion and say, like, yeah, they're going to be a next, like, top 5. Like, we don't know, because they've still got a lot of work to do. They've got a lot to change with their compositions as well, because we saw them switch back from Astra to what looked like more comfortable picks, and that's fine. They're only like a week or so old, so they haven't had the time to really fix everything. But now this is where the grind begins. This is where they have to try and get back through the second qualifier to prove it wasn't just a fluke. They are here to stay, and more so have a bit of extra time to actually get deep into their comps and maybe have a few spicy things of their own, because everything that FPX had was coming out spicy because they had the time to do so.
Yeah, and also, you know, when you've got Angel, we have like memed about this in the past, but I fully believe like he's the brain of this team. He's the captain. He's the IGL. You know, he's the dad at points, and he just carries his team. He puts everything, his heart, his soul, all of his strats, all of that brain into this team. And when you have 4 players that can frag out, and 4 players that are clearly very willing to commit to whatever game plan it is that FPX have, that is scary, and that is why this team is always on top. But going forward now, Mitch, because their goal, you know, this is great for them today. They've made it to the semi-final. If they win tomorrow, then that's when they're really going to be tested, because their goal is to make it to Iceland. And if they can't beat, you know, the teams from CIS and the teams from Turkey, then they're not going to have that chance. And from what we've known from this team in the past, they've kind of, you know, they've always made it to a stage where they can contest for a trophy and for a title, but they just haven't done it yet.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle, but I think that that's more so down to how Europe has stood up. If anything, the fact that we're competing with CIS, with Turkey, it's almost a breath of relief maybe for some of the EU teams, because when it comes to EU, so many teams can come out of the blue and surprise you. Whereas within Turkey, within CIS, I feel like you can have a little bit more predictability on the teams you're going to play against. And you don't have to deal with like the number 10 team that you've never played before that comes out of nowhere and just wrecks you. So it's like the evil, you know, in a way, is slightly better. But And also, like, a lot of these teams scrim each other because up until now, there's been no crossover the regions. So when it comes to Turkey, when it comes to CIS, the top teams in there are playing against the top teams in EU and all the scrims. So there's going to be data as well. So a little bit of an upside. But certainly tomorrow's games, they're going to be incredibly important when you look at NIP versus Guild. That's a game that I think is a real defining factor for both of these teams. Like NIP, we're saying, are maybe like number 3 right now in Europe. They're coming up against Guild. Guild have a lot to prove. They tend to always kind of get to this stage of the tournament and then fall off. But Opportunists for FPX, that's a tough game. That's a really tough game.
Oh, yeah. That's going to be an interesting one. I also do love, though, because some of our best players now in this tournament are from Turkey and are from CIS. Just look at FPX, you know. So maybe FPX are probably, they got a good idea. They have the answer to these other teams at the Challengers Finals, but they have to make it there first. And for now, I am going to bring in Angel for a quick interview from FPX, of course. Hi, Angel. Welcome back to the stream. Great to see you as always. Right off the bat, I want to quickly ask your opinions on Astra. I wanted to pick your brains a little bit because I think everybody was really excited to see what FPX could do with Astra. So in your opinion, what do you think of this agent and what do you feel like is the best way to approach her and also to play her as well?
Hello, first of all. And second of all, I'm not sure we found the best way to approach her yet. Yeah, it needs a lot of practice, and because like of a little time gap between the tournaments, I didn't play it yet Astra a lot, maybe like 5-6 pracs only. But definitely, she have a lot of potential in usage. She have something which no other agent can bring to the game. So I think she's really powerful.
Well, in terms of that element, what do you think that it is that she has that no other agents can bring to the game? Because we are seeing a lot of teams use her, but we're also seeing a lot of teams sort of not really touching her right now.
She can be all over the map. Like, she can help wherever it's needed. She's really good in retakes. Basically, in 5 stars, allowed her to potentially do in like 5 smokes, which any other agent can do. So like, it depends how you approach the round, what is your plan. And obviously, she have both ups and downs. Downs are you spend probably like 15% of your time in game AFK, so it's very hard to get the momentum going, you know.
Yeah.
So it's very hard agent to play, I would say, for sure.
I mean, you were not AFK at all on that split. You were everywhere. Just on that split, actually, because obviously you guys have played a few of the games on split in the open qualifiers, and I did see you go on that Reyna for one game. Was that just you guys sort of trying something different or having a bit of fun, or is that something that we can see you guys bring out in sort of bigger tournaments?
Like before, we like to have a lot of game plans for the match. And it's not only like Astra or Reyna options, it's a lot more behind it. But unfortunately, as I said, like we didn't have a lot of time to practice between the masters. So I'm not sure you will see a lot of like switches in our picks. At least I think so.
Okay, well, so you on Reyna, we might actually see that on stream one day. I'm keeping my fingers crossed because I really wanted to see that today. But of course, you didn't just play Astra on Haven. The Astra was sort of shifted over to Shadow and you on the Phoenix. What is the reasoning behind that? Because like you said, you haven't had that much time to learn and practice her. So why, I guess, split the time between 2 players instead of just having you on Astra?
It depends a lot on our roles with other agents which we played before. We can't afford ourselves to change like everything. We just don't have time for it to do it on all the maps. So we just apply Astra on the maps which it fits, like for example like Shadow's game style, then we bring in it for him. If it fits my play style, like we bring in it for me. And I'm really like happy that we have such a versatile players, right, who can switch between the agents and don't feel bad about it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked great on Haven, of course, from the scoreline. And lastly, before I let you go, I just wanted to announce that you are, in fact, our player of the match. You won the vote on Twitter, so congratulations. You had a great performance today. I know we were joking about, you know, I think Doombros said on Twitter, it was 1 kill versus 1 year you've been alive on the planet on that Astra. But yeah, how do you feel, you know, top fragging on that agent and also winning player of the match?
Just a live game. I don't think it's gonna repeat anytime soon.
I mean, you say that, but we've seen you do it in the past. So we'll see tomorrow. Thank you so much, Angel, for joining me once again. And yeah, we will see you back on stream tomorrow.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye. Tom and Mitch, gonna bring you guys back to get a quick breakdown. He there
Liar.
said, you know, yeah, I wasn't going to call him out for that, but 100%, we've seen him do this before. This is not the first time he's top fragged or won very, very, you know, important rounds. But I do want to pick out there that he feels like this Asian can do what no one else can do in the game is very, very important. And it's one that clearly they are switching their game plan around to play around. So with that in mind, Mitch, do you feel like maybe it would be a mistake for other teams not to catch up to that as soon as they can? Because of course we've seen teams kind of steer away from it on some maps, if not all of the maps. But from judging what Angel said, this is like a must-have agent right now.
Yeah, again, it very much depends on your approach to the game, though. Like, for example, you could say the same thing almost about Yoru, right? He does things that no one else does. He's now buffed as well. Like, you can do a lot of things with him that you wouldn't possibly be able to do. For example, Omen, he can shadow step. Yoru, you can TP into the back of a site with a flash, and now you're there, right? Anyone looking at you is blind. You've got space. But you have to play around that as a team so much. It requires you changing a lot. And right now, for Yoru, most teams don't think it's worth it. When you look at Astra, it's the same thing. It's like a decision making of what do we value as a core of how to approach the game, and not every team is going to have the same values on the same maps. Even with the same agent comps, we see different approaches to the maps. Like, look at how Vitality played the defense there on Haven. Okay, great, wasn't great because FPX countered it so heavily, but such an aggressive side. We don't see that from a lot of teams even. So with some teams it won't make sense really with their playstyle, and as Angel was saying, even down to the individual team's playstyle. Maybe Astra would be helpful, but it doesn't suit anybody as an individual. Well, then you don't give it to them. But no, I think she's very strong right now. But at the same time, there was a point where we said you cannot play with that killjoy, right? At the very start, she caught so many players off guard. Her utility was so overpowered. But a lot of that came from people not really knowing how to play against her. And right now, I think the most anybody has against her on a single map is like 4 officials. Maybe 5 on a team I haven't seen yet out of the top teams. Yeah. So at that stage, you're not going to know how to play against her. I think the people playing her will barely even know how to play her at that point. So how it evolves in the future really is out for question. Then you've got 2.06 patch coming, which has Viper way, way more viable than she is right now on just overall. Same for Yoru. So I don't know. It's always hard to tell because people can you can play this game so differently depending on your agent lineups and your approach to the map.
I mean, he also said it there, right? He's like, you know, this is what we're doing, and this is, and he hasn't even seen what people can do, like fully unlocking Astra's potential yet. So I think you're right there. But mate, don't compare it to Yoru. Yeah, it's not the same thing.
Oh, of course not.
But before I let you guys go, we're going to have a look at the bracket one more time because a lot has changed today. And we're not going to have you guys here on stream with me tomorrow. So I would love to get some of your predictions for what's going to happen tomorrow. Because like we've been saying all day, tomorrow is the big day. And whoever wins between NIP versus Guild and Opportunists versus FPX, those 2 teams will be going straight to the Challengers final, which means they're going to be one step closer to qualifying for Masters in Iceland. Tom, I'll start with you first. NIP versus Guild and Opportunists even versus FPX. Who are you seeing that's going to be coming out on top there?
I'm almost tempted to lean into Guild. And I know it's going to sound weird, but I'll give you my reasoning. I think a lot of teams have come up with the idea to try and move into Astra and make drastic changes to their comps. Guild have tried to fix the nuance pieces pieces of what was wrong previously, where they managed to get to a semi-final spot and do some damage throughout the previous Masters. So I think that them coming in and just fixing the little things and working on their composition as like a smaller thing will actually work quite well for them. So I think they could actually do some damage in that matchup. In the second one, well, FPX have always had a pretty good matchup versus Opportunists, so I think I have to lean into their favor then, especially after their performance today. They looked incredible.
Mitch, how about you? Who are you backing tomorrow? Who are you cursing tomorrow?
Hey. I picked Opportunists today, and they won. We didn't have a graphic for it, but I'm being thrown under the bus on that one. I said it on the stream. I'll get the VOD. Don't make... It's going to be deleted when I go back to look for it. Yeah. Tomorrow, I think NIP should beat Guild. To me, they're just a stronger team. As I said, top 3. I put them 3rd in Europe right now, right behind FPX and Heretics. When I look at FPX and Opportunists, I don't know. That's such a tight game. I want to go with Opportunists because they're so explosive and flashy. And you know what? I'll say Opportunists take it over FPX, but I think it's, again, a really, really close series.
Oh yeah, it's going to be very important tomorrow. This is totally unrelated, but if NiP and FPX are the teams that go through, we're going to have a derby between Doombros and Emil. So maybe we can get both of them for an interview. Battle. Just, get people at home to see if they can tell which one is Doombros and which one is Emil. But that is all the time we have for today. Thank you so much, as always, Tom and Mitch, for joining me. It's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you, of course, to you guys at home for watching. But don't forget that tomorrow is the semi-finals. It is the big day, so make sure you come back here at 4:30 p.m. as we start off with NiP versus Guild. We'll see you then.
Last night, where's my cup of coffee? I was dreaming something bad last night. Can't you hear what I'm saying? One gunshot, and I forgot to look at you, to look at you, to look at you, to look at you. 2 gunshots, and my thoughts. We're not with you, we're not with you. You were shot to death last night, and I thought of someone else. Didn't care about your life last night, at least less than about his. All our dreams were shot to death last night. I see the clock stand still. Nightmares at your heart sometimes, but this is unbelievable. One gunshot.